Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Celestial Elemental Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izumi, please pay attention to the lesson, the teacher asked. Midoriya's head popped up. Sorry Mr. Kobayashi, I said embarrassed. Some of the kids snickered at this while a certain blonde-headed boy merely scoffs at me. I was once his friend when we were little, but I never got my quirk while he got a very strong quirk. I had always looked up to him. He had always been top of the class in most subjects and radiates a natural aura of confidence and superiority. Not to say I was particularly bad in any of the subjects, on the contrary I'm usually among the top 5 in all of them. But my confidence and strength left much to be desired. So I have him in my notebook of heroes and villains that has listed their quirks as well as strengths and weaknesses. One thing she notices about Kaken in weaknesses is that due to the fact he has to sweat in order to produce explosions is that if he got cold he wouldn't be able to make strong explosions. There's plenty more in his page, but that's one of his most prominent weaknesses. In my opinion at least. A few minutes later the bell rings, signaling the end of class. As I start to pack up I reach for my notebook when a hand grabs my shoulder. I look to see Kaken looking at me with his hand on my shoulder. I make a move to grab my notebook and he gives off a small explosion on my shoulder. It hurts but surprisingly doesn't burn like it usually does, but I still flinch. He then grabs my notebook off my desk. I look up to see Kaken with an evil grin on his face. Kaken, give it back, I say as I try to reach for it. What? Is it her diary or something? Said one of Kaken's friends, with a disgusting smile. Then Kaken looks at the cover and his eyes look full of rage. Seriously a hero analysis for the future volume 9. Why are you still playing at these false fantasies of being a quirkless hero? Kaken yells. By now Izumi is practically shaking from terror because she doesn't know what Kaken might do. Look at you, you couldn't be a hero. You're practically shaking in your boots just from me yelling at you. What are you gonna do if there is a villain attack, huh? You're pathetic and I'll help you see that, Kaken yells and then explodes the book in his hands and throws it out the window. Izumi quickly ran towards the window and saw as her notebook splashed into the pond. Tears start to stream down my face. Kaken sees this and his sadistic grin comes back. Oops, I dropped it, my bad. But hey, maybe if you take a swan dive off the roof and pray, you might get a quirk in your next life. As soon as Kaken said it he wanted to take it back. Even his lackeys were giving him bewildered looks. Kaken didn't want to say something so cruel but his pride is too much for him to apologize. Whatever, let's just go guys, he says while walking out with his friends close behind. I still couldn't move from the shock of hearing those words. I thought Kaken wanted to be a hero, I couldn't help but think. Heroes don't tell people things like that, I thought angrily. She didn't even see the soft glow coming from her clenched fists. Izumi was walking home from school sad and angry over what Kaken said to her and did to her notebook. She had to fish it out the water with a stick. She was so deep in thought she didn't notice the pop of the manhole under the bridge she just so happens to be under. A small-sized invisibility cloak, and while I normally wouldn't go after such a sweet little thing, I'm in a bit of a pickle, so just don't struggle. She hears a slimy voice say and turns around to see literal slime rushing towards her. She tries to run but it catches her and within seconds she's fully submerged and slime is trying to pry her mouth open. Oh my god, no, please help anyone, she tries to yell but that only makes things worse as the slime finally gets into her mouth. Is this how I die, she thinks. No, I refuse to die a meaningless death, she thinks with all her conviction as she pushes back and draws on something she never has before. The next thing she sees is a bright golden glow and that the slime jumps away screaming and she is falling to the ground. She vaguely hears someone else come out the manhole but then she passes out. The next thing she knows is that there's someone very big shaking her and telling her to wake up. She opens her eyes to see All Might, she screams and jumps up. Oh good, you're alive, he exclaims. Well, that's not very reassuring, she thought in the back of her head, but that was quickly overshadowed by, oh my god, I'm talking to All Might. She just continued to stare in awe at him until she remembered. She quickly tried to reach for her notebook but couldn't find it anywhere. She started to panic. Looking for this, he asks as he holds up my notebook. She takes it and looks confused as it's dry and looks a little more burnt than when Kakin exploded it. That was an amazing show of your Quirk taking down that villain. I'm sure you'll make a great hero one day, he states. She was very happy to hear her hero say she would be a great hero one day. Then she realized he said she had a quirk. But All Might, I don't have a quirk, she says confused. He looks at her confused, then points at her hair, which is hanging down a little wild. She then sees what he's really pointing to, and her hair has little green flames at the end of it. Ah, my hair's on fire, she screams, which startles All Might a little. Don't worry, look, it's not spreading. It also doesn't look to be burning you or your clothes, All Might says in a little confusion as to why it isn't the same golden color it was before. Why isn't it burning her clothes, he thinks confused, while she is sitting there staring at her hair in amazement. You didn't know you had a quirk, little one? All Might asks in curiosity, as he doesn't know how you would not know. She looks at him. Well, the doctor said I didn't have a quirk when I was young, she says to him. He wants to point out that she looks to only be around the age of a grade schooler, and judging by her uniform most definitely is one, and is still young herself, but holds his tongue. Well, congratulations for discovering your quirk. Also, can you tell me why your flames aren't golden like they were when you fought the sludge? He asks in confusion. Golden flames, she thinks in confusion, then both her hands catch fire and she jumps back frightened. She then realized they weren't burning her and stared in awe at their beauty. All Might looked at them as well and thought they were pretty as well. He held out his hands and felt the heat of the flames. Can you go back to the green flames for a moment, he asks. She looks confused but focuses and they go back to green. Interesting, your green flames don't seem to give off any heat, he says. She doesn't know why, but something tells her to touch him with the flames, so she grabs his finger. All Might's eyes go wide as he feels rejuvenated and feels as if his time limit has been reset. His lungs also feel a bit better. She pulls her hands away, embarrassed by her actions. Oh, I'm sorry, All Might, I don't know why I did that, I'm dash. She's cut off when he raises his hand. It's quite all right, I haven't felt this good in months. He says happily, even though that suddenly reminds him of the accident from only months prior. Izumi looks happy that he feels better, but also confused about why he feels better after touching her fire. It seems your green flames have healing properties. That is a very versatile quirk you got there. I wonder what else you can do. He exclaims in honest curiosity. She is shocked because, why do I have a healing aspect, but keeping her from further thoughts. Well, I better be off and hand this criminal over to the police, he says while holding up 2 soda cans that he got out of seemingly nowhere filled with slime. He then turns around and jumps towards the nearest police station. All Izumi could think was, I have a quirk, and then with a smile she thought, I can be a hero. When Izumi gets home, she is very excited to tell her mom about her new-found quirk. She is about to turn the knob and walk and then stops. Mom will freak if she knew I was attacked by a villain, she thinks worriedly. Well, no point in stalling, she swallows her nerves and walks in. She sees her mother on the couch nervously flipping through news channels. I'm home, she says nervously. Instantly her mom comes charging at her and crushes her with a hug to rival a bear. Why were you so late, Izumi? She asked worriedly. Well, here goes nothing, I think, dreading what's about to happen. On my way home I may or may not have been attacked by a slime villain and met All Might. I say nervously. Her eyes go wide in fright and her hug somehow gets tighter. Thank the heavens you're safe, she says while on the brink of tears. But something big did happen, Mom, and no, it's not a bad big, I say before she can ask. She looks at me as if to continue. I hold up my hand and focus. A few seconds later my hand has green flames dancing on it. My mom, obviously not knowing what's happening, grabs my hand and starts pulling me toward the sink while trying to put out the fire on my hand by smacking it. Mom, it's okay. I discovered my quirk, I say while trying to calm her down. She looks down to see the flames aren't harming my nor her own hands. She lets go of my wrist and looks at the flames that are now dancing across their intertwined hands. What kind of flames are these, sweetie? She asks, curious as to why she isn't burnt. Well, these green flames don't actually produce any heat, they just heal mainly. I have another type of fire that can produce lots of heat. Here, I'll show you. Step back a little, she says. Inko lets go of her hand and steps back a little nervous about this. A few seconds later, the green shifts to a golden yellow flame and Inko is awed in its beauty. Then Inko realizes something. My daughter has a flame quirk, just like him, she thinks nervously. Izumi is confused when her mother's face shifts into one of horror. While looking at Izumi's left eye, the blue one she inherited from her father. The father Mom will never talk about. Mom, are you okay? Izumi asks, not quite sure how to phrase it. Her mom looks up at her, snapping out of her daze. Oh yes, also you won't be going to school tomorrow, we'll be going to the doctor to see why they were wrong about you not having a quirk and getting it registered as well as tested, okay? Inko says. Okay, Izumi responds while heading off to her room to do her homework. What even if I just found out I have a quirk? That doesn't mean I get to skip schoolwork. The next morning. Are you ready, Izumi? Inko asks as she grabs her purse. Yep, just putting on my shoes, Izumi says as she's putting on her shoes. The car ride is silent as they go through town to get to the doctor's. Izumi is excited to see what her powers can do. Inko is nervous that somehow he is gonna find out about his daughter after her quirk is registered. They pull up to the clinic and wait in the lobby. Ms. Midoriya, the doctor is ready for you, says a nurse as she leads them down a hallway and into a room. The doctor looks up and gives a kind smile. He looks young, around the same age as Inko, with brown short hair and a neatly trimmed beard with blue eyes. He also appears to be American. Please sit, he asks. They sit opposite him and wait for him to speak. So you say little Izumi here has developed a quirk even though our files say otherwise? He asks in a fascinated tone rather than a denying tone. Yes, yesterday she was attacked by a slime villain and unlocked her quirk. Inko states. The doctor nods at this. Can you please show me your quirk, please, young Izumi? He asks in anticipation. She nods and holds out her hand and green flames appear, then she shifts over to golden flames. I see, let me bring her to do some testing with her quirk as to see its limits and she can fill me in on what she has discovered, the doctor says cheerfully. They both nod and stand up and follow the doctor to a room that has a few other children practicing their quirks. The doctor asks Inko to sit in a seat with the other parents to watch. She nods and goes to sit down. The doctor now turns to face Izumi and asks her to tell him what her quirk does exactly. Well, my green flames seem to heal and re-energize me and others, and they don't seem to harm anything, and are around room temperature. I also have my golden flames that are very hot but don't seem to harm me, she tells the doctor. He nods. All right, Izumi, I want you to summon your golden flames and hit that target, okay? He said. She nods and summons her golden flames and shoots it at the target dummy that's about 10 feet away, but it doesn't even reach it. She blushes in embarrassment at doing so badly. The doctor chuckles at this. Don't worry, this is a new power that you just discovered. Everything is not going to be perfect the first time around, he says kindly. She nods, taking encouragement from his words. She turns back towards the target and takes a deep breath. Focus, Izumi thinks to herself. She opens her eyes and fires. This time it hits the target dead on. The doctor smiles and looks at the monitor. It seems your normal flames are above average temperature of the normal adult fire user. Impressive. Now I want you to make it as hot as you can and fire it at the target, he says. She looks back at the target and puts as much energy into the fire as she can, and it glows brighter. She fires it at the target. The doctor takes another look at the monitor and his eyes grow wide. Wow there, kiddo, that was almost as hot as Endeavor's hellfire. That's very impressive. Now I want to see you make it as low a temperature as possible for me, okay? Yes. I nod again and focus. Cold, I think, and then something strange happens. The golden flames become a glacier white and the temperature drops. I stared at it for a second, bewildered, but then remember what the doctor asked me to do and fired at the dummy. The doctor was surprised by this development and quickly checked the readings. His eyes once again grew wide and he grins from ear to ear. You never do cease to amaze. It seems you not only have extremely hot flames, healing flames, but also cold flames. I didn't even know that was a thing. I wonder what other tricks you have in your sleeves. Tell me, what do you picture when you draw on a different flame? He asks. I think on this. Well, when I wanted my golden flames to reappear at first, I just imagined gold flames. I answer. He nods, then quickly thinks over this. Try thinking of all the other colors and see if you have another flame type, he reasons. We spend another half-hour contemplating different ideas and colors. Turns out I have purple flames that move at will and don't give that much heat. They can lift objects and are shapeable and easy to bend and manipulate. After that, we go back to his office and he tells us he's going to have me go through an X-ray, as well as some blood testing. Just for the record, Ms. Midoriya, I would like you to answer me a few questions and perhaps you can enlighten us on some of these, the doctor asks. She nods, getting a little nervous about what they might be. Okay, well, first off, what are your and her father's quirks? She ponders what to say about Izumi's father. I have a minor telekinetic pull, but I can't lift too much with it and I can only pull things towards me. Her father could breathe fire, she says simply. The doctor narrows his eyes at this as if sensing there's more. Breathe fire? Was that all he could do? Midoriya? He asks in a casual tone as to not let on the child about their silent grudge match. Inko turns towards Izumi. Izumi, can you go wait outside please for a moment? Her mother asks calmly. Izumi is surprised but waits outside like she's told. Inko turns back towards the doctor. I won't tell the girl anything you say about the father if you don't want me to. But seriously, fire breathe, while it does align with the element. She is way too strong to only have inherited a basic fire quirk like that, he tells her. She grits her teeth. Okay, fine. He's a pro hero and I'm worried he might find out about her if she's registered with having a parent with his quirk. She tells him. He nods in understanding. As her doctor, I can guarantee utmost secrecy. We have had a few people that were in situations where the child inherited a quirk the exact same as the parent they're hiding from, so they can't just outright say the quirk of the other parent. But I will need his quirk. You don't need to tell me his name. Although I'm guessing it's most likely a rare one if you're so afraid that just by writing it down everyone will know. I myself don't even know yet, but I already have a few theories. He tells her. She nods in thanks and begrudgingly answers. His quirk is called Hell Flame, she states simply. His eyes grow big at this and he nods in full understanding. Endeavor, he says, and she nods in confirmation. Everyone has heard the rumors about how he treats his children and his youngest son, who has the optimal quirk in Endeavor's opinion. If I were her, I would never want him to know about Izumi, especially after learning how strong Izumi's quirk is. All right, I'll personally take care of her filing so it can't become public knowledge, he tells her. She releases a breath she didn't know how long she'd been holding. She turns back towards the door. Izumi, sweetheart, you can come in please, she says. Izumi comes in, curious about what they were talking about. They both don't give her any answers. Oh well, I'll find out someday, she thought. Sooner than Inko would have liked. Okay, I know where she gets her flames from, but the properties of some of these flames don't align with either you or his quirks. Maybe you could explain the healing factor of the green flames or the ice factor of the white flames. I've already figured out that her purple flames are a mixture of yours and his quirks, he asks. Her eyes widened a bit at hearing about purple flames and ice quirk. That reminds her of someone. Then it came to her. My mother, Inko says with her eyes wide. The doctor and Izumi's interests are piqued at hearing this. My mother had a healing quirk, but I took after my father. Also, my mother's mother had a simple ice quirk, she tells them. The doctor smiles at having gotten the answers to that mystery. I see that I've had a few children come in with a mixture between different generations in their family, but never at a level such as this, he says while writing this down in his notes. He looks at Izumi. It seems you take after your mother quite a bit when it comes to your quirk as well, he says. Izumi is ecstatic after hearing all of this. The doctor looks at the clock on the wall. Well, it seems we won't have time for that X-ray, but here, I'll do some blood tests and we'll have it back the next time you come over, all right, he says as he pulls out a small needle and takes a bit of blood. Thank you very much, doctor, you've been a huge help, Inko says with a slight bow. You're welcome, Ms. Midoriya, he says politely while waving them off. On the way home. Mom, can you sign me up for karate classes? Izumi asks. Inko, a little startled, asks why. Because a hero should know how to fight even without their quirk. Izumi responds. Inko can't help but smile at this. My little hero, she thinks. I only pray you don't end up like your father did, she thinks worriedly. The next day? Today I have to go back to school, which kind of esikus, but what am I gonna do? Why is she so happy? She's never that happy. Maybe she got a boyfriend finally. I've never seen a quirkless so happy, were the thoughts of her classmates when she got to her class. Izumi was very happy that she'd finally be able to show off her quirk to her classmates. Yo Deku, what are you so happy about? Says Kaken in an annoyed tone. I look back at him with an annoyed look on my face. None of your business, Kaken, I say in an exasperated tone. The whole class is surprised by this because she's never stood up to him before. Kaken, however, is furious about this and stands up. The F, you just say to me, nerd. You shouldn't even be talking to me, much less giving me sass. You'll always be just another low-life quirkless extra. He said with a look of immense anger. Everyone began to laugh and call her a quirkless nobody. Her blood was boiling at this point. She took deep breaths so her anger wouldn't get the best of her. They don't deserve to know how special my quirk is. They'll be eating their words all in due time, she thinks with a smile that creeps a few of her classmates out that can see it. But back to the problem. She turns to face Casey. No, it's just Bakugo now. Everyone stops their laughing and gulps a bit at seeing the look of all-consuming hate in her eyes. Especially her left eye, like it could unleash the flames of the underworld on anyone it wishes. You will never be a hero, Bakugo. Because you hurt people for no reason except to make yourself feel superior and to feel powerful. Heroes are supposed to protect good people while you only take advantage of them. You are the farthest thing from a hero, you're a villain. So just shut up already. She screams the last bit. Everyone is so shocked at this display that they go silent. But no one was more shocked than Bakugo himself. So shocked that he actually does shut up and sit down. The class was silent the entire time the teacher was talking, and as soon as the bell rings, Izumi is gone. She feels very good about getting that off her chest and finally shutting her bullies down. No more shall I allow myself to face this torment. I will make sure of it. She decides. She gets home and her mother is on the phone with someone, and then she hangs up. She turns around and sees Izumi staring at her curiously. Oh, Izumi, just in time. I found a dojo that's willing to teach you. I'll be bringing you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Inko says happily. Izumi smiles as this means she can learn to fight. She wouldn't be going there till Monday, however, because today was Friday and they wanted to not just spring it on her. Also, you should probably have a place to learn and use your quirk. So I asked the doctor if there were any places other than his offices he might have in mind. He told me about these places where people with similar quirks meet up and practice using their abilities. There's one for elemental users not too far from here. I was wondering if you'd be interested in going there to meet more experienced people and train with some proper equipment. Inko tells her, hoping she'll be happy. Izumi is ecstatic because she had never heard about a place like that. I actually get to practice and learn from seasoned fire users, she thought excitedly. Thank you so much, Mom, Izumi says as she hugs Inko. I love you, little one, she says as she releases her from the hug. Izumi runs towards her room to start coming up with ideas for how she can use her quirk. Inko laughs at this a bit. I can only pray that he doesn't show up there, Inko hopes. Wishful thinking will only get you so far, and she learns this soon enough. The next day, are you ready, sweetie? Inko asks while grabbing a few things. Yep, Izumi says while hopping to her mother. They get into the car and Inko types in the address on her phone. It takes about 10 minutes for them to get there. The outside the building isn't that special, but the inside is a different story. It's like an underground valley, obviously man-made, with natural light coming from the windows on the ceiling. At the bottom of the pit there's a few rings where we see different elemental users dueling. There are a few hallways that lead to training rooms for different quirks. It looks like the HQ of the Dauntless from Divergent. Wow, look at all the cool stuff they're doing, Mommy, Izumi said as she saw a fire user going up against a guy who was shooting electricity. Yes, sweetie, but you won't be doing that till you're a bit older, Inko says. Never would be preferable though. Why hello there. You look new, said a cheerful voice to their right. We turn to see a tall man around 23 who is strongly built with blonde hair swished to the right. He's wearing basketball shorts with a black tank top. Yes, we are. We were wondering where the fire elemental training rooms are, as well as the ice elemental training rooms. Inko asks the young man who nods and looks at me. You got an ice or a fire quirk kid, he asks me. Both. His eyes grow big at this. Wow, you're the second kid I've ever seen with that mixture of quirks, he says, impressed by the power of her quirk. Well, that's not all I can do, so if you have a telekinetic training ground, could you also tell us which direction that's in as well, Izumi asks him. He's a bit surprised but nodded in confirmation. He leads them to where the fire quirk users are and then gives us directions to the other areas we should probably go to. He then leaves to go help kids with quirks similar to his. Okay, now Izumi, are you sure you don't want me to stick around while you meet all these new people? Inko asks nervously while eyeing all the different fire users. The night before, Izumi had told her she could go to work and didn't have to watch her the entire time. Inko did insist on walking her to her proper area first though. Mom, it's fine, nothing bad is going to happen. Izumi reassures her mother. Okay, bye, love you. And call me if anything bad happens, Inko says as she walks away. Bye, Izumi says as she waves her mother off. Now let's see all the techniques I can learn, Izumi thinks as she turns around to meet new people. She sees a multitude of people from her age to early 30s practicing with their fire and talking. She walks around for a while talking to people about their quirks. She sees what looks to be an elderly woman around 60 years old. She's tallish and has still a bit of red hair left with the dark gray hair. She also looks to still be in good shape as she wears her red jumpsuit. She's sitting alone on a stone slab, so Izumi walks up to her. Hello, Izumi says politely. The elderly woman turns around to find a little green-haired girl with one eye covered by her hair staring up at her. Hello, little one, are you lost? The woman asks the little girl. No, the little girl says, then she holds out her hand and green flames sprout from it. The elderly woman nods. I see, what is it you wanted to talk to me for then? The elderly woman asks out of curiosity. You seem like you come here often with how fondly you watch people use their quirk. I was wondering if you might know any tips on manipulating my fire, the little girl asks. This makes the old lady smile a bit and nod, motioning for her to show her what she's got. Izumi steps up to one of the targets and puts her hands up. They begin to glow a golden color and then out bursts golden flames that hit the target's arm. The woman is surprised by the intensity of the flames, considering she could feel the extreme heat from here. Is that the hottest you can make them? The old woman asks. Izumi shakes her head from side to side and then turns towards the target once more, hoping to hit closer to the center this time. She once again puts her hands up and fires flames that have a brighter glow, and the heat is immense. By the time she's done firing the dummies, a pile of goo, and the girl falls on her knees panting. The old woman gets up and walks over to her to make sure she is all right. The girl nods, then summons green flames that she puts against her chest. The woman watches in amazement as the flames seem to reinvigorate the girl. She then looks over at the dummy again. The only other person to be able to do that was. She cuts of that thought to once again looked down at the little girl. This time, however, she sees her left eye. The bright blue orb looks up at her the same way, the exact same ones of her former student once did. NG, I at least thought you could keep it in your pants, she thinks, a bit annoyed at this. He never mentioned having a daughter this young, she thinks. Must not know about her then. Poor girl doesn't know what she's in for, she thinks depressingly. Little one, do you know who your father is? She asks the little one. The little girl sags a bit at this. Then no, I never met him, she said nervously. The woman nods at this. I'll have to tell him about her sooner or later, but for now I'll make sure she is strong, she decides. This might even be a good thing for him. Lord knows he might actually care about this one as an actual child. Unlike the rest of his children, this one was unplanned and wasn't born with a purpose. Perhaps this one could be the one that he decides he will actually just treat like a daughter, she thinks. Your quirk is very powerful, young one. With your mother's permission, I would like to train you in using your quirk. Is that all right? The woman asks Izumi. Izumi is nodding vigorously. Yes, please. I'm sure Mom will be okay with me being trained by you. Wait, have you ever trained anybody before? She asks in curiosity. The old woman laughs a bit at this. Yes, I have trained quite a few people in using their quirks. Even a few went off to be heroes. I myself am a former hero, she tells the girl with a smile. Izumi is looking at her in awe of this new information. What was your hero name? Asks Izumi. The old woman smiles once more. Gold Inferno, she whispers to the girl as if it's a secret. Everyone there knew she was a former pro. She acts as the den mother for all these little dragons. Izumi's eyes grow big. The pyrokinetic fire whispering hero, Golden Inferno or her, she says in awe. The woman is a little surprised she even recognized that name, as she has been retired longer than the girl has been alive. She smiles and nods at how the girl recognized her and her quirk. She then holds out her hand and a golden flame identical to Izumi's and no bigger than a dinner candle appears in the form of her old self in her hero uniform and walks over to Izumi, then disappears. Izumi is practically bouncing at this point. Am I gonna learn how to do that too? Izumi asks excitedly. She chuckles at this. She certainly has his drive, she thinks. Perhaps you might. It all depends on your quirk's capabilities, she says while realizing something. You never actually told me what your flames are called and its full capabilities, the woman asks when she realizes that. The child nods at this. Well, as you saw, I have golden flames that are extremely hot. I also have my green flames that both heal and re-energize me and others. It's a mixture of the flames I inherited from my father and my grandmother's healing quirk. I also have white flames that are really cold. It's also an inherited mixture between my flames and my great-grandmother's ice quirk. I then have my purple flames that have telekinetic properties that make them extremely flexible and can physically move things, and I can control them from afar. That's about it, she says. The woman is extremely curious about the capabilities of her quirk. It's quite versatile and extremely useful. I wonder if she's able to bend her other flames like she does her purple flame, she wonders. As she's about to ask, Izumi, sweetheart, who is this? A woman who looks a lot like Izumi asks. I look up and realize this must be her mother. I offer her a smile and she returns it. Mommy. She said she would offer to teach me how to use my quirk like she used to do in the past. Please, can she teach me? Please, please, please. Izumi begs. Inko is startled by the fact that in an hour Izumi finds a person willing to teach her. If she can teach you that, then I suppose so. Oh, I'm being rude, I haven't even asked your name yet. Hello, my name is Midoriya Inko, nice to meet you. She says with her hand held out. I take it and say, hello Ms. Midoriya, my name is Todoroki Kogen, nice to meet you. It seems we have much to discuss. By how her eyes grew big in horror, I knew that she knew exactly what we had to discuss. Nephew, what did you do to this poor woman? Kogen thinks as she continues to shake Inko's now trembling hands. After their meeting, Kogen went with them back home so they could talk in a less private area. On the way back there was an awkward silence as they wanted to talk without Izumi there. When they got back home, Inko told Izumi to go to her room so they could talk in private. Izumi went without asking because she was so excited for being able to get trained by a former pro. The two adults sit on either side of the coffee table. Her father is Enji. Am I right? Kogen asks. Inko looks at her with a hint of fear that she'll call Enji right now and he will take Izumi away. Weiss, what are you going to do? Asks Inko nervously. Kogen blinks a few times thinking. I'll have to tell him, Kogen says as Inko's breath hitches. But not for a while. Kogen says to Inko's slight confusion. But why wouldn't you just tell him now? Inko asks confused. Kogen shakes her head slowly. If I'm going to introduce them, then she'll have to be prepared. Enji has always been a stubborn fool even when he was young. This might actually be a chance where he can have a child that isn't just to end a one-sided grudge match with All Might. This might actually be a shot at getting the old Enji that's not just full of hatred back. But if she is introduced to the idea of having her father, that might distract her from training. It's too early in the game for that. I want her to get more comfortable with her new abilities and me before I do that. I'm worried that doing it too soon might push her away. She has got a lot of spirit and drive. I can practically feel it coming off of her. She has a lot of potential and I don't want to affect that. Also, does she have any after-school activities or programs she's in? Says Kogain. Inko is processing all of this and accepting that it's the best she's gonna get. At least she is gonna prepare her first. Inko thinks in satisfaction. Well, she doesn't have any after-school activities, but I just signed her up for karate lessons during the school week. Inko tells her. Kogain shakes her head at this. That will be unnecessary and a drag in her training with me. I'll train her in hand-to-hand combat in our training sessions. Kogain tells her simply. Inko's about to ask if she can, but Kogain holds up her hand and stops her. I know what you're about to ask, and yes, I can train her in hand-to-hand. Who do you think was the one to teach Enji how to fight? Kogain asks her. Inko is a little surprised but thinks it makes sense as she taught him how to use his flames as well, most likely. Kogain was also a pro hero at one point, so she would have known how to fight. Okay, I'll call the place later today and cancel the lessons. Inko tells her. Kogain nods. What time do you want to teach Izumi? Inko asks. Kogain looks at her, thinking once more. Every day after school she'll come to the training facility and I'll help her with her quirks and combat skills, she states simply. She then thinks on this a bit more. I would also like to take her to UA to meet one of my old friends who may be able to teach her how to best use her green flames. Kogain tells her. Inko is confused by who might be able to do that but nods anyway. Whatever will best prepare her for the future, Inko thinks. Oh, I would also like to give her a diet that best suits for building muscle. Being able to fight is fine and well, but she has to be able to actually be able to hurt her target. We will be doing some full body workouts to help increase full body strength. Kogain tells her while writing down a list of things she should get in. Her next shopping trip. Inko is a little surprised, but I suppose Izumi will need to be physically strong as well. After that they discuss a little more about scheduling and they exchange phone numbers. After that Kogain takes her leave and heads home. Inko calls Izumi into the living room so they can talk. So, what did you guys talk about? Izumi asks. Inko nods for her to take a seat. Inko tells her about the schedule they've laid out and that Izumi is going to have to take a diet to help build muscle. She also told her that Kogain is going to be teaching her hand-to-hand and that she cancelled her training sessions with the dojo. Izumi was fine with all of it if it meant she could train to optimal levels. My first step to becoming a hero, Izumi thinks with a smile. Today was Monday, the first day of my training, was what was going through Izumi's head all day at school. No one bothered to mess with her after that impressive feat of standing up to basically the whole class. Even her bullies have backed off for now, but she didn't think it would stay that way. Bakugo couldn't even look her in the eye. Serves him right. Maybe this will make him turn over a new leaf, she thinks hopefully. At the end of the school day, Izumi? Bakugo asks when everyone else is gone. She steels her nerves and looks at him with a look of slight annoyance. Yes, Bakugo, she says with little to no emotion. He bits his lip a bit at hearing her say his family name rather than Kaken. I'm sorry for the way I've been treating you. I know you probably don't believe me and I'm not asking for you to forgive me, but that I just wanted to tell you that you were right about me and I want to change, that I want to be a hero, he says to her nervously. He is shocked to see her smile. I forgive you, Kaken, she says as she walks away. He smiles at hearing her once again call him that name. At the training facility, Izumi took about 30 minutes to walk to the facility. She walked down the same path to the Fire Elementalist wing. She smiles and waves at some of the familiar faces she sees from the 2 days before. She walks back over to where she first met Kogain. She sees her there in a meditative pose with her eyes closed. Kogain-sensei, I'm here, she says as she walks toward her. Kogain hears her and opens her eyes. Izumi, just call me, Obasan, okay, she says to Izumi. She's a bit confused why she wants her to call her Annie, but nods anyway. I guess I do call Auntie Mitsuki, and even though we're not blood-related, Izumi reasons. Now I've had time to think over the schedule and we're going to start with basic uses of your flames and then brainstorm new ways of using them. After quirk exercises we are going to do a full body workout and then basic hand-to-hand. This will all get harder and more demanding the older and the stronger you get. So be prepared and make sure to strictly follow the diet I gave you and no sugar, she tells Izumi seriously. Izumi nods, having known the diet included very little sugary things. Okay, obeisance, she says. Kogen nods at this. Okay, now come over here and get into this pose, she instructs her to copy the meditative stance. Izumi does as she asks obediently. Kogen instructs her to hold out her hand and make a small flame that covers her hand. Izumi does that, then looks at her wondering what to do. I want you to keep producing that flame until you can't and you have to stop, she says as she holds up her phone that's timing how long she's been holding it. After about 3 minutes the flames die out and Izumi is panting. Kogen nods in satisfaction as it's better than most kids her age, especially considering she's barely had this power for a week. Okay, now I want you to hold out both your hands and do the same thing but on both hands, Kogen tells her. The girl nods and uses a bit of her green flames to re-energize her. Kogen looks at this but doesn't say anything. This time around she can only hold it for about a minute and a half. It seems the more you use your flames at a time, the shorter you can hold them, Kogen says, which isn't really a surprise as that is how it usually is. She then instructs her to do this with the rest of her flames. The white flames she can hold for about 2 minutes. The purple flames about 5 minutes, and the green flames only about 1 minute. She then instructs her to fire at the dummies with each of her flames and hold the stream as long as she can. She can use her golden flames for about 30 seconds before stopping. She can use her white flames for about 40 seconds and the purple flames for about a minute and a half. I want you to show me if you can use both your golden and white flames at once on either hand, she tells Izumi. Izumi tries but only gets one or the other and never both. It probably will take more practice for you to use both at once, she reasons. They keep at it for another hour, then Kogen tells her to stop and that they'll work on it tomorrow, but now they'll discuss possible techniques. They both sit down on the stone slab facing each other. Kogen pulls out a candle and puts it in between them. Now I want you to try and bend your golden flames like you do your purple flames, Kogen tells her. Izumi gets a bit excited at that idea and tries it. The first thing she notices is that it's a lot harder to move and control than the purple flames, but they eventually slither over to the candle and set it alight. Okay, now I want to see you use the same technique and manipulate your ice flames to put out the fire, Kogen instructs. She tries it and finds it a bit easier to manipulate and move. The green flames are only a little more difficult than the ice flames. That was good, but now I want to see if you can control other flames, she says as she lights the candle herself. Make the flame bigger or make it go out. Your pick, she says. Izumi focuses all her concentration on the tiny little flame, then she takes a deep breath and says, go out. The flame slowly dies down in about 5 seconds. Izumi releases a breath of satisfaction at doing it. Kogen has a grin on her face. It seems she's inherited our ability to speak with the flames, big sis. Kogen thinks with a slight grin. Okay, that's enough for brainstorming. Let's get some exercise, Kogen says with a maniac grin that makes Izumi a bit nervous. I was right to be nervous because I have never had to do so much physical activity in my life. We started out by jogging a mile around the facility and then doing even more cardio. We then did some core exercises and weights as well. Then ended it with a full body workout. I had to use my green flames quite a few times during the workout. Kogen noticed this and was a bit disappointed in either the fact that I had to use it or the fact I didn't pass out. I'm not sure which one. Okay, take a 15-minute break to cool off and do some stretches in order to loosen up. We're about to learn some rudimentary fighting techniques as well as how to take a hit, Kogen said. What she means by take a hit is to get mopped the floor with apparently. She didn't punch me or anything, but I definitely have a few new bruises that eventually healed up due to my flames naturally coming to my aid. This time she didn't give me a look of disappointment at using them. Probably because these were actual injuries rather than me just being tired. Okay, today was good and we made some progress with you. Remember to be here the same time tomorrow, Kogen said to Izumi. Izumi was excited and also dreading tomorrow. She was excited to work on her quirk again. She was dreading having to go through the workout and getting beat up again, but she knew it was necessary. Also on Saturday I'm taking you somewhere to meet an old friend of mine. Kogen tells her. Izumi is intrigued as to who she will meet but is willing to wait. Make sure to keep up with your studies as well. Your education is still very important. Kogen tells her as she drives her home. The rest of the school week is like that and I actually do make some progress. I'm able to fire my flames a few seconds longer as well as hold them longer as well. I've also gotten better at manipulating them and faster at moving them. The exercises are also getting slightly easier and I am not so out of breath as fast. In only a few short days I've made quite a bit of progress. Now it's Saturday and Obasan is taking me on a train somewhere. We get off the train and start walking for a few minutes and then we stop near a big gate. I start to look around and realize I recognize this gate. My eyes go big and I ask, is this Dash? UA Hero Academia? Yes, it is young Izumi. She says with a grin. I stare at it in awe and then the gate opens and a short old woman with a can walks out. I instantly recognize her. That's the youthful heroine Recovery Girl. I say in awe of such an inspirational hero. Recovery Girl smiles at me. So this is the girl you were talking about, Kogen. Recovery Girl says. I look up to see Obasan nod. Well, Kogen says you have quite the interesting spread of powers and one of them is healing. Am I right? Recovery Girl asks. I nod my head and hold out my hand that produces a green flame. She looks quite curious and turns for us to follow her. She takes us to her office where she motions for Kogen to sit down and me to follow her to her resting station. I walk in to see a few people there with minor injuries here and they're from training most likely. Recovery Girl leads me over to a girl who looks to be a third year. She's blonde and has a bloody nose from what looks to have been a spar. This is Yu Takayama. She is a third year who has a gigantification quirk. She was in a spar with one of her classmates and got a bloody nose from getting punched in the face. I want to see if you can heal it and stop the bleeding. Recovery Girl tells me. Wait, you're telling me you had me wait 5 minutes while my nose bleeds just to let some kid experiment on me? Takayama yells. Recovery Girl hits her over the head with her cane. What did I tell you about yelling in my office and you're not going to bleed out? It's your fault for even getting into that fight, so I don't even know why you're complaining, Recovery Girl says back. The girl looks back at me suspiciously and then gives a hesitant okay. I then light my hands on fire. She screams and jump back. Don't worry, the flames won't burn you. Look, they don't even give off heat. I tell her reassuringly. She still looks skeptical but she puts her hands near it and doesn't feel any heat. She resigns to just see what happens as her nose is bleeding more now due to the sudden movement. I hold up my hands and touch her nose with my hand and flame. She lets out a sigh of relief once the pain is gone and the blood stops flowing. Actually, she feels even better than when the fight she had began. She gives me a quizzical look after she's done wiping off all the blood. That's a strong healing quirk you got there, kid. I don't even feel tired like I normally would if Recovery Girl healed me. Thanks. She tells me as she signs out. Recovery Girl turns back towards me and looks as if she's studying me. She's right to say you have a strong healing quirk. Even when I use mine, it makes people tired and saps their energy. Yours seems to both heal and re-energize others as well as yourself from what I've been told. Tell me, does it make you tired after using it for long PRDS of time? Does it even take up any of your energy at all? Recovery Girl questions. It doesn't seem to take any energy to heal others, but I can only use so much of it at a time before I can create more. Although there was that one time, I say. What happened during that time? She asks me. Well, it was when I just discovered my powers and my hair had the green flames at the end and it lasted longer than when I intentionally try and hold it. I tell her. She nods and thinks on this a moment. Can you show me? She asks. And focus the flames on the tips of my hair and then they appear. We wait a while and they're still there. It seems it's a subconscious act on your part when it comes from your hair and is much easier to produce. I wonder if holding this for large amounts of time will help increase the amount of green flames you can consciously use, she theorizes. That makes my eyes go wide once more at the possibility. You know what that reminds me of, someone? Endeavor, yes, she says with a smile. I look at her in confusion and she sees this. I mean, we both have fire-based abilities, but what does us lighting our hair on fire mean? I wonder. You see, he once had a problem where he couldn't produce a lot of flames without the amount dwindling over time. He fixed this by catching his hair on fire, and by constantly having it on fire it expanded how much flames he could use. You see the similarity, she says. That makes sense why she thought it was so similar. Me and Endeavor, I should probably research him a bit more and see if I can copy any moves, she thinks. Izumi, that I would like you to show up every weekend to apprentice under me and gain some practical applications for you ability, okay? She asks me. I'm a bit shocked but nod my head viciously at the thought of being mentored by two former pro heroes. She laughs a bit and takes me back to Obasan, who is waiting patiently. So how'd it go? She asks as I walk in. It went quite well and I've taken an interest into her. I would like her to apprentice under me with the permission of her parents, that is. Recovery Girl asks. She notices how sad Izumi looks when she said, parents. Actually, she only has her mom, says Kogain in a tone that sounds as if she knows more. I nod and look back at the girl. A powerful fire quirk, no father, and Kogain knows something. She thinks suspiciously, then she notices something for the first time. Izumi's left eye. His eye, she thinks in understanding of the situation. Poor girl, no wonder Kogain has taken such an active role in training you. She's preparing you for not only your future as a hero but also from what Enji might do if he finds out about you. Recovery Girl realizes. She turns back to Kogain and gives her a look telling her she knows. She nods as if knowing she would. Recovery Girl sends them off. I best prepare the girl the best way I can, as well for what may happen, as well as for what she does after hero work. She thinks as she already begins to formulate what she'll teach Izumi. The day after meeting Recovery Girl, I am once again on my way to UA on the train. However, this time I am alone. I make it to the gates looking for a sort of intercom or button I can press in order to let someone know I'm outside. The gates open and out comes Recovery Girl with her cane. I'm glad you could make it, young Izumi. Come, there's much to discuss, Recovery Girl says. She then turns around and walks in with me, following closely behind. We eventually make it into her office. She turns around to face me. Okay, young Izumi, I will begin talking to you about how your green flames actually work and affect the body, Recovery Girl says simply. I'm a bit confused by what she means. But I thought they heal people and give them energy. I say confused. She chuckles and shakes her head. They do heal people and reinvigorate them, but how do they do that exactly? She asks me. I suddenly realize that I don't actually know what they do to a person other than what I've seen. I don't even know what they're doing. You see, your flames connect and interact with the cells of organic matter. They give energy to the cell and tell the cells to heal any wounds in the body. It's similar to what my quirk does, but the cells use up their own energy, but your flames are the energy that the cells use, so you don't have that problem. You even reinvigorate somebody because your flames are able to connect to the cells of someone's neural pathways and STMLT them. Theoretically speaking, you could also use your abilities on plants and make them grow how you like. Recovery Girl tells Izumi. She is shocked how her quirk allows her to connect to organic life forms in such a way. Your green flames, if properly mastered, could unlock a whole new understanding of how cells work. Not to mention how you could use this to heal practically any wound. However, you would need a vast understanding of cells and how the body is made in order to do very calculated manipulation. That is why I wanted to teach you, in order for you to better use the full capability of this aspect of your quirk. You hold lots of power that could quite literally make a blind man see again. I've discussed with some of my colleagues about your flames, and we've theorized that if you had enough precision you could send commands to different cells and organize them any way you want. You could also get feedback from the cells and could sense any anomalies in their body, such as internal bleeding to the common cold. I want to teach you as much as possible because after you're done being a hero, maybe even while you're a hero, you could save hundreds of lives with that power alone. Not to mention further research that we can't even fully study because we can't interact with the body like you could. Now I warn you that if you do want to embrace this field of study and help people, then you will have to study hard. You will need a high level of medical and cellular understanding in order to do anything worthwhile. Are you prepared? Recovery Girl states with utmost seriousness. Izumi just sits there trying to fully understand what Recovery Girl is saying. Izumi looks up at Recovery Girl. I'm ready, Recovery Girl, Izumi says. Recovery Girl smiles at this. Then let's get started, shall we? She says as she pulls up a PowerPoint that underlines the basics of cell theory. The entire time Recovery Girl is talking about this, Izumi is listening intently and taking notes on the most important parts. A few hours later. Well, that's enough for today's lessons, young Izumi, Recovery Girl says as she finishes her talk about the different functions of each organelle in the animal and plant cells. Izumi nods and stands up. Recovery Girl goes over to the side and pulls out 3 textbooks. One of them talks about plant and animal cells, another talks about neurological pathways and how the brain works, the last one talks about the human anatomy and how the organs work. Recovery Girl hands them to Izumi. I want you to have read all of these by the end of the next 3 months. Every month we will focus on a different one, but feel free to read the others as well, Recovery Girl tells her. Izumi nods and looks down at the books in dread. It's so long. I mean, I suppose I will have to know all of this if I'm going to save somebody with these powers, she reasons while becoming determined to get there as soon as possible. When Izumi gets home. Oh, hello, Izumi. How was meeting with Recovery Girl again? And what are those that you're holding? Inko asks as she looks at the huge books she sees her daughter carrying. Izumi smiles as her mom asks. Meeting with Recovery Girl was good. These are just my homework for the next 3 months. Izumi answers her mother. Inko's eyes grow big at this. Wait, she wants you to read all of those by the end of the next 3 months. Why? Inko says in complete shock. Izumi looks at her a little sheepishly. Well, Recovery Girl told me an in-depth analysis of my green flames and its capabilities. She also told me about all the career opportunities I'll have if I master it. But she said in order to do more worthwhile things I'll have to have an in-depth understanding of the human anatomy and how cells work. If I master these flames, then I can help hundreds if not thousands of people suffering from injuries doctors can't fix or illnesses there's no cure to. If I can even keep one person from suffering, then all of this will be worth it in the end. Izumi tells her mother passionately. Inko is surprised by the capabilities of her healing quirk. She also understands her being so passionate about wanting to help people that others can't. Inko nods in support. All right, but don't overwork yourself, Inko says, thinking about all of the training and studying Izumi has been doing recently. Izumi nods and smiles, then she looks like she's thinking, and then her hair catches on fire at the ends with green flames. Why did you do that? Inko asks her. To help with how much green fire I can produce. I'll need as much of it as possible in the future. Izumi tells her as she walked to her room. You truly are something else, little one, Inko thinks as she smiles. The next day, at school, Izumi used a bit of her green flames to energize herself. She made sure to hide it as well to make sure no one knows about her quirk. She studied the textbooks pretty late into the night, so she was pretty tired. It's the end of the day when this happens. Hey, Izumi, one of Kachin's former friends, asked me as everyone is gone. How come I'm always the last person to leave the room? Izumi wonders as she stares at the boy that can extend his fingers as well as his friend with the wings. Just because Bakugo is too much of a pansy now to bully you, that doesn't mean we are, he says with a slimy smile. Should I use my flames? Nah, if it comes to a fight, I'll just use the skills Kogain is teaching me. Izumi decides. Then he runs at me and is about to punch me. I step out of the way and stick my leg out. He trips and falls on his face. The one with the wings tries next, but I do the same thing and he falls too. I just grab my stuff and walk out at that point. They need to get a life, I think, in annoyance at them holding me up. At the facility, there you are. I was worried for a moment. Obasan says. I nod and smile. Sorry I got held up by 2 boys who tried to bully me. I tell her. Kogain's eyes narrow at this. What did you do to them? She asks, hoping I kick their butts. I grin at her. I just stepped out of the way and tripped them. I didn't even need to use what you've taught me to take down those idiots. I say. She responds with a grin of her own. We do our usual routine of practicing to increase the power of my flames, which includes shooting the dummies with my flames a lot and seeing how big I can make the fire streams. She then suddenly stops me in the middle of it and tells me to follow her. She leads me down to a wing of the facility where I see a ton of ice users practicing. Today I want you to talk to some of the people here and ask what techniques and skills they use with their ice and see if you can do it as well. Obasan tells me. I look around and see a few people making patterns of frost with their ice on the walls or in the water tubs they have around. I walk up to one person who seems to be making a replica of a snowflake in ice in his hand. Excuse me, how do you do that? I ask him. He looks at me a bit confused. He has white hair, pale skin, and light blue eyes and looks to be about 23 in a pair of black pants and a blue jacket. You mean make my ice into shapes? He asks me. I nod in confirmation and he smiles. Well, I just picture the shape of whatever I'm making and then start forming that thing in my hand using my ice. Now you try and make a snowflake. I nod and sit down. I then hold out my hand and cover it in white flame. He is a bit shocked to see white flames and is about to comment that I'm in the wrong wing until I start shaping it. The flames curl and start making ice that begins to look like a simple snowflake but isn't nearly as clean-cut or detailed as the boys. It then just hovers over her hand with them just staring at it. Do you have any other tricks you can show me? I ask. He grins and nods. He takes off his shoes and touches the floor where it then freezes over in a thin layer of ice that he slides on. He then takes me over to the dummies and fires off a few ice spike from his hand. Then he stomps his foot and an ice wall appears out of nowhere heading towards the dummy. I try throwing the ice spike but all that comes out is a few small ones that don't reach the dummy. I then tried the ice wall only to find a thin wall of weak ice that doesn't reach that far at all. I then started to pout in frustration. He sees this and smiles. Don't feel so bad. You're young and this is the first time you've tried it. When I first tried, I couldn't even make ice appear. All I got was a pile of snow smaller than your ice wall. You just need practice, he says in a cheery tone. I smile and we keep at it. This lasts for another hour and I manage to shoot an actual spike at the dummy. He showed me how to condense the ice to make strong ice creations. Kogain then walks over and tells me it's time to head back over to the Fire Elementalist wing. I say goodbye to the boy and he waves as I walked off. We make it back to our usual stone slab. So now that you've learned some new things about you ice powers, can you brainstorm any new stuff you would like to work on and try out? She asks me. I think for a moment then remember that I'm studying to use my green flames in a very precise way. Similar to how I was trying to condense and focus on making something detailed with my ice. I would like to know how to use my green flames in a very condensed and thin way, so I can affect minor things when using them. Izumi says. Kogain's eyes widen a bit but remember how Recovery Girl told her about Izumi agreeing to study in order to learn how to use her healing abilities in a precise manner. Kogain smiles at the girl's determination. How about you focus on making a thin line of green flame? She suggests. Izumi nods then holds out her hand. The green flame covers her hand but eventually condenses into a string of flame about as thin as yarn. Not as thin as Izumi would have liked, but she can't get any thinner at the moment. Okay, now try making more on that hand. Kogain says. Another one slowly forms but that's about all Izumi can do at the moment. Well, it seems we will have to work on how thin you can make it and the amount as well. Kogain says. Izumi looks down at the little tendrils whisking around. It's a start, Izumi thinks with a smile. The rest of the day continues as usual. So does the rest of the week. Every day she trains hard and then studies all she can about her classes and about her medical knowledge. She is also starting to train in using her ice constructs and making them more detailed. She practices at home by making ice snowflakes. She practices on making them more dense and making them more detailed. The next couple of weeks are the exact same with her trying her best to increase her strength both quirk-wise and physically. She's also noticed that the workouts have become less straining and she feels stronger than she did before. She has noticeably slimmed down a little bit and gained some muscle along the way. She's also noticed her mom not eating as much and has eaten more healthy food. A few more weeks pass and it's almost the end of the month. She had just finished some extra training after her daily training with Kogain. She was heading out when she hears what sounds to be wind moving really fast. She heads in the direction of what she thinks is the Wind Elementalist's wing. She walks in to see a boy no older than her shooting wind at a dummy. He seems really excited about it and then turns to a group of about 3 older boys around the age of he then asks them if they thought that was passionate enough. Weird question, but okay, she thinks. Her curiosity quenched, she turns to walk away. Yeah, that was pretty lame, not to mention weak, one of the older boys said. She stops dead in her tracks and turns back around with a deadly look in her eyes as she starts to walk toward them. Yeah, you're super lame, always talking about passion and whatnot. Geez, get a life. Another one says, and they don't even notice Izumi glaring daggers into the sides of their heads. The poor boy getting picked on for just trying to ask for their opinion is almost crying as he looks away in shame. Yeah, cry just like the worthless piece of garbage you are. The one that first started teasing him said, in fact, let's teach you a lesson right now. He says as he and his friends raise their hands about to hit him with wind attacks. The boy is looking at them in terror and disbelief. They swing to hit him. Stop, Izumi screams as she sends an ice wall to intercept their attacks. Their wind hits the ice wall and they stumble back in order to avoid getting hit with it. They turn to look at a green-haired girl with a dangerous look in her eyes. They boys get up and face the girl who's standing in front of their target with her hands spread either side of her, shielding him. The boys laugh. What are you gonna do, little girl? The boy says as they raise their hands once more. Idiots, she thinks as her hands produce a purple flame that she swipes in front of her and the flames launch themselves at the bullies, launching them back a few feet and onto the ground. Leave now. She yells at them. They're scrambling to their feet, running away. She takes a minute to calm her anger, then looks at the giant ice wall she made that is comparable to the one the boy who taught her to make them made. I've never been able to make one that big before, she thinks happily. She then remembers there's a trembling boy behind her and turns around to see him looking up at her on the ground with a mixture of fear, awe, and hate at something that's not there. Okay, weird, she thinks. Are you okay? She asks him, holding out her hand to him. This seems to startle him out of the trance he's in as he suddenly jolts a bit and focuses on her. What's your name? Izumi asks. My name is Yorashi Inasa. Inasa says, looking at her in confusion. Where did that look go? He thinks as he looks at her kind face. Looked so much like Endeavor's, he thinks. Inasa POV. It was just a normal day. I had woken up, gotten ready for school, and ate breakfast. I went to school and then went to train my quirk. I had been practicing a new move where I shoot a whirlwind blast at a target. I had done it successfully and hit the target. I then turned around extremely happy at being able to do it. Hey, did you think that was passionate enough? I asked the group of older boys. They look at me weirdly. Yeah, that was pretty lame, not to mention weak, one of the older boys said. My smile fades after hearing that and I look away. My special move is lame, I think sadly. Yeah, you're super lame, always talking about passion and whatnot. Geez, get a life. Another one says. I'm almost crying at this point. Yeah, cry just like the worthless piece of garbage you are. The one that first started teasing him said, I'm tearing up at this. In fact, let's teach you a lesson right now. He says as he and his friends raise their hands about to hit him with wind attacks. I look up at them in disbelief that they would actually do something like that. But I can't not believe it for much longer as their hands come down. Stop, I hear a girl's voice say as a giant ice wall appears out of nowhere. I stumble back and fall on the floor in surprise. The bullies do as well but stand back up as the girl stands in front of me with her arms raised in a shielding motion. I look up to see the face of the one who saved me. I freeze at seeing her eyes. They're so full of hate, it's just like him, I think, as I vaguely register the bullies arguing with her. She then shoots purple flames from her hands that don't burn the bullies but they do launch them back. She's a fire user too. Are all of them that way? So full of unquenchable hate and anger. But why is she saving me then? Does she want to be a hero? But heroes shouldn't have that look in their eyes. Inasa starts to spiral into his own thoughts, not even registering that she's looking at him. Are you okay? She asks him as she is holding out her hand to him. This startles him and he looks at her clearly. What's your name? She asks him. My name is Yorashi Inasa. Inasa says, looking at her in confusion. Where did that look go? He thinks as he looks at her kind face. It looked so much like endeavors he thinks. Well, are you okay? She asks with a look of concern. Yes, I feel fine, thank you, he says. She gives him the most dazzling smile he's ever seen. He's still confused where all of her anger went. Here, let me help you up, she says as she pulls him up with surprising strength for a girl as small as she is. Well, she's not really that small, I'm just really big for my age. Inasa remembers. She's actually pretty tall for most girls our age. Inasa is still considering asking her why she was so mad and decides to just do it. I'm wondering why you looked so angry when you were looking at those boys? And why don't you still look like that now? He asks her bluntly. She's surprised but thinks on this a bit. Well, I was mad because I hate bullies with a passion. I don't really have a reason to be mad at you, so that's why I'm not mad now. She tells him. Hate with passion? He thinks with confusion. That's a thing, he wonders. Anyway, my name's Midoriya Izumi. Nice to meet you, she says while smiling at him again and also bowing slightly. He smiles a bit. I suppose it's okay to hate something as long as they're bad things. He thinks in satisfaction. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Sorry you had to save me, he says to her in apology. Midoriya laughs at this. I didn't have to, I wanted to, she tells him. He smiles at this. She then perks up and holds her hand out. White flames come from it and they start forming ice into an ice snowflake. She then hands it to me. Well, it was nice to meet you, Yurashi-kun, Izumi says as she walks away. It was nice to meet you as well, Midoriya-chan. Inasa yells back. I'll try and see her again tomorrow. Maybe we can be friends. Inasa thinks excitedly. The next day, Inasa was very excited to see that girl again. When he got to the training facility, he thought of what wing she might be in. Well, she had those purple flames, so fire it is. Wait, but she also summoned an ice wall? I'll check both. Inasa thinks as he walks toward the ice wing first as it's closer. He walks in and sees a few people creating ice and manipulating the temperature. So cool. But she isn't here, he thinks. He then sees a white-haired boy making snowflakes out of ice. Just like she did yesterday, he thinks. He then walks up to the boy. Hello. Do you know where I can find a girl with green hair, green and blue eyes and white flames? He asks him. The white-haired boy perks up at hearing that description. Yeah, she's in the fire wing, he tells Inasa. Inasa nods and waves as he runs towards the fire wing. When he gets there, he looks around and sees her lifting weights with her purple flames. It looks like she is a bit strained from doing it. I wonder if it's the amount of weight or the span of time that's taking the bigger toll? Inasa wonders. He walks up to her when she puts the weights down. Hello there, Midoriya-chan, he says to her. She turns to face him a little startled. Oh, hello, Yurashi-kun. Why are you here? She asks out of curiosity. I was wondering if when you're done you would like to hang out, he says to her. She's surprised because no one has ever asked her to hang out before. Okay, I'll find you after I'm done, Izumi tells Inasa. Inasa nods and goes away to practice. A few hours later he finishes and Izumi walks into the Wind Elementalist wing. She looked around and spotted me. Hello, Yurashi-kun, Izumi says to me. I turn to her. Hello, Midoriya-chan, and you can just call me Inasa. Inasa tells her. She smiles at me. Then you can just call me Izumi. Izumi says. Now what did you have in mind for hanging out? She asks in curiosity. Inasa thinks for a moment then. Smiles a bit more. There's a park not too far from here. We can go there. Inasa tells Izumi. Izumi nods in approval of that idea. On their way to the park they talked about what they like and what they do in their off time. They make it to the park in about 15 minutes and sit down on a bench near the pond. So what's your quirk, Inasa? Izumi asks. I look at her and grow ecstatic. My quirk is called Whirlwind. It allows me to control the air around me and make whirlwinds with it and make very calculated adjustments to the airflow. I say to her. She looks impressed but not shocked, so I'm guessing she was watching me use it yesterday. What's your quirk, Izumi? I ask in curiosity. She looks at me as if debating. It doesn't have a name yet because the doctor has been really busy lately and we couldn't make the appointment. But basically I have a fire-based quirk that has different flames that do different things. My golden flames are really hot and are the hardest to control. I have white flames that are really cold and allow me to make ice and manipulate the ice I make. I have green flames that are a bit complicated, but basically they interact with the cells of living organisms and can heal injuries. Last but not least, my purple flames that you saw yesterday. They have psionic properties that allow them to move and interact with solid matter. They're the easiest to create and shape. Izumi tells him in a simplified version. She's so cool. I think in an amazed tone at the versatility of her quirks. Wow, your quirk sounds really strong. It has so many uses too. I say to her. She nods but gives me a grim look. While it is quite versatile, and don't get me wrong, it is strong, but, she says to him. He looks at her in confusion. But there's also a lot of hurdles that I'm having to overcome. Like, my golden flames are hotter than most fire users' flames, but I can't make a big blast of it right now. I can only make a stream no bigger than a basketball. While some fire users can cover an entire wall in flames. And with my ice wall I can only make it so big. Yesterday was the biggest ice wall I've ever been able to make. The wall was only like 7 feet tall and barely a foot in width. I have to concentrate a lot in order to make it as dense as I can. It's why I practice making snowflakes. Also with my healing flames, to do anything more than heal basic injuries and cure fatigue, I would need to have a lot of knowledge on how to fix serious injuries. It's why I've been studying a lot on cell theory and human anatomy. Do you see why it's so difficult to call my quirk strong? It has a lot of potential and uses, but I need more raw power and control to do anything helpful with it. Izumi tells him. He has to think on this a moment. His power has always made it easy for him to manipulate it and the currents around him. He practices every day mostly on trying to control the raw power of the winds. He doesn't have a problem making the winds strong, so he has a hard time imagining others having to put extreme work into increasing their strength. But from the way she was talking about it, he can tell that it's not a walk in the park. If his quirk didn't already make it easy to feel what's going on in his whirlwinds, then well, I don't really know how I would ever get to the point I want to achieve. I look up at her and nod in understanding of her situation and why she trains so hard. She sighs a bit at getting that off her chest. Yeah, that sounds like a hard quirk to master. Can I see it? I ask. She nods with a slight smile. She then walks over to the pond and checks to make sure there's no fish in it. She then takes off her shoes and puts it near the bench. She taps the pond's surface with her foot and it freezes over down to the bottom. She then starts skating in circles on the ice a lot more gracefully than I could. She then comes back over to me. How was that display of my quirk? She asks me. It was really cool. Can you show me those gold flames you were talking about? I ask her. She nods and extends her hand towards the pond once more. Her hands quickly start to spew golden flames that start to thaw the pond out. I stare at the beautiful flames in wonder. She stops once the pond is fully thawed and the water is boiling a bit. Can I see the purple flames again? I ask again at wanting to see what she can really do with them. She nods and holds out her hand, but this time at me. Purple tendrils shoot out and wrap around my torso. They aren't hot and feel like they're griping me firmly, but not enough to hurt me. She then starts lifting me off of the ground with her flames. She stops about 20 feet off of the ground, then brings me back down. Okay, what about you green flames? Although I guess you don't have any injuries to heal though. He says in disappointment. She looks as if she's deciding something, then looks around at a tree that isn't flowering unlike the ones around it. I haven't tried this before, but it's worth a shot, Izumi thinks as she walks towards the tree. She extends her hands towards the tree and shoots green flames at it. Inasa notices them going into the tree. A few moments later, Inasa sees the green flames glow from within the tree and spread to the branches. The buds quickly start to flower as the green energy comes in contact with them. Izumi stops producing the flames as soon as all the flowers are done sprouting. Inasa stares at the pretty flowers the tree produced. That's so cool, I say as I stare back at her. I then see that there's green flames on the ends of her hair. Your hair's on fire, Izumi. I tell her. She takes one of her locks and sees that I'm right. Yeah, that happens when I use my green flames. I usually keep my hair like this during training so it helps increase the amount of green flames I can produce. It's just naturally started to happen as I use my green flames more often. It even is starting to happen when I use my other flames as well. She tells me while looking back up at me. Well, it's getting late, so we should probably head back to our homes. Let's exchange numbers though. Do you have a phone? She says to me. I nod and take out my phone as we exchange our numbers. It was nice to see you again, Inesa. Maybe we can do this again sometime? She says while heading off in the direction of her house. Maybe. See you again, Izumi, I say while walking back towards my house. I hope so. I couldn't help but think at seeing her retreating form. Every day after training, me and Inesa would head to the park to hang out. At first, Mom would ask about where I was going after training sessions. I told her about Inesa and she was happy about me making friends. Although when she heard about us hanging out, she had a look that suggested something else, but I didn't know what, so I'm ignoring it. We had finally managed to book another appointment with the doctor to get my Quirk registered. It is Thursday and the appointment is on Saturday, so I still have time to come up with a name. At first I thought something along the line of Rainbow Fire, but just no. Then there was Prism Fire, but that one didn't seem right either. Currently I was on my way to the park with Inesa. We're going to be comparing quirks today and seeing if we can combine them to make extra strong moves. We get there and then we sit down at our bench. So, Izumi, I was thinking that maybe we could both blast a single target at the same time to make the attack even more powerful. Inesa tells me, Inesa, that wouldn't work. My flames would push away your fire and vice versa. I would have to make my flames and you would have to make the wind carry them in order to do what you're suggesting. Plus, you don't have the greatest aim yet and your power's already volatile, so it wouldn't be safe. I tell him. He looks a little sad but nods. Hey Izumi, how's your ice manipulation coming? Inesa asks. I looked at him and hold out my hand. White flames come out and starts to shape a 3-foot-long rudimentary sword. It doesn't look that impressive because it's so dull, but it is bigger than what her usual ice constructs are. She is a bit tired from making something so big with that much precision. Looks like I'll have to work on my stamina more, I think, annoyed. Wow, is that a sword? Inesa asks while looking at me standing up with it in both my hands. Yes, it is. I want to learn how to fight with a sword. It'll be my main weapon in the future. I tell him. I had been thinking about this ever since I learned about my ice creations, but wanted to wait till I could make a sword. Can you light your hair on golden fire and the sword in white fire? Inesa asks me. I nod but am confused by how specific that question was. My hair soon is a golden afterglow behind me from where Inesa is sitting and the sword's blade is covered in white flame. Wow, just like an angel. Inesa says in awe. I look at him confused. He sees this. My mom told me stories of the Christian religion. In the story of Adam and Eve, there's an angel that protects the garden from trespassers. The angel wields a flaming sword. That's why I asked you to light your sword on fire. Now you look like a guardian angel. You can even heal people with your powers, so it's extra angelic. Inesa tells Izumi. Like an angel? I'll come back to that later, Izumi thinks. Soda, what's that? Inesa asks in confusion at me pulling out a book. I look up at him. Beginners to Botany. I tell him. He looks at me confused. What's botany? Inesa asks, not knowing what that is. I smile at his confusion. Botany is the study of plants, Inesa. I tell him. Ever since I used my powers on the tree, I had started studying a bit of botany in my free time. The different types of plants I've researched and what they can do are quite interesting. Why do you have a book on plants? Inesa asks, still confused as to why I would be studying them. I laugh a bit at this. I just want to further what I know about plants so I can better utilize them and figure out their properties. I tell Inesa. He nods and I read as he continues to throw ideas at me for combo moves. I tell him a few are good but most either won't work or are too volatile at the moment. I write them all down on my journal that I use to keep notes on my own powers. I still write down in my hero notes about different heroes that I find interesting. I've recently been taking a lot of notes on Endeavor and his techniques. I've even tried a few of his ultimate moves, but they don't even compare to his raw power. Whenever I mention Endeavor, Inasa gets this look in his eyes that I don't like. I try not to mention him around Inasa now. Inasa eventually stops spewing ideas and we part ways to go home. I make it home and start studying like I usually do. I then remember what Inasa said earlier. Like an angel, I started looking up things about angels. I see lots of ancient biblical depictions of angels. One story in particular catches my eye. The story of Lucifer, the angel of the morning star. He was once considered an angel and the older brother of Jesus but fell from the heavens and became a fallen angel. He then went on to be the ruler of hell and referred to as the devil or Satan. These stories caught my interest for the next couple of hours. I came upon a word that was mentioned a few times in the stories I was reading and was used to reference an angel a couple of times. What does celestial mean, I wonder? I look it up and get a few simple interpretations of it. Positioned in or relating to the sky or outer space as observed in astronomy. Belonging or relating to heaven. Supremely overall good are the descriptions I get. Celestial HUD, I like it. I think in curiosity of the new word that seems to draw me in. Saturday. We pull into the doctor's office and wait to be called in. We get called and make our way down to the familiar office. The doctor said we wouldn't be doing anything with x-rays on my foot to figure out if I still had the pinky toe joint. We sit down and he stares at us once more. It's nice to have you back, Mrs. Midoriya and Izumi, he says with his usual smile. It's good to be back, doctor. Now you told me you canceled the x-ray. Why? My mother asked in a confused tone. He nodded a bit grimly at this. Yes, well, you see, we did a bit of an investigation on what may have gone wrong. We found out that the x-ray that we received in your profile wasn't actually yours at all. One of our old nurses who we fired for being a bit unstable had switched yours for another girl's x-ray. The girl she switched yours out with was around your age and happened to be the nurse's niece. The girl's parents had noticed that their daughter had not developed a quirk unlike the rest of her classmates. So they brought her in to have her tested the same day you were. The nurse worked in the X-ray and quirk registry division. She didn't want her niece to feel sad about not having a quirk, so she switched your X-ray with the girls and fudged the information a bit. We ended up believing the information at the time and told the girl she's just a late bloomer. We have contacted her and informed them of this predicament. That's why I canceled the x-ray. The doctor tells them. We nod at the information we just got thrown. Inko was furious that a woman would do that to her daughter. Not to mention the nurse giving her own niece false hope like that. Izumi felt bad for the girl that had to learn she would never be getting the quirk she'd been waiting years for. Anyway, I need Izumi to follow me back to the training room to test out how her quirk has improved in the last month. From what your mother's been telling me, you've been training quite a bit at the facility I mentioned, haven't you? He tells me. I smile and nod at that. You have no idea, I think silently. We get up and head to the training room. He asks me to do the same simple exercises that I did last time. I do, and he's surprised by the amount of improvement I've made in barely a month. My golden flames have increased a few degrees over the course of the month and have increased in accuracy and power quite a bit. He also tells me that they cover more of the dummy than they did last time. I smile a bit at this because I've worked really hard on covering more area with a single blast and with my streams. I showed him my ice constructs by making a 5-foot tall, 10-foot long and 1-foot in width wall of ice. I then freeze the floor and make a few ice snowflakes, then hit the dummy with an ice blast. My white flames have also decreased in a few degrees over my time of training. Next is my purple flames that can lift over 100 pounds more than they could last time. He was also impressed by the amount of purple flames I could summon at a time. Next is my green flames, and I take a sunflower seed out of my pocket and send a tendril at it from a few feet away and watch it grow. The doctor records this and is surprised to see this work on plants, as I hadn't known the last time we met. The kid's progress is unreal. The amount of control that she's gained in this last month is almost unheard of. Just what is she? The doctor thinks. Okay, well, all that's covered. I would like you and your mother to head back up to my office now. He tells me. I nod and go over to the parents' waiting room. Mom, the doctor wants us to go up to his room and wait for him. I tell her. She nods and gets up to walk there. We enter and wait for him to get back. He does in a few minutes and smiles at us. Well, it seems you weren't kidding when you talked about all the progress she made during these past few weeks. The results for her progress in such a short time are almost unmatched. I can't wait to see how strong she'll be in a few more years. Now everything is almost done, we just need to name your quirk. Do you have any ideas about this, Izumi? The doctor says to me and Mom. I nod with a grin. I had thought a bit more since talking to Anasa and think I've come up with a good name for it. I look up at him. I think I'll call it. A few minutes later, well, everything's in order. I'll have this updated with your quirk's new name, and I think it's quite an interesting word choice, Izumi. I like it. The doctor says as we head out. I thought the name you picked was lovely as well, Izumi. I hadn't been expecting the first part of it, but the second was a bit of a give-in. Inko tells her daughter. She looks up at her mother and smiles. I thought Celestial Flame went well with how I want to use my quirk, Izumi tells her. Overall good, Izumi thinks as she continues to smile at the name choice. It's been about 3 months since I've started my training with Obasan. We have been doing more training in increasing the power of my golden flames, my purple flames, as well as my white flames. When it comes to my green flames, we have been focusing on increasing the reservoir of green flames I can produce as well as making it thinner and making more. I've learned that if I create a tendril of green flames on each finger, it's easier to control and I can produce more. I've also been working on the durability and precision of my ice constructs. I can make ice swords appear faster now, and it's a little less draining to where I can make 2 before stopping. My ice walls have also gotten bigger to where I'm almost making them as big as the one I used to save in Asa. Speaking of him, we've continued to hang out and it's been pretty fun. We're even going to go hang out in the city for the first time soon. Today is Saturday, so I'm with Recovery Girl learning about the different parts of the human brain and what they control in the body. Well, it seems we finished the textbooks. Well done, young Izumi. There's even someone who would like to meet you. Recovery Girl tells me. I look at her in confusion as to who would want to meet me. Perhaps one of her colleagues she's been telling me about. I theorize. What I wasn't expecting was, why hello there? I hear a voice say. I look around for where it came from in the room but don't see anyone. Down here. The voice says cheerfully. I look down to see that mouse.bear.dog thing. Hi. Who are you? I ask him. He gives me a creepy smile that I'm not sure was supposed to be comforting. I am Nizu, the principal of this fine establishment. Who are you? He asks me, but I know that he knows. I'm Midoriya Izumi. I tell him. He nods and looks back at me. What is your quirk, young Izumi? He seemed to genuinely not know. Because if you're being tutored by Recovery Girl, then I would assume you have quite the impressive healing quirk, am I right? He tells me. I nod in confirmation. I'm assuming you're going to try and get into the support hero course here at UA. Am I right? Yes. I shake my head and simply say, no. He looks a bit confused at this, so I explain. I'm actually going for the regular hero course when I'm old enough. I tell him. He looks neutral at this. You do know that healing quirks aren't exactly the most sought-after abilities for fighting villains. Correct. He asks me. I nod and give him a grin. Who says I can only heal with my quirk? I ask him with a grin. He perks up at this and returns my grin with one of his own. Very well, let's see what you can do. He tells me. I nod, excited to show off my power to someone. Me and Recovery Girl followed after him to the ASJ building. We went to the center of the building with several different fake rescue zones. Nizu turns around. Well, let's see what all the hubbub is about. Nizu asks. I nod and walk toward the flood zone. I touch the water and use as much white flames as possible, which freezes over the entire lake but doesn't go that far under the surface. Oh my, that's quite the strong ice quirk you've got there, he says. I turn back to him and summon more flames. He watches as I make a full-length sword that floats above my hand. Quite the exquisite ice manipulation you have there. You're even able to move it and make it float after it's been made. That is quite the strong ice quirk. Is that all? Nizu says to Izumi. No. You see, I have different flames that do different things. Would you like me to explain what the different flames do? I tell the principal. He thinks on this a moment then claps. No, I think I'll wait to the end to ask. I want to guess first. Nizu says to Izumi. She nods and turns back to the pond. Her hands catch on fire with golden flames and points them at the pond. She then fires a stream of fire at the pond and Nizu watches in amazement at the heat it's giving off and how easily it melts through the ice covering the pond. Even though the stream seems to be a bit small, there's still plenty of power behind it. It reminds me of someone else's flames, but I can't put my finger on it. Nizu thinks while looking at her melt the frozen lake. By the time she's done, she's panting from the amount of energy she just used. But after a few seconds, she stands up straight and summons a purple flame that shapes into a giant claw. She then sends it towards the ruble zone and picks up a boulder, then crushes it with her claws. Nizu is standing there fascinated by the purple flame's strength and reach. Well, that's all my flames I can use for fighting at least. Izumi tells Nizu. Nizu looks at her. You said, for fighting, what about not for fighting? Nizu says. Izumi looks at him. Well, that would be my green healing flames that I'm being taught how to apply to medical procedures. I tell him. So show me. He says. I nod and look over at the shrubbery near the ruble zone. I then send out a wave of green flames towards it. Once the flames reach it, they go into the plants. Moments later, the shrubs start to grow and spread and stop at about 3 times their original size. Nizu is fascinated by the flames that didn't hurt nature but healed it. He then looked back at Izumi and noticed it. Her hair, just like his in a way. Nizu thinks upon seeing her hair alight with green flames on the ends. Nizu then looks up at Recovery Girl and she nods. She knows too. Was she told, or did she figure it out just like me? Nizu wonders. He then looks back at Izumi, whose hair is no longer on fire. She most likely figured it out. She's one of the smartest humans I know, Nizu decides. Well, that's about it. Izumi tells them as she walks back over. That was delightful and truly a wonderful experience to witness. I can very well see you being a future hero course student. Now you can head home for the day. There are some things I would like to discuss with Recovery Girl in private. Nizu says cheerfully to Izumi. She nods and runs off to collect her things. Nizu waits till he can't see or hear her anymore to turn back to Recovery Girl. She's Enji's daughter, isn't she? He says in a somber tone. She sighs. Yes, and it seems for such a big secret that everyone that's met either of them can see the resemblance. She grumbles. Nizu nods in agreement that it is quite obvious if you think about it. Especially if her hair lighting on fire has become a common thing for her to do, Nizu thinks. You won't tell him, will you, Nizu? She asks him. He shakes his head. It's not my secret to tell. Although I would suggest telling him sooner rather than later. The longer the amount of time we keep her a secret, the angrier he may be when he finds out. Nizu states to her. Yes, Kogen and her mother want to wait till she's strong enough to defend herself. If he finds out about her, he may demand she come live with him and start training her himself. We all know what he does to his poor boy. I would hate to think he would do the same to her, but I don't really doubt it. Only time will tell. Who knows, he may not even react as badly as they think. He'll definitely be mad, but not dangerously so. I should probably get Kogen to go visit him a bit more so she can see what situation the family is in before throwing this on them. Recovery Girl tells Nizu. He nods, thinking that's probably a good idea. Well, I have some paperwork to do, so I'll be on my way. Nizu says while walking back to his office. Recovery Girl watches as he stalks away to go do his work, as she then also heads back to her office. I can only pray you make the right choices, Enji. For her sake at least, she thinks on her way. When Izumi gets back home. Mom, I'm home. I say. Hello, Izumi. How was today's lessons? Mom asked. I smile at this. Today I got to meet Principal Nizu during my lessons. I tell her. She perks up at hearing this. What was he like? Mom asks me out of curiosity. I think for a moment. Well, he was at a bear.mouse.dog thing and he wore a suit. He seemed goofy at times, but he also seems really smart. I don't know what his quirk is though. I told Mom. She nods at this. She then remembers something. Izumi, what do you want for your birthday next month? Inko asks her. Izumi thinks on this a moment. I'm not sure, maybe a new botany book and a plant to practice on would be nice. I tell her. She nods and laughs a bit that I would spend a gift on a plant and study material. Mom, can I invite Inesa to my party? Izumi asks Inko. Inko smiles. Of course you can, sweetie. Inko tells her. Inko had always been sad that her daughter never had any friends to invite to her parties. Now that Izumi does though, she's very relieved and hopes she can invite over Kogain for the party. They had started to become friends and Kogain often came over to talk about Izumi and her progress. Izumi smiles and they talk until it's time to make dinner. With Recovery Girl. I had just gotten off from work and headed home. I then remembered what I was talking to Nizu about earlier and got my phone. I hit Kogain contact on my phone and wait for her to pick up. Yes, Recovery Girl? Kogain asks, confused as to why she's calling her so late. Kogain, I think it would be best for you to start visiting your nephew's family and learn about their dynamic. If you're going to introduce them to Izumi, then you should get a feel for the at-home situation before springing her on them. I tell her. She considers this for a moment. She did miss her grandnephews and niece. She's tried her best to keep up with their lives, but NG isn't a very reliable source as he doesn't really pay them any mind. She will usually call NG once or twice a month to check in, but she hasn't been on the residence for quite a while. Okay, I'll visit them tomorrow and come over there more often so that when they learn about Izumi I can act as a mediator for any unforeseen tension. She tells Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl is happy about this and they talk for a little while. Oh, also Recovery Girl, are you going to come to Izumi's birthday next month? Inko called me a while ago and asked me to ask you if you would come. Kogain asks me. I think for a second. I'll make some time to drop by and see her. I say. She accepts this and we talk for a little longer, then we both hang up. With Kogain. Visiting my nephew, that will be interesting, Kogain thinks as she heads off to bed. I hope it isn't as bad as I think it is. Thinks. Kogain POV. I get to see my nephew and his children today, well shit, let's get this over with. I roll out of bed and get ready. I take a nice shower and cook some breakfast. I throw on one of my tracksuits and head over to the table. While I have the time to eat, I think about how I should approach this. Should I tell him I'm coming? No, if he knows then he'll prepare to seem normal most likely. I want to see him genuinely act around the children before I make myself known. I decide as I finish breakfast. I head to get my things before heading to the train. The ride there was normal and the walk to the property was casual. Once I got to the massive property, I rung the doorbell and waited. A few seconds later, I hear some rustling from behind the door and it opens. I see Fuyumi, who's in casual clothes and looks like she's anxious about something. She looks surprised that I'm visiting, not that I blame her as I myself am surprised. She then smiles at me. Hello, Obasan. What are you doing here? Fuyumi asks me in confusion as she can't remember anything special that's supposed to happen today. I came over to see your father and how things were going along, so don't tell him I'm here just yet. Anyway, where is he? I ask Fuyumi. She starts to bit her lip a little after hearing me ask about how things were going and even more after where he is. My eyes narrowed at this. Is everything all right? I said with a sneaking suspicion. She looked away and started walking into the house, beckoning for me to follow. I followed her and started to hear something. As I got closer, I realized what it was. Training, I think, but also couldn't help but associate what I'm hearing with torturing. We walk to what seems like a sparring training area where I see my nephew tossing his 10-year-old son around like a rag doll. He walks up to the poor boy saying something along the lines of, "Get up, brat." He shoots a fire blast near the child and that scares him enough to start running to the other side of the dojo. He's trying to avoid getting hit by his father, I think angrily. This isn't training. Think. NG soon starts shooting again and then little Shoto trips trying to run away from it. He shoots another one and this one will definitely hit Shoto. Stop, I say, and the flames coming towards Shoto disperse and so do the flames covering NG. NG looks around confused as to why he couldn't produce any more flames, thinking that Eraserhead might be here. He then spots me with a murderous look in my eyes that are aimed right at him. He gulps a bit. "Oh, Basin-sensei, what are you doing?" he dash. I cut him off by sucker punching him in the gut, sending him across the room. Now normally someone of my stature punching him wouldn't even faze him because he's huge, but when the punch comes from me and is powered by flames, then it hurts. He looks up groggy from his spot on the floor, not having been hit that hard since his last fight with All Might. That wasn't training, you twat. That was child abuse. If I ever see anything like that again, then you're going to be praying All Might comes to save you. I yell at him as he nods at me vigorously, knowing full well I will uphold that promise. I nod, then turn to look at young Shoto, who's being tended to by Fuyumi. Fuyumi, take the boy inside. I want to talk to your father for a moment. I tell her. She nods and picks up Shoto, then takes him to their at-home infirmary area. I turn back to Enji with a glare. I then point to a meditation cushion. Sit there now. I tell him. He scrambles up to go sit on it, however he's a bit slow as he's nursing his ribs. He sits down and I sit down a few feet away on another cushion facing him. We stare at each other for a minute, with me studying him and him looking worried that at any moment I might snap again. Why? I ask coldly. He looks at me confused. Why what? He asks me, confused as to what I'm asking. I sigh at his stupidity. Why did you hurt the boy like that, dumbass? I yell a little at this. He looks as if this shocks him. It's the same way you trained me, he says defensively, but doesn't yell because he knows that would hurt his bruised ribs. I sigh at both the stupidity of that comparison and the inaccuracy. First of all, I never trained you nearly as harshly as you were training him. I pushed you to your limits, and yeah, you got some scraps and bruises here and there, but I never beat you on the ground like a practice dummy. Secondly, you were 14 when I started training you in combat, so you were much bigger and durable than a 10-year-old boy. There's huge differences between our two teaching methods, so don't say that was how I trained you. I can hardly call that training, as you are supposed to show him techniques and have him learn them or try and increase his strength and power. You can't just expect him to know how to do everything all at once with almost no instruction. I tell him seriously at daring to compare my teaching methods to his game of cat and mouse a broken leg. He looks away in anger at being a successful adult hero, yet once again being scolded by his aunt. She sees this and her eyes narrow once more. Don't give me that look. I wouldn't have to scold you like a child if you would start acting like an adult and stop throwing tantrums. She yells, which in turn only angers him more. She once again notices his anger and pinches the bridge of her nose. He always has to be such a hard head. Too damn stubborn is what it is, I think, while still trying to think of the best resolution and resist the urge to break him once more. I take a deep breath and calm myself. Beating the crap out of him will only make things worse right now. Try talking to him again at a later date. Change the topic, is what I decide on. I look back up at him. We'll talk about this another day. But we will be talking about this. Anyway, let's get you inside and bandage those wounds of yours that you've been trying to nurse for 10 minutes. I tell him. He nods, thinking it's for the best. Might want to wait till my ribs are healed before engaging in an argument with her. Enji thinks in pain. She leads him to the infirmary and he sits down. She does her best to bandage his ribs, but it's a bit difficult with his size and muscle mass. After she finishes, she and him make their way down to the family room. When we walk in, we see Fuyumi holding Shoto, who has quite a few bandages on him. We also see Natsuo, who's doing homework and looks up to see me and gives a slight smile. He then sees Enji and his before glaring and resumes doing his homework. Who I didn't expect to see, however, was Enji's oldest son in the corner looking out a window. Toya, or Dabi as he sometimes likes to be called, and Enji had a huge falling out after years of having to put up with his father. They even ended up fighting fist to fist. He had graduated from UA by then and was a professional hero and was bringing in his own money. He moved out and he hasn't said a word to Enji since. He comes to visit his siblings once in a while when his father isn't home. He had trained Toya much the same way he's been training Shoto. Toya has a powerful fire quirk that is extremely hot. One day I came to visit and Toya was almost about to explode with how much heat was building up within his body from the anger towards Enji. Thankfully I was able to command the flames to stop before that happened, but otherwise he would have been extremely burned all over his body and could possibly have died. Now Toya and Enji are seeing each other in the same room for the first time in years. Toya smirks while looking at the bandages around his father's ribcage and nods in my direction. I nod back with a slight smile. Everyone please sit down on the couches, I would like to say some things. I tell them. They do as I ask and wait by sending angry looks at their father, however that's mostly Natsuo and Toya. He sees them and glares right back at them. I sigh at the amount of work that needs to be done. I look down at little Shoto who is looking at me with big eyes. The same blue one that looks at me during training is what catches my eyes. Hello Shoto, do you know who I am? I ask him and he shakes his head saying, no. Understandable, I haven't seen him since he was 3 after all. Think. Well, I'm Enji's aunt and my name is Todoroki Kogen. I tell him and he nods in curiosity, so I know that no one told him about me. Well, what do you want to be when you grow up, Shoto? I ask him. He's surprised by this and gives a sideways glance at his father. I nod for him to continue and he nods back. I want to be a hero, he tells me, but I can also sense something else. Is that all? What kind of hero do you want to be though? I ask him. He once again glances at his father, but this time with anger. One better than father. He says angrily, and this time Enji glares right back at him. In what way do you want to be better than him? I ask, genuinely curious. He looks at me and stops glaring at his father. Nicer and stronger, he tells me while freezing his right arm. I notice he isn't using his flame but chalk it up to him not being able to use both at once yet. His father heard what he said and was shaking with anger. Well, that's a very good goal you have there. You also have quite the powerful quirk at your disposal. Fire and ice are a deadly combo, I say while thinking of my own student. He seems to have more raw power than Izumi, but his power is less versatile and less controllable. I notice as an observation. His left side most likely has hell flames, so it will naturally be much hotter than Izumi's hottest golden flames. For now, I conclude. He gets a dark look in his eyes at the mention of his flames. Oh, he hates his flames because of Enji, that's why he's not using his fire. Damn, that will take time to fix and someone that's not me to talk him into realizing it's not his father's power. Think. Well, if you want to be a strong hero, you're going to have to actually train. How about I create a schedule that will actually work and help you improve? What does Enji usually have you do for training? I say to Shoto. He looks at me thinking. He usually has me practice firing my ice and fire powers at a dummy. Then it's .combat training. He tells me. I look at him waiting and he's a bit confused what I'm waiting for. And what about exercise? I ask him because he didn't say. He looks like he doesn't know how to answer. What exercise? He asks me. I turn to Enji as quick as a bullet. You don't have him do exercise? How's he supposed to build muscle? He can't do it just from running away from you, you numbskull. Even you had to do workouts. I scream at Enji, who looks a little embarrassed about that oversight. I sigh and pull out a piece of paper and begin writing a training schedule. I then hand it to Enji. I want him to follow these exercises exactly, so don't try and change it unless I say so. Got it? I tell him. He reads it over and nods while grumbling some useless nonsense. I take the paper and show it to Shoto and his siblings. They look it over and agree on the schedule that it's good. You came up with this pretty quickly, Toya commented. It's a simple schedule, Toya. It's really not that hard to write down. Plus it's similar to the one my current student is on. I tell them. They perk up at hearing about a new student of mine, especially Enji, because I've been retired from teaching for over a decade. You have a new student? I didn't think you'd ever take on another one at your age. He must be something if you're willing to take him on. Enji says curiously. I glare at him and he wonders what he said to anger me. It's actually a her, Enji. I tell him. He looks away again, thinking of what the girl's quirk might be. What's her quirk? Toya asks, curious as to what it is. It must be strong for her to take on another student, but I can also feel there's something else to it. Toya thinks while trying to figure it out. I'll keep that a secret for now, but I would like you to meet her sometime. I say. Sooner rather than later hopefully, but I have to whip Enji into shape first. I'm not going to let them meet till I know things might actually have a chance at going well. Enji's still too volatile right now, I'll have to calm him down a bit before the introduction. Kogen thinks. Anyway, who wants tea? I ask as I stand up to go make some tea. They all say yes, but NG stumbles off to bed so he can let his ribs heal. After the tea is made. So what have you guys been up to? Fuyumi, are you still in college or have you graduated yet and gotten a job? I asked them while sipping my tea. I did. I've been there for about a week and it's amazing, she says. I smile at her enthusiasm. And what about you, Toya? How's hero work been lately? I ask him. He thinks on this for a moment. I suppose it's been okay. I mean, patrols have been mundane and there haven't been that many villain fights recently. So overall it's going fine. What about that girl you're training? What can you tell us about her? I consider this for a moment. I can't trust any of NG's children not to tell him about Izumi. As much as I want to, he may find out by intimidating it out of them. Well, all except one. Think. She has lots of potential, maybe even more than what your father had. She's around your age, Shoto, but younger by a month or two. Anyway, I'll keep the rest about her a secret until you meet her. I tell them. They seem a bit shocked by this. Wait, you actually want us to meet her? Are you sure Dad won't make her scurry off? You know he does that. Natsuo says. My thoughts exactly, young one, I think. Yes, I do want you all to meet her. She's quite interesting. I tell them while taking another sip of my tea. When do you plan on bringing her around? I'll stop by to meet her. Toya says. I'm not really sure yet. When she's a bit stronger though, I think. I tell him. He's a bit confused as to why she needs to be stronger before she meets them but doesn't comment. We talked for a bit more and discussed things that have been going on. It then comes time for me to leave, but first. Toya, I would like to speak with you in private for a moment. I say calmly as I get ready to leave. He's a bit confused about what I want to discuss with him but nods and follows me to a room where his siblings won't hear. I turn to him thinking if this is a good idea or not. Basin, what did you want to talk about? He asks me. I decide that it's what's best and also that I have to get this off my chest. The girl that I'm training, her name is Midoriya Izumi, I say slowly. He nods but is still confused as to why that's important and couldn't be discussed. With his other siblings. She's also NG's youngest daughter. I just come out with it. His eyes widen at this. Dad had a child with another woman. And didn't tell us. I knew he was having affairs on Mom, but to have a kid with one of them, he says in an angry tone. Oh dear, here we go. Think. He doesn't know. I tell him. He stops his talking and looks at me. Inko didn't want him to know. The girl doesn't even know that NG is her father. She thinks that her father has a fire-breathing quirk. I tell him, trying to explain. He nods but is a bit mad that Dad had a kid. However, he's not mad at the girl herself. She had no control over it. The girl's mother is to be determined whether or not she knew her father was married and had kids. Why are you telling me this? Why not the others or Dad at least? Toya asks me. I sigh at having to explain this. Your siblings still live here and are still scared of your father. They can be intimidated into telling him about her if he senses anything's wrong. You, on the other hand, don't live here and he wouldn't notice if you were acting weird because he rarely even glimpses at you. Even if he figured out you know something, I know you would fight tooth and nail before giving him anything. I tell him. He nods in both understanding and confirmation, but he was still confused about one thing. But why don't you want father to know about her? He asks me. I pinch my nose in frustration at him really not seeing the reasoning behind it. You just saw what your father did to Shoto. I worry about what he'll do with her if he finds out while he's still like this. It's why I came here, to check on the family situation and see if it was an appropriate time to introduce her. I still have quite the amount of work to do with both NG and Izumi before I let them meet. I'm worried that if he learns of how powerful she is that he'll demand she come live here so he can train her. You know that would be a terrible situation for her, having to be ripped from a kind and caring mother to be thrown to an emotionless, abusive, and absent father that she's never met. I'll have to at least fix NG's temper and parenting a bit before I even consider bringing her in. I tell him seriously so he can understand my reasoning. He nods slowly at the realization of what might happen if she did introduce the girl so soon. He did want to ask one more very important thing before she leaves. He looked her straight in the eye. Can I meet her at least? He asked seriously. Kogain was a little surprised that he actually wanted to, and so soon after finding out about her. I'll have to ask Inko if it's okay first. If she says yes, I'll call you and give you a date as of when to come by this address. I say as I hand him a paper that has the written down address of the training facility on it. Also give me your number. You changed it after moving out and I haven't gotten the new one from Fuyumi yet. I tell him and he gives it to me. Well, I best be off now. Have a good night, Toya. I say as I head off. Toya POV. Izumi Midoriya, that I wonder what you'll be like? He says as he watches Kogain walk off. He fails to notice the heterochromatic-haired boy that was just about to turn down that hallway until he heard him speak. Who's Izumi? Shoto wonders. Hey, Inesa. Izumi says as she sees him walk out the facility. He pauses and waits for her to catch up with him. Hello, Izumi. How was training? He asks in his unnecessarily loud voice. It's fine though, as I've gotten used to it. Although sometimes it is embarrassing because his shouting attracts stares from people passing by. I didn't mind though, as I was used to it after being friends for nearly 3 months. Today they were going to the mall together for the first time. Izumi had never went to a mall before, and especially not without her mother. Inesa was excited because both of their parents had given them some yen to spend. They eventually got there and started looking around. It was an outdoor mall that had quite a few food vendors around. Inesa spotted Machi Ball and I followed him as he walked towards it. I continued to look around a bit as he got his sweets. I stumble into a merchandise store and look around at all the pro-hero themed stuff I see. I see a few All Might figurines, a few Midnight figurines, even one with Eraserhead. I continue to look around until I spot a section for a certain hero that catches my eye. Endeavor, I think while looking at all the merchandise for him. I've done a lot of studying on his different fighting styles and moves he uses. I've tried a few, but they're never that successful and not nearly as powerful. I still haven't tried asking why Inesa seems to dislike him so much. I, however, am impressed by the power he has behind his flames and his mastery over them. He's pretty much the golden standard for what every elementalist wants to achieve. He's second only to All Might himself, and he even has more solved cases than All Might, but he still is considered the number 2 hero. It may have something to do with how not many people like the way he operates and how he doesn't treat his fans anywhere near as nice as All Might does. He's still impressive nevertheless. But I still prefer All Might due to his personality and his attitude towards any situation he's put in. I look over a bit and see a figurine of Endeavor's eldest son and pro-hero, Blue Inferno. I heard he took inspiration for his name from Obasan-sensei's hero name when she was a pro. They both have the same last name as Obasan-sensei. I wonder if they're related. It wouldn't be too far-fetched considering they all have fire-based quirks as well. I think excited by the possibility. But if she was, then why hasn't she mentioned anything about it? She would have told me, right? I think in disappointment at that fact. After that I just continue to browse around and see what else they have. Izumi, I got candy. Inesa yells while running over to me with a bag of sweets in one hand. I nod and smile at his antics. Where do you want to go now though? He asks me as he starts nibbling on a piece of what looks to be a big chocolate bar. I think for a moment and nodded for him to follow me. He follows me to a ice skating rink that I heard was over here. On the way there I see a dance studio and look through the glass. I see a big group of girls doing some basic moves but with incredible grace. That would be fun. Maybe I can see about a few lessons sometime? I wonder while continuing on my way to the skating rink. We arrive and get a pair of skates for the both of us. Inesa grabs one of the many borrowable jackets for when out on the ice rink. I decide not to, as my ability to control ice also gave me immunity to the cold, so I never really feel cold. We stumble a bit when we first try and stand up on the blades. I quickly find my balance and stand up. I then start walking around to get used to the feeling. I almost fell a few times doing this, but after about a minute I can do it with the minimal amount of resistance. It's really not that hard when you get the hang of standing on them. I think as I then turn to look at Inesa. He doesn't seem to have as much luck as me as he is on the ground trying to stand back up and failing miserably. I chuckle a bit at seeing this predicament he's in. He hears me chuckling and unbeknownst to me starts blushing that he's having such a hard time. Here, let me help you up, I say cheerfully as I hold out my hand for him to take. He takes it and I pull him up much to his surprise because he often forgets how physically strong I am as well as quirk-wise. I then walked over to the rink and he stumbles behind me trying not to fall over. I grin and slide onto the ice like I would when I do barefooted sometimes after training just going around. However, on the skates I go a lot faster than when I'm barefooted. It's also different because I'm balancing on a thin blade rather than my whole foot. However, from watching what everyone else is doing I pick up on the tricks quickly and sail along. Inasa, however, is once again struggling with not slipping on the ice and hitting his face. I turn back around and skate through some people to get to him and start skating next to him. You're not very good at this, Inasa, I point out to him. He pouts at this and I laugh. Don't worry. You're just not built for this type of thing. This is a graceful and precise kind of sport activity. You're more made for rush forward head-on and fight kind of build. Like maybe something along the lines of American football. Not so much this, I tell him reassuringly. He nods in acceptance of this, knowing that I'm usually right about my observations. He then has a contemplative look as if thinking about something I said but seems to file it away for later. They continued to skate for about an hour or so. Then they decided to move on and head somewhere else. They walked around the mall again to see what they could get into. At home. So Kogain, what did you want to talk to me about? Inko asks Kogain as they sit down with some tea. Izumi had left after her training with Kogain to go shopping with that Inasa boy. Kogain had come over later after that to talk to her about something. Yes, I wanted to speak to you about someone who would like to meet Izumi, Kogain said to Inko. Inko got a bit worried because Kogain wouldn't ask her for permission if this person wasn't a bit sensitive to the topic of Izumi. Does she want to introduce her to Enji? So soon? Inko started to panic. Kogain started to see this. Not Enji, Kogain said to her quickly. Inko stopped hyperventilating after hearing that and let out a relieved sigh. Who is it then? Inko asks as she takes a cup of tea to calm her nerves. His eldest son Tuya. I told him about Izumi because, for one, I wanted to get it off my chest to someone in the family. Two, I know he can keep a secret from his siblings and especially from his father. They don't have the best relationship as you can imagine. He wanted to meet Izumi, which surprised me as I didn't think he would want to so soon after hearing about her. I told him yes as long as you agree to it. Kogain told Inko calmly. Inko considered this for a moment. There are a few things that could go wrong. But that is the case in any situation. She could make a friend in one of her siblings that knows about her. That's a positive thing. Okay, I've made my decision, Inko thinks, then looks back up at Kogain. I think it would be splendid if she would meet him. Inko tells Kogain, much to her surprise. I was expecting a lot more resistance. I had a whole speech ready and everything. Kogain thinks as she nods at Inko. All right then. I'll tell him to come by during her training tomorrow. Kogain says in satisfaction at how well that ended. Anyway, how's training with Izumi been going? Inko asks. Kogain thinks on the progress she's making. She's been making a lot of progress in controlling her flames to make them stronger. Also, she's been working to make her ice more detailed with her different constructions. She's been working very hard lately. Anyway, how's her grades been lately? Kogain tells Inko. Inko nods and pulls out some papers. Well, actually, ever since she started being taught by you, she's actually improved her grades significantly. Not to say they were bad, but they weren't as good as they could have been. But ever since she started working with you, she's begun to apply herself more onto her academics, although that might also be due to her working with Recovery Girl. Inko tells her. I smile at this. As her mentor, I've not only been trying to improve her physical and quirk-based abilities, but we also spent some time studying her schoolwork and getting ahead of her classes. The girl is incredibly intelligent, so it makes the process a whole lot easier, but she had a problem with not applying herself before I got here. Now she studies extra hard in her classes and in what Recovery Girl is teaching her about medical sciences. I can't exactly help her with much of the medical stuff other than asking her questions from her textbooks that Recovery Girl gives her. Inko passes me the papers that show all of Izumi's grades and I grin at seeing all A's and an A+ in science. She was learning about biology and anatomy apparently, which gives her the full advantage at being tutored by a highly experienced professional for hours on weekends, as well as already learning high school level cell theory that puts her way ahead of her classmates. It's almost cheating when it comes to her biology topics, but she did work very hard to get to that point so soon. Most kids wouldn't be able to handle that much at once, but she's taken it in stride. I'm very proud of her progress and what she's managed to do in so little time. Kogen thinks, that is very good indeed. I hope it stays that way as well. Is she studying when she gets home? Kogen asks, already knowing the answer. Of course. It's like studying is her pastime. She's recently taken a liking to reading botany books after she's done studying the rest of her essential subjects. She even asked me for a more advanced textbook about botany and a plant she can experiment on. Inko tells me, I had noticed her carrying a botany book around with her as she would pull it out after our training sessions were over and start reading. I hadn't realized she'd taken such a liking to it. Perhaps I should look into a rare type of plant for her to experiment on and perhaps incorporate what she's been learning into a brainstorming session. I wonder how she could use plants in a fight? Kogen wonders. She then remembers a certain plant she's heard of and grins when an idea comes to mind. That will be interesting to see, Kogen thinks as she starts coming up with a few more ideas. So how has work been lately, Inko? Kogen asks Inko, trying to keep her flood of ideas at bay. Back with Izumi and Inesa. So in Nasa, I started to say, which snapped him out of his trance of watching a popcorn maker popped corn. Summer vacation is in another 2 months. What were your plans for summer? I asked him out of curiosity. He thinks on this a moment before looking back at me. I'm not really sure. I haven't thought about it that much. I'll probably just train more in using my quirk. He tells me. I nod, thinking I'll most likely do the same thing while also taking lessons with Recovery Girl more often. Possibly even sign up for those dance lessons I saw earlier. I always wanted to try dance but never had the courage to. I think as I make plans to tell Mom. We continue to look around once more, trying to find something of interest. I spot a plant store and lead Inesa over to it. I walk in and immediately I know I like the shop. It's a decently sized store with white walls and marble flooring. There are tables and shelves all over that have pots filled with beautiful plants. Hello there. How may I help you? A woman with green hair asks me. I look closer and realize that her hair is actually vines. Hi, I'm just looking around to see if there's any plants that catch my interest. I tell her. Perhaps I can help. What are you interested in? She asks. I think for a moment. Do you have any plants that move on their own accord? I ask her in curiosity. She thinks on this a moment, then remembers a new plant they got yesterday. I have one in mind. Follow me, she says as she leads me down an aisle. We turn and stop. She then points to a red plant that has what looks to be mouths and is only an inch or so tall. Akai Ryu, a type of Venus flytrap. It can live indoors and needs to be kept in moist soil. I can get you a paper about taking care of it if you'd like, she asks me. I think on this for a moment and nod in acceptance. She goes off to get it and I look around at some other plants. She comes back a minute later and hands me the paper. I look it over. I'd like this one. I tell her happily as I look at the Venus flytrap. She smiles, picked it up and walked over to the register so I could pay for it. It wasn't too expensive as it was only about 1,000 yen, $9.95 in American currency. She puts it in a little box that she puts in a bag and hands to me. What's your name, miss? I ask her out of curiosity. Shiozaki Tsuda. She says cheerfully. I nod and walk out to go get Inesa, who's looking around in what looks to be a sports shop. I walk up to him and see him looking at a screen displaying an American football game. I wonder. I think while looking at Inesa once again to see him looking in awe at what's on the screen. I think they have a football team at your middle school, Inesa. You could try out if you're interested next semester when it starts up. I tell him, which makes him stop looking at the screen and notice me standing right next to him. Oh, I was just thinking about what you said earlier and decided to take a look. I'll think about it though, he says to me excited because he actually didn't know his school had that. I smile at him. He buys a regular football to practice on and see if he likes it and a small little manual that describes how the game is played. Looks like we both have something we're interested in signing up for. On the same day too, we should try going to malls more often. I think happily. While we walk down another section of the mall. We stop at a cafe and get some tea then sit down. Oh, Inesa, I almost forgot. My birthday is coming up soon and I was wondering if you'd like to come over for it. I ask him. He smiles and nods his head excitedly. Of course, Izumi. Is there a gift you would like? He asks me. Not that I can think of at the moment. I tell him. He nods and is excited to come up with a gift for me. Inesa, when's your birthday? I ask him, realizing I don't know. Oh, it was 3 weeks before you met me. He told me. I knew he was 11 and that he was in my grade, but I didn't know when his birthday was exactly. I'm a bit younger than most kids in my class. Anyway, we should keep moving. I tell him as I get up, closely followed by him. We then walked out of the cafe and headed towards a section of the mall we haven't been yet. We look around and there's a few food vendors and clothing stores. I see a bookstore called Barnes & Noble and head in with Inesa following behind. I enter, then grab a basket and head to the education section while Inesa heads to what looks to be the manga section. I look around and see a few books that catch my interest. I see an intro to psychology book and inspect it a bit. I put it in my basket and move along. I grab a few other books like Intro to Medicine, Basic Exercises and Muscle Growth, and Intro to Medicinal Plants Herbs. The plant one really interests me. I look for Inesa after I'm done to see him looking at manga in the aisle. Inesa, I'm done. Are you ready? I ask him and he nods as I walk over to pay for the books. After paying, we walk out again and head off once more to see what else there is. Nothing exciting happens the rest of the time. I end up buying a few bookmarks from a gaming store that had some video game themed ones. A few hours later, well, it's getting late, Inesa. Let's head back so we can get home before it gets dark out. I tell him. He nods and we leave the mall. On the way home we talk a bit more about what we got and I tell him about me wanting to sign up for dance and he agrees it would be fun. Everything was normal until, "Hey kids, give us everything you got." A random voice says. We stop in confusion and turn around to see a group of teenagers in all black facing us with sneers and animalistic grins. I blink twice in confusion and then realize the situation we're in. I'm gonna play with them for a bit. I decide. Why do you want what we got? I ask them with fake confusion. They look a little confused at me asking that question. Because we want it, that's why. The one that first spoke said, "But why do you want it is my question. Is it because you can't get things yourself?" I say back in fake innocence as I'm cracking up on the inside. They get angry at this. "Why, you little thum here," he says as he and the others come at us. I grin at this and look at Inesa and he understands what I want to do and grins. He holds out his hand and a whirlwind knocks back the teenagers. They then get up and try to attack again, but then they see my hands and hair bathed in golden flames and poised to fire. They all swallow and start running in the opposite direction. Oh, that was no fun. I wanted to fight a bit more before they ran away. I say in disappointment. Inesa, however, is happy they didn't lose to the bad guys. They continue on their way home and make it to the park. Bye, Inesa. See you tomorrow. I say as I walk off back home and away from the park. Bye, Izumi. See you tomorrow as well. Inesa says. Today was an interesting day. I couldn't help but think. After I got home last night, I told my mom about what happened on the way home. She freaked out at first, but I calmed her down when I told her about how we scared the group of older teens off. I also told her about me wanting to try dance classes and she said she would call the studio if Kogain said it was okay. After I was done telling her about my little mall adventure, I'm hilarious. I went into my room and put down my things. I took my plant out of its box and reread the paper about how to take care of it. I placed it near my window and started reading a few of my books. I opened up my botany book, which had a huge list of different plants and herbs and their uses. After writing down a list of plants that I have some interest in, I turned to my Venus flytrap and started to brainstorm. Maybe I could make it grow bigger first. I think as I send out a tendril of green flames that's still as thick as urine. It reaches the Venus flytrap and the plant grows bigger and a few more mouths appear. I stop when it's about the size of a basketball in radius. I then try and tell it to close its mouths. It doesn't work the first time, or the second dot or the 17th time. However, on the 18th try one of them starts to close but stops about halfway before going back open. I smile at seeing that it is possible, it just takes practice. I tried a few more times and get it to do it again, but it still only goes about halfway. This isn't working. Maybe it would work better if I was touching it. I reach out and touch the plant. I then activate my green flames again and look at one mouth in particular that's bigger than the others. Close, I say quietly to it. In about 15 to 20 seconds it closes and I smile. I try a few more of them and they close a bit faster than the big one. Once they're all closed I start to open them back up again. By the time I'm done it's taken 20 minutes to do so and I'm all out of green flames and tired. I'll have to increase how many I can control at once and how fast to make them. I note as I look at all the open hanging mouths. I then do my nightly rituals and head off to bed. Today is the next morning and I'm about to head off to school. Izumi, I forgot to tell you yesterday, but Kogain is going to introduce someone to you during training. Mom tells me as I'm about to open the door. I nod then walk out. I wonder who it could be. Perhaps another pro hero she knows like Recovery Girl? Or a former student of hers? I think while walking to school. I get to class and take my seat. School has been feeling pretty easy to me lately. It probably has to do with all the studying, but the things I used to somewhat struggle with have become a lot easier. Especially biology has become simpler and I'm easily the best student in class. I'm not the best student in all of my classes, but I am in both science and math. I'm even getting better grades than Kaken in a few classes such as those two. However, he still has me beat in a few classes, but I am catching up. In all my classes, I'm at least in the top 5 when it comes to grades now. Could it have always been this easy if I actually tried? I think as class ends and lunch starts. My classmates and teachers were a bit confused when I started pulling out books after class during free time and lunch. Some of my classmates looked over my shoulder trying to see what I was reading but couldn't understand it. It was high school level cell theory and anatomy and they are in the 6th grade and not even in junior high school yet, so I don't blame them. I'm an exception, however, as I've been studying this for months on end. My bullies have continued to try and bully me, but by now it's just funny watching them try. After training with Obasan for just about 4 months, I can pretty easily dodge their hits. Kaken hasn't been bullying anyone, however he is starting to make actually decent friends. He still gets angry easily and still gets into fights, but at least he isn't openly looking for them now. We still haven't spoken since that day. He told me he wanted to actually start being a hero. We both silently have come to the conclusion that our friendship has long since sailed and that it will be quite a while until that can happen. Today we have gym at the end of the day. It's been getting a lot easier in this class as I've been training with Obasan. Her training is a lot harder than most high school gym classes, so it's been a breeze. We're going to be climbing the gym rope, apparently, which a lot of kids groaned at. It was also a timed exercise and 2 people would go at once on either rope. People went and they didn't get that far along. At most I think someone got halfway. The bully with long fingers and the one with wings couldn't even get a quarter of the way without falling. It ended up with me against Kaken and everyone had no doubts that he would win. Even I was questioning whether I would win. I may be getting stronger, but Kaken has always naturally been stronger and not to mention a bit taller than me. However, I do weigh less and am more lean muscle than bulk like him, so there's still a chance. She's gonna get crushed. Poor girl. A boy said, OMG, I feel so bad for her that she has to get humiliated that badly. At least it's the quirkless girl, so no one will really blame her, I guess. A girl this time said, too bad she had to end up going against Kaken. At least it wasn't me, I really dodged a bullet with that one. Another boy in my class said as we walked up to the ropes. Well, that's not a good confidence booster. I think in annoyance at them counting me out so soon. Well, I guess I'll see you on the way down, Kaken says awkwardly to me. I look at him realizing he too is counting me out. Perhaps, or you might see me on your way up. I tell him with a grin. He is shocked for a moment that I think I might actually win, but grins back accepting the challenge. We both get to the rope and the teacher blows the whistle. We both quickly scurry our way up the rope as fast as we can. The class is shocked to see me actually keeping up with him and actually starting to surpass him. He is especially and tries to go faster, but it's already too late. I hit the bell and go down the rope. A few seconds later Kaken does the same and he hits the floor and is panting a bit. The whole class is staring at me speechless. They all start to give me a once-over and notice the lean muscle all over my body and that I've gotten skinnier over the last few months. Not that I was fat or anything, but I was slightly above average size. Now I was skinnier than most of the girls and had a six-pack starting to come in and more defined biceps and calf muscles. Some of the girls were starting to get a bit jealous at how skinny I looked. They also noticed how I had no pimples, unlike some of them, because I haven't been having lots of sugar and I wash my face every day. Some of the boys were even starting to think I looked cute with my long straight green hair and clear face, as well as a skinny but strong build. It was starting to creep me out with all the stares as I walked over to where the finished people were standing. Kaken was still in shock about me actually beating him. How did she do that? How did I not notice her catching up? I'll have to keep a closer eye on her. Katsuki thinks while looking at me walking away. After class it was back to homeroom for the end of the day. I continued to read my botany book from yesterday and I listed some more plants to look back into later. People were still talking about me beating Kaken in the race up the rope, and apparently it's all around the school now. I also happened to notice Kaken walking over to the homeroom board that has a list of the top 5 scorers in each class. He notices my name in each of them and that I'm beating him in a few. How was I so oblivious to all this? Katsuki thinks wide eyes at Izumi's grades in all the classes and hers actually beating a few of his. The bell rings and I walk out the class, making my way to the school's exit. "Hey nerd, stop!" The bully with long fingers says to me. I turn around and there he is with his winged sidekick behind him. I roll my eyes at them, wanting to do this again. "What losers, I got places to be," I say in annoyance. This actually catches some people's attention for once. They usually ignore what the bullies do, but since my impressive stunt earlier, people have started to pay attention to me. People start to look over and huddle close to see what happens. "The F# #K, did you just call us by #H?" He yells, and by now everyone is watching and is to the side. The bullies don't even notice them, however, and look at me with extremely angry faces. "Losers. I called you guys losers. Because that is what you are. Ethos losers," I say to them, annoyed. The crowd is in awe at my boldness of making fun of 2 boys that are bigger than me. The bullies are said and once again come rushing at me like they usually do. When will they learn? I think as I do what I usually do and sidestep, then trip them. They hit the ground face first and the crowd is gawking at this point. Katsuki is among them as he watches the event unfold. "I'm glad I'm not still friends with those idiots," Katsuki thinks. Izumi, however, is not impressed by this whole ordeal or the crowd that was watching. She simply turns around and continues on her way. I reach the facility and I'm about to open the door before remembering something. Oh yeah, I wonder who I'm gonna meet? I think as I then open the door to get to our training spot. I walk to the fire elementalist's wing and go to my usual spot that I see Kogain meditating at. "Hello, Obasan," I say to her. She looks up and smiles. "Who am I meeting today?" I ask her. She's happy about my eagerness to meet them. She then looks behind me and smiles more. "Hello to ya. So glad you could make it," Obasan says to someone behind me. "Wait, Tuya, why does that name sound familiar?" I think as I turn around. I turned around to see a dark blue-haired boy with the same blue eyes as me waving at Kogain. He then looks at me and smiles. "It's nice to meet you, Midoriya-chan," he says in a pleasant tone. I'm still in shock knowing who is in front of me. "You're the number 11 hero, Blue Inferno," I say in shock. "To your POV. I had agreed to come and meet my little sister. It's a little weird to think about a person you've never met as family, but she is family. I am curious as to how she might be. But first Obasan had to get permission from the girl's mother, who I very much want to meet and interrogate, ask about her relationship with my father in the past. I apparently am getting my wish as she wanted to meet me first before I go meet her daughter. Did she want money when she slept with him? But if she wanted money, then why not tell father about Izumi? Did she even know he was the number 2 hero? Did she want a kid with my father? How long did they know each other? Who made the first move? How did they meet? Why did he do it? Were some of the questions running through my mind as I look up at the apartment building. I look back down at the text from Obasan about Inko's address. Well, this is the right building. Better head up. I think as I start walking into the apartment building and up the stairs. I make to the right apartment and knock on the door. A few moments later I hear movement and a short woman with green hair opens the door. She looks at me and motions for me to come in. I do and stand awkwardly in the living room not knowing what to do. She comes in and sits down on the couch. She looks back up at me. You can sit if you'd like, she says, and I walk over to a seat opposite her. By the look on your face, I'm guessing you have some questions? She asks me as she sips some tea that's prepared on the table. I nod at her in confirmation. One, most importantly, did you know about my father? I ask her. She doesn't even blink, so I assume she was prepared for this. No, I wish I did though. Although I suppose I wouldn't really change what happened if it would mean not having Izumi. The only thing I regret is not leaving as soon as he was done with me, she states simply while still drinking the tea. I nod and am satisfied with that answer. But I was still curious about something. What drew you to my father? I ask, wanting to know. She thinks on this and laughs a bit. I was young and naive. He was 29 and I was about 23 at the time. He was handsome and charming with his approach. He walked up to me at the club's bar and asked me to dance. I agreed and we hit it off for the moment. He told me he was a professional hero and I had thought as much but didn't really know that much about him. We continued to have fun and we were a bit drunk by the end of the night. He invited me back to his hotel room and I once again agreed to what he asked. We ended up, well, you can probably guess what we did. She tells me a bit awkwardly at the end. I nod, but still one more thing was nagging at me. You said you wished you had left as soon as he was done with you. What did you mean by that? I asked. She nodded grimly, probably guessing I would ask. I had foolishly decided not to leave as soon as he was asleep and stay the night rather than call a taxi home. The next morning I received none of the kindness he gave me earlier the night before. He told me I was nothing more than a tool he used for a good time. He told me to get out and never speak about what happened or else. After that I quickly left in tears, hoping to never have to think about that all-consuming hate in his eyes. And I didn't think I would have to until I found out I was pregnant. I decided not to abort, but to make sure he would never learn of the child. I still get worried whenever I see that same look in her eyes that I saw in his whenever she talks about bullies. However, I do know that they're completely separate things, as his was for everything good and bad, while Izumi's is for bad things she especially hates. I'm still nervous for the day I once again have to speak to him. She tells me. I nod and sigh at what my father did to the poor woman and who knows how many others. Thank you for telling me, I say to her. She nods and looks back up at me. I only have one question. Why do you want to meet Izumi so soon? Inko asks me seriously. I think on this for a moment. I didn't really know at first either, but I figured out that I want to know what kind of person she is. I tell her. She looks at me for a moment, trying to sense any lies, but doesn't feel anything, so accepts this answer. Well, that's all I wanted to hear. You can leave if you'd like, or you could have some more tea and stay. It's your choice. Inko tells me, happy that she got what she wanted. I blink a few times. I thought it would be harder than that, I think to myself. It would be best if I head out on patrol. I tell her while getting up. She nods and continues to sip her tea. I leave and do patrol for a couple of hours until I stop to go meet Izumi. I get at the address Kogen gave me and see a building I had actually been to a few times before. I see a green-haired girl go into the building and follow her to the fire wing. The girl stops in front of Kogen and says hi and asks who she's meeting. Kogen smiles, then sees me and smiles more. She says hi to me and I say hi back. The girl seems confused, then turns around and sees me, then her eyes go wide. I say hi to her as well and she says, "You're the number 11 hero, Blue Inferno," she says to me in awe. Oh, she knows about me. This will be fun, I think as I smile at her. Back to Izumi POV. I'm still standing there in shock at being near such a famous and successful hero. He still smiles at me and laughs a bit at my shock. Keep it together, Izumi, I think as I look at him. And put on a neutral face and then adopted one of confusion. How do you know my name? I asked him in confusion. Obasan told me. He says. Wait, Obasan, I think as I turn back to Obasan. She nods knowing what I'm thinking. Yes, he's my grand-nephew Izumi, and yes, Endeavor is my nephew. She tells me. My eyes go wide at my theory from the other day being right. I thought so. I just thought I was wrong because you never mentioned it. I tell her excitedly. She nods and is a bit curious herself. How did you figure that out? She asks me. Well, yesterday I saw figurines of Endeavor and Blue Inferno and it had their names. I noticed you had the same last name as them and that you also had a flame-based quirk like them. I tell her. She nods in understanding and that a simple figurine allowed me to figure it out. Anyway, today Tuya will be sitting in on our session today. Obasan tells me. I get a little nervous about messing things up but nod. I light my hair's ends on green flames like I usually do to help build up the amount I can produce. This will be interesting. I think nervously. Back to Tuya POV. Wow, this is a lot of back and forth. Sorry. I watch as they begin what I assume is how they usually start. The girl's hair was now on fire with what looked to be green flames. Similar to Dad. I think a little annoyed, but Kogain already told me about this and that it helps her with her green flames. The girl started using her big golden flames and hit a target which almost seemed to melt a bit after a while. She doesn't seem to be using her golden flames to their full heat, but I heard from Obasan that it takes up a lot of energy to do so. Her golden flames aren't as hot as Shoto's or Father's hell flames. They aren't nearly as hot as mine. She also doesn't seem to be able to create a big blast, so she only covers so much area at once. I think a bit disappointed in the lack of power. Kogain notices this. Don't count her out so quickly, Tuya. What she lacks in power she makes up for in control and versatility. Kogain tells me with a slight smile. I'm a bit curious at those words. What could that mean? I think as I continue to watch Izumi shoot the dummy. I soon get my answer as I see the girl focus extra hard for a moment, and she then shoots a slightly bigger fire stream. The fire stream then separates and it hits 3 targets at once. My eyes grow wide. She can control her flames from a distance and separate them to hit multiple targets at once. Nor I or Shoto or even Father can do that. I think as I understand what Kogain meant by control and versatility. I continue to watch the girl do things such as bend the flames to get them to go in a completely different direction than where they were heading. She then moves on to using her white flames and creates a few ice walls that look to be about almost 7 feet tall and travels about 15 feet. It looks to be about 1 foot in width. It's much smaller than what Shoto can make, I think as I look at the ice wall. She then shoots off a few ice spikes at targets and they don't puncture the dummies but they do knock them back. I also notice that the ice spikes aren't as big as Shoto's and that it takes longer for her to make them. I wonder what she's got for this one? I think as I watch intently. I find out my answer once again as she makes knives out of ice that look a lot denser than the ice she was making before. It looks sharper as well as more detailed. They just hover above her hand until she seems to tell them to attack as they each hit a different dummy and actually puncture them if only by a little. She can shape her ice and control it afterwards. Fuyumi can only control the temperature of things, Shoto can only create large amounts of ice at once, and Natsuo can only create small amounts of ice at once and his aren't that detailed. Hell, even Mother could never control her ice to be that precise as well as moving it after it was created. I think at the versatility of her ice quirk. She continues to create more ice-made objects including a sword. Kogain seems a bit surprised by the sword herself. This one must be a new one. I think to myself as I see the girl create more of them but stops as she then moves on to her purple flames. I watch as she shapes them easily into different objects and shapes. I watch as she makes a hammer and hit the dummy on the head with it. It cracks the ground beneath it a little and the dummy seems to be a bit flattened on the head. I'd hate to be the dummy that sees her off. I think as I imagine her hitting anyone with that. She then starts lifting weights with her purple flames. It seems she can lift about 700 pounds with her flames. It's definitely a lot more solid and reliable at moving things safely than my flames. I think as I watch her work with them, this whole process of training her quirk has taken about an hour, and it seems it's time to move on to the next stage of practice. They both sit at a meditative state and discuss how she could best utilize her different quirk factors. I noticed you making a sword. Do you know how to use it? Obasan asks her. She shakes her head and looks a little downcast. No, I wanted the sword to be my main weapon, but I don't know anyone who can teach me. Izumi says, a little embarrassed. I laugh a bit at the girl's lack of knowledge at a certain fact. Kogen is doing the same. Izumi looks confused why we're laughing. I look at her once more. Midoriya, do you know what Obasan used as her main weapon when she was a pro hero? I ask Izumi. She thinks on this a moment and shakes her head. She used a sword as her weapon of choice. I tell her. Her eyes go wide and she looks at Obasan, who nods in confirmation. I will teach you how to use a sword during combat sessions. Obasan tells her. Izumi smiles wide at this and then looks as if she's debating whether or not to ask something. Obasan, I saw this dance school at the mall and was wondering if I could take some classes there and learn how to dance. And don't worry, it's later in the day so I can go to it a little after training ends. Izumi tells Obasan. She thinks on this and contemplates the bonuses of her learning to dance. It's a physically demanding sport that helps with movements and flexibility as well as coordination. It won't interfere with my lessons, and Izumi is more than capable of keeping up with her studies. Kogen thinks as she makes a decision. Okay, Obasan says to Izumi's question. I was a little surprised she actually agreed to Izumi's request, but I could see the logic in it as well. Izumi was very happy she would be learning to dance. I smiled a bit at her very infectious smile. Her training went as I assume it usually did. They did their exercise and then after that had combat training. Izumi couldn't hold a candle to Father and Obasan or even me when it comes to combat. However, for her age she isn't bad and is on the right track for the future. Obasan even implemented a bit of that sword training she was talking about and had Izumi make them both swords to use. She taught her a few basic movements and how to hold the sword as well as grip it correctly. Afterwards they were finishing up and Kogen headed off to leave, and Izumi stayed to practice her quirk once again. Are you going to leave or stay to watch? Kogen asks as she sees me at the entrance. I'll watch and see if I see anything interesting. I also have a question I want to ask her. I tell Obasan. She looks as if she wants to ask what question, but decides to just let me be. She heads out and I watch Izumi practice more with her flames. Izumi freezes the floor and I'm curious about what she is going to do. I see her take off her shoes and her feet have white flames on them. The white flames shape themselves into what looks to be ice skates. She then starts sliding on the ice. After a few minutes she stops and I walk up to her to ask my question. Midoriya, can I ask you something? I ask her. She jumps a bit, not knowing I was still here, but nods nevertheless. Why do you want to become a hero? I ask her. She thinks on this a moment. I've always wanted to help others any way I could. Heroes always save everyone that they can. That's why I want to be one. She tells me with a smile. I return her smile and nod while turning around and heading out. I hope to see you again, Midoriya. Have a good night. I tell her as I walk out the fire wing. I suppose I know what kind of person she is. I think as I leave the building. I see potential for her. She has the ability to be a great hero. I hope I can help preserve that. I think as I start my patrol. It's been about a week since I met Tuya and he's come around a few times since then. He seems nice but is a bit reserved when I ask about Endeavor. He's been showing me a few of his moves and finishers as well as gave me a few tips he uses. Apparently he talked with my mom before meeting me the first time, but wouldn't give me any details about the conversation. He asks me questions about my interests and I told him about how I'm studying to use my green flames. He was a bit confused at first about why I would need to study medical books to use my flames. After I explained how they work to him, he caught on to why I need so much information on the topic. He was fascinated about hearing flames that heal and rebuild rather than destroy and burn. He and I discussed a bit about possible future special moves, and he had a good one that I want to try out involving my ice creations. He also taught me how he can make his flames more intense and how he can make them hotter as well as cover more area. A few of the techniques he talked to me about Obasan had already taught me, but some were completely new to me. I assume it's because their flames are still different from one another that she didn't know of them. Using some of his techniques with the ones I already knew did yield some results, and I made minor improvements. He's really been feeling like a brother figure, you get it, to me recently, and I could get used to his presence. I asked about what his siblings were like, and he smiled and gave me a brief description. Fuyumi was kind and worked as an elementary school teacher. She was sort of like the house mediator due to some tension between the children and Endeavor. I wonder what that's all about? I think, but don't ask. Natsuo was a bit prickly with people and mostly stayed to himself. He did enjoy spending time with his siblings, however, and was apparently Tuya's main backup against their father. Shoto was apparently a good kid but was shy and got easily angered at the mention of their father. Apparently Endeavor got a bit abusive when it came to training the youngest Todoroki because he had a strong quirk. Tuya said that Endeavor was the same way with him when he discovered that he had a powerful fire quirk that was hotter than even his own. That led to harsh training that almost resulted in Tuya getting extremely injured by his quirk. If it wasn't for Obasan, who knows how things would have gone if she hadn't saved him from almost exploding. From his description, Endeavor doesn't sound at all nice. I thought all the heroes were nice though. Thought to myself. At school a few people have tried talking to me and I usually respond and we have a decent chat while I read. People have been getting curious about me and how I got so muscular. I usually just tell them, good genetics. I'm so funny. However, a few people have tried talking to me and they've been rude, so I ignore them. A few guys even had the audacity to be rude, then ask me out. When I say, ask out, I don't mean be like, hi, I was wondering if you'd like to hang out sometime? It's more of a, hey girl, you wanna hang? Sounding super sure of themselves and also like douchebags. I easily say no to those people and they yell a bit at being rejected. One death stare from me, however, is enough to scare them off and silence their whining. A few nice guys have actually been nice about their approach, and I politely decline because I have to train and apologize for the inconvenience. People have also started to pay more attention to my performance in both gym and academics. People started actually checking the leaderboard for grades and noticed that I was one of the top performing students in the grade. I was starting to get a bit embarrassed by the attention, but mainly didn't mind. I've still been practicing manipulating my Venus fly trap. I've learned to close two mouths at once and it's been getting a little easier to do it. I want to go back to that store and see if they have any of those plants I have on my list. Mom called the dance studio and they said that their beginning classes start at the beginning of summer. That's about a month away, so not too long. I'm still not quite sure what I'm gonna do over summer before next semester except for dance. I've thought about maybe just studying more and practicing my quirk, but that just seems so boring. Right now I'm on my way to Recovery Girl's weekend lessons and she says that I'll be having a special lesson today. I'm a bit curious about what she means by special lesson, but I waited to find out. I do like surprises from time to time. I make my way to the entrance and wait outside. Recovery Girl comes out as usual and walks me to the classroom. When we get there she sat me down and we have normal lessons until about halfway through. Now Izumi, I've come to understand that during these lessons you only learn how to use your quirk as a medical application. I haven't been teaching you basic standard applications in case you can't use your quirk. Today we will be going over some basic medical responses to emergency situations. Like if someone in front of you collapses due to a heart attack. She tells me. I'm a bit surprised by this. But why would I have to know how to do this if I can always just use my flames to heal them? I ask her, confused. She shakes her head at this. Okay, but you have a limit to the amount of flames you can use. What if you were to have run out? What would you do? Recovery Girl asks me. I am about to respond, but realize I don't actually know. I look a little downcast at this. Don't look so down, young one. I had the same thought that I could always just use my quirk. That is until the same question was asked of me about, if someone didn't have enough energy, then what would I do? So don't feel bad about thinking that way. Recovery Girl tells me. I nod and she begins to teach me some basic medical things. I learned how to cut off the circulation in someone's arms and legs so the blood stops flowing. She taught me basic CPR and how to do the Heimlich. After the lessons I pulled out my botany book. Recovery girl sees it and is curious. What is that, young Izumi? Recovery girl asks me. I look up at her and show her my book of medical herbs and plants. She nods and sees the little notebook I'm carrying. It's opened up to my list of plants I'm interested in and why I'm interested. May I? Recovery girl asks me as she points to the notebook labeled Medical Notes. I nod and hand it to her. She looks over my list of plants and is impressed by my choices and agrees with them. Kogain said she was interested in plants, but I hadn't known why. I suppose I know now. I have a few more suggestions, but I think I have an idea of what to do with them. Recovery girl thinks as she schemes over the notebook. She then handed it back to Izumi. Those are some very good choices. You are very curious about medical herbs and plants' natural healing properties. Your choices for what plants you want are quite useful. Recovery girl says. I nod and head out. I head to the training facility to train some more. The weekends are supposed to be resting days and allow my body to recover from the weekdays training. I, however, want to improve as quickly and efficiently as possible, so while I don't work as hard during weekends, I still do work a bit. I reach the facility and do some basic things with my quirk like shooting a fire stream and freezing the floor. I've taken a liking to skating along the floor with ice skates that I make with my flames. I continue to skate for a while until I get a bit tired. I then start practicing this possible future special move that I've been working on that Tuya suggested. I then sit down and pull out my botany book. I went over a few of my plants on the list before a thought came to my head. There's wings in the facility for people with different types of quirks. Is there one for people with plant-based quirks? I wonder. I'm about to go and ask someone when. Hey Izumi, do you want to hang out? I hear Inasa say. I perk up at hearing his voice and abandon my train of thought from a few moments ago and file it away for later. Okay Inasa, I tell him and we walk out. So Inasa, where do you want to go? The park. I ask him curiously. He thinks for a moment and looks at me. There's actually something I wanted to get from the mall, so can we head there? Inasa asks me. I wonder what he wants to get, but nod anyway because we didn't actually get to finish exploring the mall. We reach the mall in about 20 minutes and he heads down a corridor toward what looks to be an antique store. I can only guess what he wants from there, but I head down to a section of the mall we haven't gone down before. It seems to have a few specialty food places and a boba tea. I get me some boba tea and look around some more. Turns out there's an arcade here which I will definitely go to at some point, but not today. I walk around some more and find a fish store. I walk in to see what I can find. I see a few basic fish like koi and goldfish. As I start to get to the back, I see what looks like a jellyfish. Moonfish, the label says. It has a mild poison and its stingers can't pierce human skin. It also has bioluminescence and will glow in the dark. I read. Cool. I think as I continue to read about the species. I take down some notes about the jellyfish and draw a replica of the one in the tank for future study. I then headed out of the store and towards where Inasa was. Maybe I could see about getting a moonfish in the future to study? I wonder on my walk to the antique store. As I get there I see Inasa leaving with a small bag in his hands. Hey Inasa, did you get what you wanted? I ask him and he smiles and nods. We head out and leave the mall. We reach the park and sit down. He asked me what I did while he was gone and I told him about the arcade and the cool jellyfish I saw. So, Inasa, what did you get? I ask him with my curiosity that eventually overpowered my will to let him be. He looks at me for a second as if debating something internally. It's a surprise. He says to me, I'm a little disappointed but don't say anything. We go over a few new moves we were thinking about and showing the other our progress since the last time we showed our moves to one another, which has only been a few days. I tell him about a new move I'm trying to work on. It's supposed to be a special move, but I haven't had too much success with it. What's it called? He asked after I finished explaining the premise of it. It's called Heaven's Wheel. Me and Tuya got inspiration for the idea from an old anime called Fairy, something I don't remember. What's supposed to happen is that I basically summon half a dozen ice swords that launch themselves at my targets. It hasn't been going too well though. I tell Inasa. He nods excitedly thinking that it would be a really cool move. Can you show me? Inasa asks excitedly. I nod and summon my white flames. They started to spread out and begin to form 3 blades, but they aren't very dense and aren't very sharp or detailed, as that would take a lot of concentration that I don't have. I then point at a tree and my swords fly at it. They shatter on impact. See, they aren't strong enough. I say exasperated. He nods and understands my frustration. I can move the swords just fine, but I need work on the durability, sharpness, and quantity of my swords. After that little display, we continue to talk as normal, and Inasa is still hell-bent on making combo moves. We both went home soon after that. Hey Mom, I say when I open the door. She looks at me and smiles. Hello sweetie. How was your day? She asks me. It was good. I got taught some practical medical skills and basic temporary treatments I would do if I was waiting for professionals during an emergency situation. I got some training done at the facility and went to the mall with Inasa. I saw this super cool jellyfish that has a mild sting and glows in the dark. I even took some notes on its different qualities and some of its habits. It's called moon jellyfish. I tell Mom excitedly while pulling out my notebook and show her. She looks it over and smiles at my enthusiasm at something as simple as a jellyfish. That's lovely, sweetie. How about you tell me about the rest of your day? Mom says to me. We spent the next half hour comparing the day's events and what we did. I left after that and headed to my room. I started studying my different subjects and what I was learning from Recovery Girl. After that I start practicing controlling my Venus flytrap and manage to close 2 mouths and halfway close a third. The plant seems to be interacting with me a bit more, as sometimes the mouths close and open a bit when I'm near them. Is it sentient? I wonder, as it seems to recognize my presence. I continue to study and observe the plant's strange behavior and try doing more than just opening and closing their mouths. I start to feel as my green flames pass through the plant and down to the roots. I start trying to command the roots to grow up. I actually manage to convince a few to start slithering their way up to the surface. They don't make it to the surface, but I manage to control the roots nevertheless. I keep trying to control the mouths and roots and see what I can do with them. The roots come out of the ground, and after that it's a lot easier to control them. I have them grow out to my book and wrap around it. I then allow them to pull it closer to the plant, and it does it. I smile at the fact I managed to move the plant's roots so nicely. I try a few heavier objects like one of my bigger books, but it can't pick those ones up. It seems it can only move so much with how small it is. It also seems that it's much easier to control the viney parts of the plant than the solid parts, such as the mouths of the Venus flytrap or the flower head of a flower. I note in fascination. Mom calls me to dinner after that, and I head into the dining room and sit. A week later, on Izumi's birthday, "Happy birthday, Izumi," is the sound of my mother's voice that I wake up to. I smile and hop out of bed and see my mom smiling at me. She hugs me and then walks out to go make birthday breakfast and to let me get a shower. I take my shower and get dressed in my uniform, as it is still a school day. I walk out and Mom has my favorite breakfast prepared like a feast. We both sit down and dig in. Remember to be back by 5 for the party. Mom tells me as I make my way to the door after dropping off my bowl in the sink. I know. Bye, love you. I say to Mom as I make my way through the door. I head off to school and am excited for later on in the day. I'm finally 11 years old. I hate always being the youngest in class. It gets annoying that everyone is older than you. But now I'm the same age as everyone else. I think excitedly about that fact. Everyone is wondering why I'm in such a happy mood today when I get to school. Most just chalk it up to me being excited for tomorrow being the weekend. School is a breeze as usual, and no one tries anything foolish while I'm there today. I walk out of school and head to the training facility. Tuya is there today and smiles, then walks in with me. He congratulated me on finally turning 11 years old and is happy that I'm so excited about it. Are you going to be coming to my party, Tuya? I ask him as we walk into the fire elementalist wing. He looks down at me and smiles once more. Of course I am. He says happily. I beam at knowing he's coming to the party. We make it to where we see Obasan sitting on the stone as usual and we greet her. Hello, Obasan. I say happily. She opens her eyes and nods in greeting at us. Congratulations on turning 11, Izumi. Now let's begin, shall we? She says, getting up and heading over to us. I start my training as we usually do and I am fired up for it. Exercise is normal as well, and over the course of my training it's been feeling a lot less straining on my body and it's actually pretty invigorating at this point. We started combat training, but today I'm sparring against Tuya instead of her. That's pretty interesting and it goes over well enough. I still lose miserably, however, but that is to be expected as I have only been learning for a few months while he has been fighting actual fights for years and has had far more training. One day, I think with determination at this only being proof I need to grow stronger in order to reach my dreams. We then start the new part of my training regiment, which includes Obasan teaching me how to wield a sword. This time she brought us both practice swords and she continues to show me the basic techniques as well as how to swing. Halfway through the lesson we stop and begin practical application of the techniques, me and her go at it. I'm still quite sloppy with my movements and my form's a bit off, but Obasan says I'm doing better than most when it comes to learning the way of the sword. I marvel in the way Obasan gracefully wields her sword. It's so fine-tuned and not at all clumsy like me. I can't imagine what kind of training she had to go through in order to get as good as she is. I suppose I'll learn soon enough though. I think as I once again remember she's training me to one day be that good. The training ends a bit later and they head off to do some things before the party. I head off to go get Inesa and bring him to my house for the party. I then realize something while walking. Inesa has never been to my house or met anyone there. Think, well, they would have met sooner or later. Not like it's really much of an issue anyways. Inesa is nice to everyone and I can't think of a reason anyone might dislike Inesa. I think as I continue walking to the Wind Elementalist wing. I walk into the training area and see Inesa practicing with a few other boys around his age. I see a few of them make tiny whirlwinds in their hands. I then see Inesa do the same, but let's just say that I had to stay a while in order to heal the other people's bruises after Inesa lost control of his whirlwinds. You really need to learn restraint, Inesa. I tell him on the walk to my house. He nods a bit embarrassed that he lost control like that right in front of me. Yeah, sorry about that, Izumi. I got a little excited at seeing them make whirlwinds. I might have overdone it a little. Inesa says to me. I give him a look and he frowns a bit. Okay, I may have overdone it a lot, but I can't control the winds to such a little volume without having to make a big whirlwind to encompass it. He tells me. I nod knowing that he isn't exactly wrong. Over the time of us training together I noticed one thing about his powers. He can't use it without making a huge effect on the wind around him. When he uses his concentrated wind blasts, those are still big amounts of compressed air. He can't just make a little breeze without having to create a bigger wind to encompass it. He can control the winds within his whirlwind just fine, the ones on the outside created as a byproduct, not so much. I don't really blame him for accidentally creating a huge whirlwind because it can't really be helped. I do, however, blame him for trying to make a small one when he knows he can't without creating a giant whirlwind he won't be able to control. I sigh and calm down, not wanting to get angry on my birthday, and also I can't really stay mad at Inesa for long. It's fine. Just try and be more careful next time. I tell him sincerely. He nods and smiles a bit at me not being angry with him. We walk to Inesa's house and he goes inside to get something. I wait outside curious about what he might be getting. He comes out with a small box in hand that's covered in wrapping paper. Oh, it's a gift. I realize. We continue on our walk to my house. We make it to the apartment building and head up to my door. We enter and there are party streamers and balloons everywhere. I smile at how much work Mom put into it. I look around and see Tuya, Obasan, and Mom sitting down on the couch playing what looks to be solitaire. They look up at hearing the door open. They see me and they all smile and nod. Hello everyone. This is Inesa. I say while moving out the way, allowing them to see him waving at them. They all look at him with blank faces and I start to get a bit nervous. Then they all give him a slight smile and greet him. I'm extremely relieved at this and notice how Tuya gave him an extra thorough look. I'm a bit curious about why Tuya was giving Inesa a longer stare down than the others, but didn't comment. Where's Recovery Girl? I ask out of curiosity. She should be here soon. Mom tells me. I nod and go to my room. I put away my school stuff and then head back out to the living room and see Inesa standing a bit awkwardly not knowing where to go. I roll my eyes, then grab his arm and drag him over to the sofa where we sit down. The adults continue their game. Me and Inesa start talking amongst ourselves. About 10 minutes pass, then we hear the doorbell ring. I look up and see Mom walk over to the door. Recovery Girl. I'm glad you could make it. Mom said and lets Recovery Girl in. Recovery Girl walks in and pulls what seems to be a little wagon full of plants with her. I wonder why she has those? I wonder at seeing and recognizing almost all the plants in the wagon. Some of them were even on my list. Actually, scratch that, almost all of them were on my list. Hello everyone. Recovery Girl says to all of us. She then lets go of the rope that pulls the wagon behind her and goes to the table. We all get up and walk to the table as it's finally time to get out the cake. We all sit down and Inesa is to the right of me with Tuya to his right. On my left is an empty chair where Mom's gonna sit, to her left is Recovery Girl and to her left is Obasan. Mom comes out with the birthday cake and puts it in front of me. It's a basic white frosted cake with Happy Birthday Izumi written on it in green frosting. She then puts on the candles and Obasan lights them from across the table. Tuya had offered to do it, but seeing as he would most likely end up setting the cake on fire, we decided it would be best if she did it. Happy birthday to you dash, they all start to sing. I would have written the whole song, but I'm too lazy. You all know what happens anyway. After they finished, I blew out my candles and we split the pieces. Me and Inesa both got the pieces first as we were kids. Izumi, doesn't this cake taste a bit funny? Inesa asks me after a few bits of his cake. I look up at him confused, then realized what he means and laugh a bit at not telling him. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. It's a sugar-free cake. I'm on a diet that consists of very little sugar and no sweets. It's why when we go to the mall I never get sweets like you do. I tell him. He looks at me surprised and a little appalled by the idea of no sugar. But sweets are the best. He tells me. I nod and am a little remorseful that I can no longer have any sweets that have sugar, but I have found some good sugar-free treats that I like. I've even been looking at a plant that might help me with my problem a little bit. Izumi, are you ready for presents? Mom asks me. I turn around and nod while jumping up and walking to the couch with everyone else. We sit down and I look around for who might want to give their present first. Recovery Girl stands up off the couch and brings over her wagon. Well, ever since I saw your list of plants, I decided to get you a few of them. I even added a few more plants I thought you might want. I also got some supplies you might need for the plants. Recovery Girl says, pointing to all the different herbs and plants in the wagon. I'm shocked at what she tells me and look back at the plants. She got all these for me. I wonder what supplies she got me for the plants. I think as I walk over to the wagon. I count quite a few plants that I was interested in for medical purposes. I look further trying to find the supplies she was talking about. I find them at the bottom and one particularly catches my eye. Is that an essential oil extractor? I ask while looking at the pink box-like machine the size of a basketball. She smiles and nods at me and I continue to gawk at the machine. Almost everyone else seems to be a bit confused about why I'm so impressed by a machine that takes oils from plants, but doesn't ask and just stays silent about the whole thing. I looked around the wagon some more after I looked at the machine for a few more seconds. I then see a few thermoses for hot water and look confused. The thermoses don't look too big or that tall. They're only about as big as my mom's hands balled into fists, so it's not meant to hold that much fluid. They're for making tea with the plants. A lot of the herbs I showed you can be made into tea. So I got you some in case you wanted to make some tea with the herbs. Recovery Girl tells me while solving my confusion. I nod in understanding of what she means and check to see if there's anything else in there. I move on to the next person who just so happens to be Obasan and Tuya with a combined gift. Okay, so we also had the idea of plants. However, ours isn't meant for healing like the other plants you just got. Ours is actually going to hopefully be a future method of fighting for you. Obasan tells me while Tuya picks up a box in the corner of the room that I hadn't noticed. I'm extremely excited to see what type of plant they thought of that could be used for fighting. Tuya places the box down on the table and opens it to reveal a jar about 2 feet tall and a foot in radius with a thorny vine-like plant on the inside. I peer at it trying to recognize what it is and look at Obasan to explain. She chuckles a bit at seeing my face and nods. This is firethorn, I made it up, a vine-like plant that was engineered to resist high temperatures such as fires. Me and Tuya tested it out and we can attest to it being quite resilient. While it couldn't handle our flames for too long, it could last a while against normal flames and is actually quite strong. You've been telling us about how you've been learning to control and move plants, so we decided to take advantage of that and give you something that could be useful in a fight. Obasan tells me with a smile. I nod excitedly at the idea of using the plant in a fight. I touch the plant and it starts to grow out and heads towards an empty cup of tea on the table. I notice that it's very easy to control and move after having practiced with moving and controlling roots and other vines while outside. It's easy to communicate with and instruct as well. I like how easy it is to move, I say while having the vine creep back to the main part of the plant in the jar. Once it's back in there, we seal it up again and put it with the other plants. Okay, now it's my turn. Inesa can go afterwards, okay? Mom says excitedly. I look at her anxious to see what she got me. Mom pulls out a box-shaped thing that's covered in a black cloth or drape. She puts it on the table and it covers most of it. She then pulls off the black cloth to reveal an aquarium. I'm confused about why she got me it, as I don't have any fish or frogs. That is until I see the thing inside and my eyes go big in surprise. Is that a moon jelly? I almost scream as I get a closer look at it. Sure enough, there it is moving about in its new home in the aquarium. Mom smiles brightly at my happiness of receiving the pet. I had been studying more about jellyfish and their incredible properties over the last week, and Mom's been on the receiving side of quite a few of my rambles about them. Yes, it is Izumi. But you have to make sure to take care of it, okay? Mom tells me, and I nod excitedly while still looking at the jellyfish swimming around in its little exhibit. We move on, and last, but not least, is Inesa, who pulls out the small box he was carrying on the way here from his house. It's not a plant or animal like what everyone else got you, but I think you'll like it. He tells me with a nervous smile that hopes he's right. He holds out the box to me and I tear off the wrapping to see a simple box with the name of the antique store from the mall on it. I open it up and smile at its contents. It's a beautiful silver locket with what looks to be sea glass embedded in it to make the shape of angel wings on the front. I pick it up and open it to see a picture of me and Inesa smiling while at the park. I love it, Inesa, I say as I hug him. He's a bit startled, but hugs back equally excited. The adults see this and all the females smile with a slight grin on each of their faces, as well as a knowing look. Tuya is not as pleased by this, as after only knowing Izumi for barely 2 weeks, his brotherly overprotectiveness has already started to kick in. Me and Inesa's hug stops after a few seconds and we continue the party as normal. Later on, they start helping me move my plants into my room, except for one plant called Peace Lily, which was put in the corner of the room to help as a detoxifier for the air. They also help move my aquarium onto an empty shelf in my room. A few hours pass and everyone heads home and we say our goodbyes to each other. I say goodnight to Mom and head to my room to do my homework and do a little bit of studying while having a constant thought going through my head. Best birthday ever, I think as I smile. It's been about 2 weeks since my birthday and now it's finally the last day of the semester. As such, most people are excited about getting a month away from school before the next semester. I'm excited as well, but I'm not going around saying my goodbyes to people as I still don't have any friends at school. The students are walking around and talking to each other all throughout first PRD. We don't really have any classes, per se, as the teachers just didn't care and let us do whatever we wanted. Hey Izumi, what are you gonna do over the summer? A boy who has been pretty nice the times I've met him asks. I look up at him and see a few people with him in conversation. I'm starting dance classes, I tell him cheerfully. It's not like it's a lie, but I'm definitely doing a lot more than just that. He nor anyone else needed to know that, however, as I'm still considered quirkless. Not that I really mind that much, as I've grown to care very little about other people's opinions over the last few months. Oh, I never really saw you as the dancing type. He comments, it's not in a mean way, but more of a confused, curious way. I nod at him, as I myself never really would have thought I resembled that of a dancer's build, nor do I carry myself with the same grace. I was, however, always curious about the art form and wanted to see what it was like. Just trying something new. I tell him, and he nods while going back to his own conversation. More people came up talking to me and asking about what I'll be doing over the summer. I just tell them about me trying dance classes, and that usually gets pretty confused responses, as they can't really see me as a dancer. Not that I really blame them for their confusion, but I just explain to them that I'm trying something new. I continue to read as normal while people are talking to me, and after people are done talking to me. People continue to try and read over my shoulder to see what it's about, and they are confused as to why there's just a ton of plants. Over the 2 weeks since I received all my plants I got from Recovery Girl and the plant from Obasin, I've been studying those specific plants a lot more, trying to learn more about their uses. I've been quite curious about the different properties and uses of the herbs and plants that I could apply for medical uses. I was, however, confused at first when I had seen the rose bush that Recovery Girl had given me in a pot. I asked her about it sometime during the party, and she told me to try and figure out what it could be used for. The night after, I looked up some of its uses and benefits. Turns out that it's great for beauty products and skin treatment. It helps with dry skin, acne-prone skin, as well as redness and inflammation. I've started using rose essential oils in my daily wake-up routine, and I've noticed my skin looking a bit smoother and more hydrated. People have noticed my skin looking better due to the rose oils, as well as smelling like roses. Some of the girls have gotten a bit jealous from all the attention I've been getting for it, which I think is a bit stupid, but don't comment. A few girls have come up to me and complimented me on how healthy and blemish-free my skin looks. They ask me what my secret is, and I tell them the benefits of using natural chemical-free solutions rather than artificial expensive skincare. The girls happen to be a bit embarrassed by how their skin looked due to them starting to enter puberty and dealing with pimples and such on their face. I ask them how much sugary foods they eat, and they get a bit confused, but tell me some of their favorite sweets. I tell them how foods high in sugar and saturated fats can lead to inflammation, and that maybe they should cut back on it. I also tell them that drinking more water will help with fighting toxins responsible for acne. I can tell by the way they look at me that they're listening intently to every word I've said. By the end of what I tell them, I can already see one of the 3 girls pulling out her phone and searching for natural skincare products with rose oils in them. I also notice a few girls that are trying to sneakily listen in on me talking about my skincare treatments. Not that I can really blame them, as I wouldn't want bad skin, but I am slightly rolling my eyes, however, as these are all basic things that all of them could have just looked up. I even saw a few girls taking notes on pieces of paper for what I said about skin treatment and the uses of natural products. That's more notes than I've ever seen them take in this class. I think to myself. After the girls head back over to their respective groups and continue to chat, I go back to reading my book. The rest of the classes are like that, where the teachers don't really care and let us do whatever we want. That is until PE, where we actually had an activity planned. Okay, students. I know it's the last day of school this semester before summer vacation, but we are still going to be doing some simple and fun games. The gym teacher says to us. A few people groan at this, but most of us just nod due to us not really caring, because this is the last class of the day before going home. Okay, the first activity is dodgeball. Boys versus girls, the gym teacher says. All the girls groan at hearing about a boys versus girls match, as they've already accepted defeat. We will have 2 team captains. The team captain for the boys' team will be Bakugo Katsuki, while the captain for the girls' team will be Midoriya Izumi. The gym teacher says to us. No one argues against those choices, as we are the top performing students in P. The boys are grinning hysterically, already knowing they've basically won. I get extremely peeved at seeing this and turn towards the girls. All right, ladies, we got 1 minute and 30 seconds to strategize against the boys. Huddle up. I tell them, and they're a bit surprised at me, thinking they can actually win, but nod and walk over anyways. Over the course of a minute, I give them a simple strategy that should work against the boys, as they spent the entire time just talking about how they were going to crush us. Fat chance. I think at hearing the boys talk about decimating my team and consoling me after our embarrassing defeat. Okay, time's up. Walk to your group's side of the gym and wait for the whistle. The gym teacher says. We all do as he asks, and the girls have a little pep in their step after hearing my strategy. We reach our wall and turn back to face the boys' side. The gym teacher blows the whistle and the boys charge at the line of ammunition in the middle. They start throwing the ball at us, expecting to quickly end the game. They, however, were not prepared for a double-layer wall of us girls with the best catchers on the outside and the best throwers on the inside. 2 of the girls got out, but they were mainly just defense as they both had admitted to not being good at throwing. We, however, had caught at least 5 of the ball thrown and dodged the rest, so 5 boys were already heading off the court, which accounted for 1/4 the boys' team. The girls split off into 4 groups of 4, with 2 defenders in front and 2 attackers in the back. We started picking up ball and aiming at the boys. The boys started frantically looking around, then realizing they had no more ball to throw. They played us. All the boys think angrily while also feeling a massive sense of dread. They had every reason to feel dread as a few seconds later the girls were launching ball after ball at them. By the time they're done, their team is now at 1/4 their original number. The boys that were left quickly scramble for the ball now at their feet and start shooting. They only manage to knock out 2 more girls before they're left with no more ammunition once again. Not that it really mattered, as 4 of them had their throws get caught by one of our 4 groups. The only boy still standing is none other than Kaken himself. He's looking around frantically at having his whole team decimated in a matter of less than a minute. He then starts looking around quickly trying to find a ball, only to realize there are none. He then feels his spidey senses tingling and looks up just in time to see a ball thrown by none other than Izumi heading straight for his face. Needless to say, the boys lose with an embarrassing defeat. Nice try, boys, but I do suggest actually strategizing rather than assuming you'll win just because you're going up against girls. I say in a stern voice. All the girls are cheering that they managed to destroy the boys while only losing 4 of their own. The boys, however, are sulking at the embarrassing defeat and getting called out for underestimating their opponents. Oh, and I'm sorry for hitting you in the face, Kaken, I say as I walk back over to the girls. He just nods while rubbing the red mark on his face. When I get back to the girls, they crowd me and start telling me how smart my strategy was and how they thought it was hilarious seeing Kaken getting hit straight in the face. They all seem to want me on their team for the next team-based games. The gym teacher calls us all back over after recovering from his own shock at us winning by such a large margin. He gives me the status of VIP during this match, which really is just rubbing salt to the wound of the boys that underestimated me. The rest of the class is spent doing normal PE games and activities, none of which split the groups to boys against girls, as he didn't want to make the same mistake of humiliating the boys once more. 90% of the games I played in my team ended up winning. The only one I didn't win ended up being a basketball game the coach had asked me to go easy on. He ended and we all were heading home and out of the school. Hey, Izumi, Kaken said awkwardly to me as he still had a bit of a problem talking to me. I turn around to him and blink a few times, giving him the go-ahead to talk. I'm sorry for underestimating you and the girls. Again, he says to me, embarrassed by his defeat. I chuckle a bit at this. Oh, I don't mind. The girls didn't even believe they had a shot until I gave them my strategy against you guys, so I don't really blame you guys for feeling like you had the upper hand. Which you did in both numbers and strength, but dodgeball is a strategy-based game, such as all games are if you really think about it. I tell Kaken in understanding. He blinks a few times, expecting me to get angry at him for openly admitting that he underestimated me again. I simply turned around and continued on my way, deciding the conversation was over. I reach the training facility and head down to the fire wing. Tuya isn't here today, but he is a pro hero, so I can't expect him to always have time to train me. It's not like I don't already have a teacher, as Obasan is always here to teach me. I walk over to where Obasan is and greet her. Hello, Obasan, I say as I always do. She looks up and nods with a slight smile. Hello to you as well, Izumi, she says while standing up. She looks at me once she gets up and starts to speak. Now that you're off from school for the next month, we can actually start getting into some serious training, she tells me with a grin. I nod, confused at this. She notices and explains. We were always limited on the weekdays and weekends because you either had school in the morning or had classes with Recovery Girl. You will still have classes with Recovery Girl and your new dance lessons, but we will still have much more time to spend now that school is out of the way. I'll be giving you more difficult workouts now that you've grown accustomed to the ones we usually have every day. All of the different activities we have every day will also be longer as we'll have more time to spend doing them. That's what I mean by more difficult, she tells me. I nod in understanding and anticipation. We have our normal exercises as usual that day and wait till tomorrow to start the summer training. We've grown to incorporate the fire-thorned plant as one of my moves to work on. I've learned to create more vines from a small amount of the different plants. Plants with seeds allow me to just take a couple of seeds and grow at any point. Plants that don't have seeds, I just cut off the ends of them and have them in a baggie so I can grow them later. We've been practicing controlling more of the vines at once and moving heavier things as well as growing them to encompass more area. I try lighting the vines on fire a few times. My fire may not be as hot as Tuya's, but they are hotter than Obasan's and the vines usually burn after a few seconds. We don't know how to fix this problem. I had suggested we ask someone with a biokinesis quirk and ask them if they have any solutions. She had agreed and that they would walk down there during the summer. Today we practice more with my usual flame manipulation and making my white flames create more detailed and durable weaponry. We've taken to trying to make me use more of my white flames at once and create more than one ice creation at a time. We start off by making 3 ice snowflakes at once and try to increase the amount I make each time. We get up to about 10 before I can't create any more at one time. We then move on to bigger things such as my swords. I still can only create about 3 swords at once and they're pretty low quality. We work on this for about 30 minutes before moving on. We then moved on to the exercises with my purple flames. I practiced lifting weights like I usually do and practiced shaping them into new things that I see. I even managed to make it look the same shape as a human and move around. While it doesn't really look anything like a human due to the fact that it's made of purple flames, that doesn't mean that in the dark it couldn't be used as a distraction. After we finish practicing with my flames, we stop and do our brainstorming session. We talk a bit more about my potential attacks and ways to use my different quirk aspects. We then do our exercise and move on to combat training. I have been getting better and am not getting knocked down as much as before, but I still have yet to take Obasan down. After we finish combat training, Obasan heads home and I do some extra training. I continue trying to increase the quality of the swords I make first, as I think that's more important than the quantity at the moment. I continue at it for about an hour or so. Afterwards I head off to go meet Inesa in the wind wing. I walk in and see Inesa making hurricane blasts at dummies and making the rest of the wind users stay a bit away from him. I cringe a bit at remembering him accidentally hurting the kids on my birthday, but Inesa has been trying not to do that. Again, so I can't really stay mad. I take a seat and watch Inesa work on his attack. He doesn't notice me as he then stops all of a sudden and looks as if he's putting extra effort into something. I then see a small whirlwind build up around him and he starts to get lifted off the ground. My eyes grow wide at seeing this. He's flying. I think in awe at seeing him float in the air. He seems to be struggling to maintain his control, however, as the hurricane seems to fade away. Unfortunately, Inesa didn't seem to remember he was 50 feet up in the air when he deactivated it and is now currently free falling towards the ground. The other wind users are starting to freak at seeing him fall. I, however, have already bolted towards him and sent a cloud of purple flames that catch him before he hits the ground. I reach him and he's blinking, looking at the flames that are thickly spread around him as to absorb most of the fall. Inesa, are you all right? I ask him frantically. He blushes a bit at once again having to have me save him, but nods in confirmation of him being fine. I'm fine. I just didn't think it would take so much energy to do that. He tells me. I nod, knowing that he rarely experiences not having enough power to do something. While I need to build up and work on how much power I can use, he has an excess amount of power at his disposal and doesn't have to deal with increasing his power. Well, currently that is. In the future he'll eventually have to work on increasing the amount of wind he can use. Or he may never have to, and his power will just increase enough as he gradually gets older to where he doesn't really need to try and increase it, which isn't that unfeasible. I make my flames put him down and he stands up a little wobbly as he's still a bit shaken up. I grab his shoulder to stabilize him and he stands up straight. How'd you manage to make yourself float straight up and not get tossed around in your whirlwind? I asked him. When he usually moves things in his whirlwinds, they move around in a circular motion. While he can move things around in his whirlwind, he can't make things go in the opposite direction as the main wind mass, as that would go against the natural movement of the whirlwind. I'm not really sure. I just wanted the winds to lift me up and they did. Inesa tells me excitedly at the fact that it worked. I nod and start thinking about a nagging idea. Hey Inesa, can you stand on your own? I want to try something. I tell him. He nods and I let him go. He then walks a few feet away to the bench and sits down. I look down at the floor and take off my shoes and socks. Inesa is a bit confused at this, but watches as purple flames start to come out my feet and wrap around my legs and arms to stabilize me. He then goes wide-eyed and gasps at me, lifting myself off the ground with my purple flames and float a safe 5 feet off the ground. I then start to move back and forth a bit while trying to maintain my balance with the help of my flames. I then start to get tired from the effort as lifting myself is, for some reason, a lot harder than lifting other things. I float myself down and release the hold of my flames. I walk over to Inesa. That was so cool. You did that a lot better than me. Inesa tells me. He sounded a bit disappointed when he said the second part though. Don't worry Inesa, I've been working on my endurance a lot and you still were a lot higher than I think I could have done safely. I tell him. I don't mention that the height he did it at wasn't exactly safe for him as he fell, but I don't want to make him sad at that realization. He smiles and nods at me as we walk out of the facility. My mind was a bit clouded with one thought in particular during our conversation on the walk to the park. I can fly. I think excitedly at all the possibilities this could bring me. Today is the first day of summer vacation, which also means the first day of dance classes. First I have to go do training with Obasan, but afterwards I have my first dance lessons. I arrive at the facility at 6 a.m. to start my new training schedule. I arrive and do my usual walk down the hallways and it feels a bit off with so little an amount of people there. Actually it looks as though I'm the only person there along with the staff who are there to open the place up. I make it to the place Obasan and me train and am still a bit uncomfortable with the lack of other fire users. Over the time I've been training here, I've been talking to some of the other elementalists that were around my age and some a bit older. I've learned a few tricks to do with my flames from the people there. Some of the kids here are actually the children of some pro heroes that I've heard of. It's interesting talking to them and learning what the heroes are like at home. Apparently the kids come here because their parents came here when they were younger, as this is one of the most popular places for elemental users to come for training in the city and outside the city. Some of the kids even told me how their parents told them about how Obasan trained them. The kids said I was pretty lucky to be taught by Obasan as she hasn't taken another student in many years. However, she does walk around to assist people practicing their quirk, but not nearly as much as she used to before she started training me. I wish my dad was a pro hero like theirs, I had thought from time to time before remembering that I don't know who he is or what he did as an occupation. All in due time, dear Izumi. Good morning, Obasan. I tell her, remembering that it's morning. She looks up and nods at me. She then grins at all the stuff she has planned. Well, let's get started, shall we? She tells me, pointing to the dummies. I do my normal exercises, only it's about 3 times the amount of time we spend on my quirk. The other things are increased by their amount of time spent as well. After we are done with quirk training, we move on to our brainstorming. That's only about twice as long as it usually is, so it's about 30 minutes of us theorizing. Then we started doing our exercises and she wasn't exaggerating with its difficulty. We started off with our jog run, which instead of only running 1 mile like we usually do, we ended up running 3 miles instead. I haven't been that exhausted from running in a while. I get a bit nervous for the rest of it. Even Obasan is starting to sweat a little too from that run. We then moved on to weights, which were a bit heavier than they usually were, but not tremendously so. I asked Obasan why, and she told me she'll ease me into the increased amount she wants me to get to. I also have to lift it more than I usually do as well as for longer PRDS of time. We then move on to full body exercises and she has me pushing a lot harder than usual, which is understandable. I'm sore all over afterwards, but my green flames have started taking effect if I ever get too exhausted from physical exercise, so I'm not out of breath for long. We take a quick stretch and recovery time so I can drink some water and loosen up. I've taken to drinking more water recently as I learned that most people walk around dehydrated from not getting enough water and that if you did your brain would function 20% better. However, I know not to just chug a ton of water as your body can only process 4 ounces at a time. After our cool down, we start doing hand-to-hand as usual, although she shows me a few more complicated moves and how to do them step by step. I get a few of them down decently, while failing miserably on some others. She's recently been working a lot more on technique as of recently, and I've gotten down how to properly block and return punches pretty well. After hand-to-hand we move on to sword skills, and she continues to show me how to handle it, proper swings, as well as footing. My swings and such aren't bad, but my footing is still taking some work. After we finished, Obasan headed out, and so did I too go change for dance classes. The dance studio didn't require a uniform per se, but you did have to show up in black yoga pants and a black tank top with no lettering or designs on them. It took me about 30 minutes to walk to the studio and then about 5 minutes to sign in. After signing in, I walked into the room where I will be learning to dance. I see around 15 other girls in the room and they're all in groups talking except for a few stragglers. I walk over to a bench and start reading my book. The girls don't seem to notice me as I do this and continue indulging in their own conversations. 5 minutes after I walked in, the dance instructor walked in. "Okay girls, my name is Kaneko Hakucho. I will be your dance instructor," she says to us. Ms. Kaneko is a petite woman with long black hair that's up in a bun like our hair is. She tells us to line up against the bars and we do. "Okay, I'm going to be seeing how flexible each of you are to see where we're at," she says to us. We all nod and a few people get nervous at having to be flexible. We're in dance class, of course we have to be flexible. Did they not think that while signing up? I think seeing these girls getting nervous. None of them are large or fat and they seem as though they would be flexible. I'm the one who should be nervous considering I'm the biggest here in the class. It's mostly muscle, but it still makes me much larger than them and a bit bulkier than them. I know I'm at least a little flexible from the stretches with Kogain, but she never really did any exercises that involved focusing on my flexibility, so I don't really know how I'll do. She gets into the position where the right side of her hip is facing the rail and mirror wall while she's facing us. She then lifts her left leg up to the side, where her foot is above her head and facing the ceiling. Some of the girls gasp at seeing this display, but I've seen it plenty of times on the videos I've been watching online. It's still pretty cool to see in real life though. She brings her leg back down a few seconds later after making sure all of us have seen her. We all then give it a shot and most get a little above their hips. The one girl in the front, however, managed to get up to the bottom of her neck. That same girl looked back at the rest of us and gave a pleased smile as her eyes shone with a gleam of superiority. She saw me and scoffed at seeing that I could barely reach my hip and that I was the lowest. I give her a once-over, noting the fancy and expensive-looking material of her outfit as well as her bag in the corner. Rich prep, my favorite. I think sarcastically at noting all the signs of a rich girl with a superiority complex. The teacher takes notice of all of us and gives me a slight stare at seeing me so low. She tells us to put our legs down. She then wants to see all of us do splits. All the girls are a few inches of the ground, so about average. The prep, however, is touching the ground and once again checks everyone else and almost laughs at seeing me. I'm currently at least another inch higher than the rest of the girls, so I'm once again behind. Miss Kaneko tells us to stand up and we do. She has us do basic flexibility exercises during the class and I'm behind in all of them. When she had asked us to do some simple ballet moves, I had actually done pretty well at remembering the movements, but my footing was terrible. Most of the girls' footing was bad, so I had actually done better than most, but the prep of course did it perfectly. She of course gave me a fake smile giving the message of, "I'm better than you." I was really starting to dislike the girl and was very tempted to just push her the next time she looks at me, but I restrained myself from doing so. "Okay girls, I'd like you all to do a simple twirl like so." Ms. Kaneko says as she brings her right leg up so her knee comes out as she has her hands held out and connecting in front of her and spins in a circle once before stopping. Then has us come up to her and do it. The prep walks up first and does it flawlessly. More girls come up and they don't do it quite as well as the prep, but manage to spin without falling. That is until it's my turn. I walk up to her and all eyes are on me as I bring my leg up and hold my hands out in a perfect replica of how she does it. She nods as she sees my form looking flawless. It however all goes downhill as I attempt to turn and end up stumbling and then falling to the ground. All the girls give me slight pitying looks as the prep and two other girls who look to be her friends start laughing. I'm extremely embarrassed at this display and look away from the three girls and see the teacher who is giving the three girls the stink eye. They however don't notice her and keep laughing at me. Yui, Sarah, Akari. Stop laughing now. The instructor says to them. They instantly shut up and give the instructor perplexed looks. What? It was funny. The prep who I believe is Akari says. The instructor narrows her eyes and pinches the bridge of her nose. We don't laugh at our fellow peers Akari. Apologize to Izumi. Ms. Kaneko says to them. They roll their eyes, but look at me in annoyance and give a fake apology. The teacher sees this, but just sighs and looks down at me worriedly. Are you okay? She asks me. I nod and stand up. I then walk over to the end of the line and she continues as scheduled. Afterwards the class ends and we all grab our things as we prepare to leave. Hey you there. Izumi was it? Akari says with her lackeys behind her. I look down at her as she's about 2 inches shorter than me, which doesn't help her intimidation factor at all. What do you want? I ask in a bored tone already knowing what she wants to do. She smirks before she starts twirling on of her blonde strands of hair. I want you to know that you should probably just stop trying to dance if that's all you can do. You made a complete fool of yourself out there. Make room for the people that actually have a shot at doing good in this class. Such as me for an example, you're just taking up room on the floor for no reason. My parents are professional dancers and have been teaching me how to dance for years already. I have a chance of becoming a great dancer someday, so you even being here is an insult to the dance community. Anyway, I have places to be so I better not see you here next time. Got it? She tells me sounding like a spoiled brat. I look her straight in the eyes and bend down a little as I get right in her face. Talk to me like that again and I'll show you how much I care that your parents are dancers. The only one here in the dance community that was offended was you, so I don't really care about that. I'm a beginner so I'm sorry if I make a few mistakes my first time dancing, that's why I'm taking classes. If you don't like my dance skills then you can just not like them, but keep that BS to yourself. If I wanted to listen to an annoying little girl babble, then I would have walked up to you and started up a conversation. Anyways I have places to go and people to see, so you know move. I tell her as I walk right by her at the end and right out the door, not even sparing a glance to see her look of astonishment and anger at being talked back to. I walk to the park me and Inesa always go to and see him appearing at the other side of it. He sees me and we both sit down at our bench. So how was your first day of dance classes, Izumi? Inesa asks me excitedly. I sigh at this, really not wanting to answer that. It went terribly. I have terrible flexibility and my footing is bad as well. Not to mention this one girl who's a real piece of work. She's such a hot shot thinking she's better than me because her parents are dancers. Like yes, she's a better dancer, but that's because she's been practicing for years already. She's super annoying and I hope I was able to shut her up before she started bullying others as well. I tell him in an exasperated tone. Yikes, that doesn't sound like a fun time. Are you still gonna go back? Inesa asks me sounding worried. It actually was fun doing the activities even if I wasn't that good at them. Also, yes, I do plan on going back tomorrow. I'm going to have to practice more at home though and during training at my flexibility and footing. I tell him already dreading the fact that I'm going to have to practice more at my already dreadful footing. Inesa smiles at me still wanting to do it. Anyway, what did you do today? I ask him because he didn't tell me. He blushes a bit for some reason. Well, that I told you how I wanted to try out playing football, so I went to this place where they teach you how to play different sports. I went there and was showed how the games played and went against other people where we practiced against each other. I think I want to keep going there so I can practice for maybe getting onto the team at my junior high next year. He tells me nervously as if expecting me to laugh at him for thinking of doing something so stupid. That's great, Inesa. I think that would be a good idea to practice and get to know the game before going straight into it. It would be smarter than what I did with dance by not practicing beforehand and just watching videos about it. I tell him as I'm pleased with his decision. He smiles at me, not shooting down his idea and thinking that it's stupid. Thanks, Izumi. I'll make sure to practice extra hard for next year. Inesa tells me happily. I nod and smile at his enthusiasm. We continue to talk like we usually do and start practicing our quirks together once more. I keep trying to use Heaven's Wheel to its full potential, but still can only make 3 swords. However, after making the swords as strong as I can, I do manage to pierce the tree with them before they crack and shatter. After doing that with my swords, I do something that I like doing to relax. I take off my shoes and touch the pond, which then freezes over. Then make my skates and start sliding on the now frozen pond. Inesa watches because he doesn't have any skates. I would make him some, but then he would get frostbite. I finish after about 10 minutes and thaw out the pond. Inesa had been watching the entire time, entranced by my dancing. He realizes he's been staring and blushes while turning away to continue training. I chuckle at his display of embarrassment. I then start using my green flames to manipulate the trees and have them sprout more flowers. I've taken a liking to doing this due to seeing more people come to see the large amount of flowers in the trees. I also practice manipulating the different vines I find and make them grow into different patterns. I look around and see a pretty purple flower on the ground. I recognize it and know it's harmless, so I pick it up. I think as I put it in my hair and use my green flames to make it grow. I watch as the stem of flower starts growing in circles around my head until it's like a crown. It then starts sprouting more flowers on the stems that encompass the top of my head. I then make it grow once more and it grows down my hair to the ends where it starts sprouting flowers along the stems that grew down. Now my hair is shrouded in the purple flower and I look at my reflection in the pond. Pretty, I think, as I decide to keep it there. I make my way back over to the bench area and Inesa is there trying once again to fly. He's only going about 10 feet off of the ground as to not make the same mistake as last time. I blink a few times before summoning my purple flames and wrapping them around me as I lift off of the ground and float up next to him. He opens his eyes and sees me. He then grins at how cool this is and I grin back before I float down after a few more seconds. I watch as he floats back down to after expending so much energy doing that. That was so cool, Izumi. Inesa tells me. He then looks at my head and notices the flowers. What's that? He asks me, confused. I laugh a bit at seeing him confused. It's a flower crown, Inesa. I made it by picking a flower and growing it in my hair. I tell him. He nods and looks in awe at seeing me with it on. Inesa thinks before blushing at that thought. I wonder why he's blushing? I think upon seeing his bright blush. I think it's time to head home, Inesa. I tell him while looking at the clock on my phone. He nods and grabs the stuff he had with him. I wave and say goodbye as I walk out of the park. He does the same. I look forward towards the direction of my house. I have to practice when I get home if I'm ever going to get better. I think remembering what I said to Inesa earlier about dance. I only hope I'm not running a fool's errand and that this actually gives results. I think solemnly. When I got home, I told Mom about how dance had gone and she was a bit angry that Akari did that, but was glad I stood up to her. I told her about my problem with flexibility and footing. She said she had something that may help and I followed her over to a closet we store stuff in. She pulled out 2 green yoga mats and laid them down. Mom, what are these for? I asked her, confused as to why she brought out yoga mats. She looks at me and smiles. I've started to take some yoga classes to help me relax and meet new people. I heard yoga also helps with flexibility and it may also help your footing. I'll show you some basic moves I've learned from my classes. Mom tells me. I'm a bit surprised because she never told me about her taking yoga classes, but nod and walk over to the mat. We then start doing some basic yoga poses that involve flexing my leg muscles and stretching them a lot. I can't say that it isn't satisfying doing some of these stretches, as I do feel much looser afterwards, so I can see why Mom likes this. I can't get my legs up as far as Mom, but that's most likely from the fact that she's been doing this for what seems like a few months from what she's told me. We continue doing this for about an hour before Mom stops and goes to make dinner. I, however, continue doing what she showed me to do. I even managed to find a disc with an introduction to yoga on it and pop it into the TV. I watch and do what the instructor on the TV says to do, and I do it pretty well. This continues for about 30 more minutes before Mom calls me into the dining area. I stop and pause the video to continue later after dinner. So you like doing yoga too? Mom asks me while we eat. I look up at her and nod happily with a smile. She smiles and we continue to eat, discussing more about what today was like for us. I tell her about the changes to Obasan's training and she listens and nods, already knowing some of these changes from Obasan already telling her. I also tell her about how Inesa wants to try out for football next year and that he's practicing at a sports place. She tells me that's a lovely idea and I agree. We finish our food and clean the dishes, then put them away. I then walk back over to the TV and resume my exercises and stretches. After the video finishes, I stop doing yoga and think on how to improve my other problem. My footing still needs to be worked on. I think as I review and theorize what I could do. Yoga may help with my flexibility and slightly help my footing, but not enough. In yoga we work on holding poses and keeping good footing, but in dance you have to move and change your footing consistently, so yoga isn't going to help all that much. Practice makes perfect. I think as I just decide to start trying to replicate some of the moves from earlier, but once again fail miserably at the spins. I then remember a game I used to play when I was younger. I walk over to the TV and put in a few things. What pops up is a game I remember quite clearly. Dance Revolution. I think as I pull out the mat used to play the game. I start playing and it begins popping up the arrows. I started moving and hitting the arrows as best I could, but was never that good with my bad footing. After a few minutes, I get a hang of the rhythm. I play this for about an hour with a smile on my face from playing the simple but addictive game. After I finish playing the game, I start trying to do the dance moves from class and find them a bit easier from playing the game that demanded quick footing. Okay, let's see if I can do it correctly this time, I think as I get into position for the spin. I turn and don't fall on the ground. I smile at the fact I was able to do it correctly. It was still terribly sloppy, but it was a start. I continue practicing my moves and spins for another 30 to 40 minutes. I think I have it down pretty well by the time I'm ready to do my nightly rituals and go to bed. Slow progress is still progress nonetheless. I think before going to bed, being pumped for tomorrow. I can do this. I think while walking to the dance studio once more. I had just finished my new workout with Obasan with a few new dynamic stretches thrown in. I had also been practicing the yoga poses and spins I had done yesterday to make sure everything was good. I managed to fix a few of my errors with the spins and hopefully I won't mess up again. I make it to the studio and walk into the room where the girls are talking amongst themselves once again. I walk back over to the bench and started reading. The teacher comes in a few minutes later and has us line up again. She has us once again lift up our right leg up to the side. Everyone is about where they were yesterday. I managed to get a bit higher than yesterday, but still not as high as everyone else. The teacher notices my slight increase and I see her mouth twitch towards a slight smile. She notices my serious demeanor and smiles at my determination. She has us put our legs down and starts to show us some more dances that have simple movements. I do better than most at this once again because I remember the moves pretty well. My footing's a bit better today as well, which she notices and nods in recognition. My balance also seems a bit better than most of the girls for these, so I'm feeling more confident in my ability to perform the spin at the end of class. We continue doing this for most of the lesson with her wanting us to do the moves in front of her so she can evaluate us. It's almost the end of class when the thing I was dreading came up. It seems as though all my nerves have resurfaced now that I have to do it. Okay, class, time for me to see those spins. You better have practiced at home, she says to us. Most of the girls groan and start lining up against the wall. Akari of course goes up and does it flawlessly. Everyone else is about the same level they were the day before, some do better, which shows they've been practicing at home. I'm at the back of the line as usual, which kind of annoys me, but currently I'm too nervous to care about that. It's finally my turn and I walk up. The whole class seems a bit nervous at the thought of me falling again. Even the teacher is a bit nervous whether or not I'll be able to do it today. Akari, who has been giving me dirty looks the entire class, is now smirking as she waits for me to fail. Keep yourself together, Izumi. I practically scream to myself internally. I close my eyes and take a deep breath, hold it, then exhale. I get into position and turn. Everyone is shocked to see me do it properly and not falling to the floor. The teacher is smiling at me, sensing that I put a lot of work into that spin. She ends the class and holds me back for another minute to tell me something. I've noticed you were doing much better today than yesterday. Why is that? She asks me, curious as to how. I tell her about me practicing at home with yoga and a bit of Dance Revolution to help with my flexibility and footing. She almost laughs when I tell her about me practicing footing with a game, but knows that it's not actually that illogical, as the game is all about footing and moving as fast as you can. Well, I just wanted you to know that there's a dance room at the end of the hall where students of all classes can go to practice during any time of the day. So if you want to practice with more room and some equipment, you can always go there. There's usually an instructor like myself there to watch over everybody and to answer any questions you may have, as well as help you with form and such. Just thought I'd let you know. She tells me while setting up for her next class. I nod, and instead of heading to the park, I head down to that room. I text Inesa to let him know I'm going to be a bit late to the park and to walk down a bit later today. I walk into the room and my eyes go wide at seeing the size of the room and its equipment. There's quite a few people in there who are a bit older than me and most likely are in higher classes as well. I also see a few people not doing ballet, but a few other dance forms. The school doesn't only offer ballet classes, which I had found out during my research of the school. They offer a few other classes that include gymnastics and street dancing. I see a few people from those classes practicing and watch, a bit intrigued by it. I watch them for about 5 minutes before walking over to the ballet section and putting down my stuff. I don't see anyone from my class here, so I have the first level ballet section all to myself. The other levels practice areas are packed with people who are doing some impressive moves, if I may add. I get a bit self-conscious at them being able to see me, but they don't seem to be paying me any mind. I started walking over to the bar and do some stretching exercises we were shown in class today. I then start doing some more spins in order to hone my movements and do it with less mistakes. After I finish practicing my spins, I move on to some of the movements we learned in class. I also tried out some movements I've seen online that I found cool. After I'm done practicing my dance moves, I do some of the yoga stretches Mom showed me because they had a few of the mats in an equipment closet. I stop after being there for about 30 minutes and head out to the park. I make it there and Inesa is already practicing his moves. Hey Inesa, I say to him. He stops and turns around. Hey Izumi, how was dance today? He asks me as he walks over to the bench. It was a lot better today. I made some progress with my footing by practicing yesterday, so I didn't make a fool of myself. I tell him. He smiles at the fact of me being happy. How was your training today, Inesa? I ask him. It was great. We got to play against each other and do exercises meant to help with tackling and stuff like that. He says excitedly. I'm not surprised he'd be excited about being able to tackle stuff, as he definitely has the right build for it. Unlike me, who has a naturally lean but strong muscle kind of body that hides how strong I am, he has the complete opposite. He's big and muscular naturally, which annoys me to no end that he doesn't really have to work that hard to get lots of muscle. His body type naturally makes him intimidating to most, and the fact that he's a lot taller than most people our age really doesn't help make somebody less frightened. People don't tend to take me seriously due to me seeming small, even though I'm relatively tall for my age. I've noticed myself getting a bit taller as I'm catching up to Inesa's height. I doubt that it will be long before he once again towers over me, but I'll enjoy the fact that he isn't like a skyscraper next to me for as long as I can. Izumi, I had an idea for us to do something cool. Inesa tells me. I nod, knowing that he often does. What if I created a tornado and you blended in your white flames to create a tornado that freezes stuff? Inesa says to me. I think about this for a moment. I'll give it a shot. But if we start damaging the wildlife too much we have to stop. I tell him as I don't know how the plant life or animals in the park would react. He nods excitedly and starts creating a decently small tornado as I start letting loose a stream of white flames that spread out to flow through the winds of the tornado and envelope it. It goes pretty well and it starts freezing anything in the tornado, but unfortunately it freezes anything in the tornado. Izumi please stop. I hear Inesa say through the winds. I stop and soon the tornado does as well. I look towards Inesa to see what went wrong. I then see him shivering on the ground and sneezing. Oh, he froze, I think, as I walk over to him and create a small amount of golden flames on my hand that I hold near him. I forgot you're not immune to the cold like me, Inesa. Sorry. I tell him. He just nods as he slowly starts to warm back up. That's another failed combo move. He says sadly once he's warm enough. It could work if you weren't in the tornado, Inesa. I tell him. He looks up with a smile at hearing me say that. I walk over to the bench and pull out my notebook that holds the analysis of my quirk and the list of combo moves that I have. I write it down in the potentials list as I'm still not completely sure it's a safe method of using my white flames, not to mention if Inesa would still get frozen even if he wasn't directly in it. I put my book back and give Inesa a once-over to make sure he's alright. I then walk off to practice controlling the plants in the woodland area. I start picking a few flowers of different colors and sizes. By the time I'm done picking flowers, I have a small pink flower, a medium-sized purple flower, and a big white flower. I put them all in the front of my hair and have them grow in the same pattern as yesterday to where they were intertwining and wrapping around my head in a loose circle so that they wouldn't strangle my head. They then grow down my hair individually in viney-like ways while braiding it. They then started sprouting flowers and it looked really pretty in the reflection of the water. I then started growing vines into different patterns on the trees and making them grow to connect in between the trees and make a system of vines everywhere. I love how simple it is to control vines even without touching them. I'm even able to close all the mouths of my Venus flytrap now, which is pretty cool considering how bad it went the first time I tried. I still haven't been able to make my green flames as thin as I want, but they're getting there. After practicing for about 15 more minutes, I head back over to the bench. Inesa once again is trying to fly, but this time I don't try and go up there to join him. I stay on the ground in case he falls because he looks to be about 20 feet off the ground. He comes back down in roughly 30 more seconds. He lands okay, but still stumbles and falls to the ground when he tries to walk. I walk over to him as I know he fell due to exhaustion and not anything too serious. I touch his shoulder and use my green flames to re-energize him. He jumps up as he's now full of energy once more. Thanks, Izumi, Inesa says to me. I nod and walk over to the bench. He continues practicing flying and I just hold out my hand and release small fire shots from my fingers that go up a few feet, then pop like a firework. I continue doing this to see if I can make the pops bigger when they happen. After about 10 more minutes and me re-energizing Inesa about 5 times, he stops and walks over to me. Izumi, I wanted to ask you something. Inesa tells me in a tone that suggests that he just remembered it. I look up at him and nod for him to continue. During the last weekend of summer, me and my parents are going camping and I wanted to ask if you would come. Inesa tells me. I blink a few times mulling this over in my mind. I've never met his parents before. I wonder what they're like. Think. Sure. As long as my mom's okay with it. I tell him. He smiles and is excited I want to come. Okay, I'll tell my parents. Inesa says happily. Nod and realize the sun is setting. Inesa, it looks like it's time to go home. I'll see you tomorrow. I say to Inesa as I grab my stuff and start walking away. He says, bye, and does the same thing. I get home just before the sun fully sets. Mom, I'm home. I say to her as I skip in. She turns around and smiles. Was dance class any better today, Izumi? She asks in a hopeful tone. I made a little progress from practicing yesterday. Can you show me some more yoga? I ask her hopefully. She nods and walks over to the closet to retrieve the mats. She comes back over after getting them and lays them out. She shows me a few new yoga positions and adjusts a few of the ones I get wrong. We do this for about an hour before we stop and have dinner. While eating dinner, I remember what Inesa asked me before I left to go home. Mom, Inesa asked me if I can go on a camping trip with him and his parents at the end of summer. Can I go? I ask her. She mulls this over in her head. I've never met Inesa's parents and neither has Izumi. I'll have to meet them first before she goes, but I'm sure if anything bad happens that she can defend herself. Inko thinks to herself. Okay, but I want to meet his parents first and get details from them of what you'll be doing and where you're going. Mom tells me. I smile and nod while making a mental note to ask Inesa what his parents' numbers are tomorrow. We then go back to eating dinner and talking about different subjects. After dinner, I start to play Dance Dance Revolution for a bit of fun. That lasts for about 30 minutes before I go into my room to study, as I still have my classes with Recovery Girl on the weekends. I also continue to research my plants like I usually do. I then head off to bed and get some rest. It was almost the end of summer and I'm about to going on a camping trip with Inesa and his family. The past few weeks had been hectic with training and ballet. With my Quirk training, I had managed to improve greatly in most aspects. For starters, I made some progress with my ice constructs. I could now create up to 6 ice swords, which is double what I could at the beginning of summer. They could now cut down a whole tree if you use them together. I still have to work on making them stronger, but I'm making progress with it. My individual swords have become noticeably sharper as well. I even managed to cut off one of the dummies' heads at the facility. My other ice moves like the wall are also much better than they were before as well. I managed to make the wall over 10 feet tall now and I made it travel over 20 feet. I also managed to make it about 3 feet in width. On average, my walls are about 9 feet tall, 15 feet in length, and 2 feet in width, so it's improved significantly in the amount of time I've spent on it. I've also been working hard to improve my golden flames. They've been able to cover more area recently and my fire stream is about the size of an exercise ball rather than a basketball. They've also started to get naturally hotter and I've been practicing at making them hotter for longer periods of time. I've also been working on controlling it at further distances, which I've been trying to do with all my flames. I've found that my golden flames are most definitely my hardest flames to control and move from afar. My purple flames have gotten noticeably stronger as well. They can lift more weight depending on how much purple flames there are and how dense they are. I've been practicing shaping them into different animals and they're pretty accurate. My reach with them is also pretty far and they're easily maneuverable and easy to wield. I've also been practicing with my flying using the purple flames, however it's really uncomfortable having to be wrapped up in them and it takes a lot of concentration. Inesa has gotten better at using his air to lift him off of the ground and fly, but it still takes a bit of energy. My green flames have gotten better over the summer and I've been practicing on manipulating multiple different plants at once. Like making my firethorn plant grow a certain way, while opening and closing my Venus flytrap's mouths. It's a bit more difficult, but I can manage it to a degree. My dancing has improved tremendously over the summer. About a week after the beginning of classes, I managed to do a full split. I can also bring my leg up quite a bit higher than most of the girls now. My movements have become a lot more fluid and graceful over the time I've spent there. I'm one of the top students now and the only one who can really do better than me is Akari, but even she's getting a bit nervous. She still tries to bully me, but I mainly just shrug it off and walk right by her. Every day after class I head down to the practice area and train for another 30 minutes or so in what we did that day. It's also given me an opportunity to see what the older kids get to do and what moves they have. I've even gone up to meet a few of the older kids and they've been pretty nice to me. Some even helped me with the moves I was learning as they remember learning them. It's actually pretty fun spending time with the older girls and boys as they show me some more advanced moves that I should be learning once I get to their level. My training with Obasan has also improved recently. My endurance has really been amped after having to run 3 miles each day as well as the weights and fully body exercises. My hand-to-hand and swordsmanship have improved loads with my footing getting better from ballet. Obasan has been teaching me tons of self-defense moves recently, such as taking down people with knives and disarming them, which is pretty cool. It's about nighttime now and me and Mom are packing all my stuff for the trip. Stuff like my sleeping bag, canteen, bug spray, hygiene equipment, extra clothes, and a poncho. It was Thursday and I would be going with Inasa and his parents to a local forest that is often used for camping. I had never really been camping myself, so I was a bit nervous about it, but I'm still excited to try it. After packing up, I head off to do my regular hygiene after saying goodnight to Mom. I do my nightly rituals such as brushing my teeth and washing my face with rose water I make from my own roses. I've been taking to using more eco-friendly and natural hygiene products. My toothpaste is even made of natural ingredients, although I didn't make it myself obviously. My skin has been feeling a lot healthier as of late because of the lack of chemical products I use. After doing my hygiene, I walk off to bed and sit there staring at my jellyfish. I like to do this to relax myself before falling asleep each night. The calming purple and blue light it emits in its slow dance under the water helps me fall asleep better as I just watch it until I drift off. The next morning I wake up at 5 a.m. to get ready to do my workout with Obasan. I do my morning hygiene and get dressed. I make my breakfast, which consists of mainly fruits and vegetables as well as some oats and a handful of almonds. I fill up my water bottle and take a few sips before grabbing my ballet clothes and spray on some homemade rose water perfume I learned to make off the internet. I wake up Mom as her job starts at 7 o'clock, so she usually gets up around 5:30 to 6 o'clock in order to get ready. Mom wakes up and I hug her goodbye and she does the same as she gets up. I then walk back out to the living room and open the door for a new day to begin. I make it to the facility about 10 minutes later after jogging the entire way there to warm up for today. I make it to the facility and I've gotten used to it being empty when I get there. I make it to the fire wing and walk over to where Obasan is. "Good morning, Obasan," I tell her as I start warming up by stretching my hamstrings and doing some quick stretches for the rest of my body. "Good morning to you as well, Izumi. Before we start, there's something I would like to talk with you about." "Don't worry, it's nothing big, just scheduling," Obasan tells me as she gets up. I nod and walk over to her. "We're going to be more limited in our training time now that you're starting school back up again. So we'll just have to go back to your old training schedule," Obasan tells me. I nod, having expected this to happen. "We'll still maintain the difficulty of the exercises though. So you won't have to worry about going back to the level you were at before summer vacation." "Okay," Obasan says to me. I nod and we start our training for the day. It starts with some basic fire blasts with my golden flames where I try to hit multiple targets at once. They all hit their intended targets and melt the front a little bit. Next is my ice constructs, and I make about 6 swords at once and send them all at the dummies. They manage to pierce the dummy, but not go all the way through. Then it's my ice walls and my ice blasts that are fairly big now. I then started doing my purple flames exercises and made a tiger-like creature out of flames, which was pretty cool. I then started lifting weights with my purple flames, which was pretty easy as it doesn't actually put any sort of strain on my body no matter how much weight the flames lift. It's pretty cool using my different flame creatures to attack the dummies as well. We then move on to exercise such as my 3-mile jog, with stretches beforehand. After that is my weight training, then my full body workout. I then do some stretches afterwards in order to cool down and make sure I don't get hurt after doing all that exercise. Then we start hand-to-hand combat with her, going over the new moves she's been teaching me and us going at it in a real match. I lost though, which is to be expected, but I lasted longer than in the beginning of summer. After that is sword training, which is one of my favorite parts of the training with Obasan. I've made big improvements after my footing improved, and now I'm doing pretty good with memorizing the movements and actually doing them properly. After doing my training, I head out and change in the restroom into my dance clothes. I then head out the facility and make my way to the studio for my last day of ballet before school starts. I make it there in about 20 minutes and walk into the dance room. All the girls are talking as usual, and I walk over to my usual bench and start reading my botany book. The teacher comes in a few minutes later and we all line up as usual. "Okay girls, let's do some stretches to loosen up," Ms. Kaneko says to us. We all start to stretch our legs and backs in order to get prepared for today's lesson. We all do our usual flexibility stretches, to which I'm now one of the best at. After about 10 minutes of stretching and preparing, she tells us to stop. "Okay, let's see first position," she says, as she always does, to see if our first positions have gotten better. We all get into first position and I do it seamlessly as I've practiced all 6 positions quite thoroughly over the past month. After she checks all of our first positions and adjusts some of the girls' hands and feet, she then calls for second position. She does this for all 6 positions and always gives me a slight smile whenever she sees that I'm doing it perfectly. She's claimed me as her favorite student and everyone knows it. It bothers Akari to no end, which only serves to make strive to be even better. Me and her are always butting heads trying to see who's best in the class. While her movements are much better due to years of practice, I get the moves down faster and remember them much better than anyone else in the class. Not to mention the amount of practice I put into my moves every day. Ms. Kaneko knows how much work I put into it because she sometimes ends up being the person in the practice gym giving advice to the kids there. I usually have the level 1 practice section all to myself as the girls from my class usually just go home. I also found out that the other level 1 classes for the younger girls happens right after my class ends. Apparently the school works as there's 2 different level 1 classes and so on for the higher up classes as well. We have my class which is ages 10 to 12-year-old girls, but there's another level 1 class that's 5 to 9-year-old girls. The progression from level to level also isn't time-based per se, but actually skill-based, and once you are shown to be proficient enough you get sent to the next level. I don't know how ballet works. Ms. Kaneko says that if I keep up the hard work then I may be able to make it to level 2 by near the end of the year, so only about 4 more months or so. She said that my progress is pretty much unheard of in comparison to her previous students. I would always blush from embarrassment from the praise. Anyway, after doing our positions we did our movements we've been learning. The dances are a bit difficult, but nothing I can't handle. The other girls still have problems with the dance however, and Ms. Kaneko asks me to help them out while she helps another few girls out. I blink a few times as she's never asked me to do that before, but I walk over and do it anyway. Hey, do you need some help? I ask the girls with a kind smile. They look up at me a bit startled because they'd never really heard me speak that much as I don't participate in the class's conversations. They however nod, as they know I'm one of the best in the class. I ask them to do it again and they do. I notice the way they move their feet while doing it and I think that that's why they're off balance. I see. Here do it more like this rather than that during the turn. I tell them while I point out what the area they got wrong was and demonstrate how to do it correctly. They try it again and do it like I did and give a small "oh" at realizing their simple mistake. They continue to do it a couple more times and sometimes still fail at doing it, but after a few minutes I walk away as they've started to get it down. I look for the teacher and notice she's been watching me the entire time as I help the girls. She gives a slight smile and nods. She then walks over to me. "Do you know why I had you do that instead of me doing it?" She asks me. I thought about this for a moment before realizing what she wanted. "You were testing me." I tell her simply. She nods in confirmation. "You have lots of potential at ballet and I know you don't want to do it professionally, but I just wanted to see how you could react with helping others." She tells me then walks away to go actually help a group of girls this time. I'm a bit surprised she wanted to test me like that, but I suppose that if she wants to send a student to the next level so early then she wants to make sure that the student is exemplary. Akari will be going to level 2 around the same time as me and she most likely wants someone who she knows might be able to keep the girl in line. Akari's been starting to subtly bully or make fun of the other girls as well. Kaneko has seen me stand up to her and help the other girls multiple times already, so she just wants me to be able to do that for the girls in the higher classes as well. She wants to kick Akari out of her classes due to how much she disrespects her and her students so often, but the girls' parents make big donations to the chain of dance schools this one belongs to. That means that Akari is pretty much untouchable due to the owners of the chain not wanting to lose the backing of such esteemed individuals, and kicking their daughter out might lose their support. That however does not stop the brave students willing to stop her, so that's where I come into the whole equation. After our little chat I went back to the dances she told us to practice and get them down pretty well. After class is almost finished and we're grabbing our stuff and changing into our regular shoes, Ms. Kaneko goes to the front of all of us and makes an announcement. As you all know, the school year is starting back up again, which means classes are going to be starting later in the day. We also will only be having classes on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Just a reminder, although you should have all gotten this information via an email to your parents. Ms. Kaneko says, then starts preparing for her next classes. All of us nodded before she turned away in order to show we got the email. We all then leave and I don't head down to the practice gym like I normally do, as I have to get ready to head to Inace's in order to go camping. First I need to get back to my house to grab my camping supplies though. I headed off and jogged home as I needed to be at Inace's in an hour or so. I make it home in about 20 minutes and quickly strip myself of the tank top and leggings and put on some hiking shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. After putting that on, I grab a pretty black flower, a purple flower, and a green flower from my room and put them in my hair. They then started to grow and make a magnificent flower crown in my hair. On the way down my hair, the flowers beautifully braid my hair as well. I wanted to look nice going to meet Inace's parents for the first time. Wait. This is the first time I'm actually meeting his parents? I think realizing this for the first time in a while. I hadn't really thought about it since the beginning of summer when Inasa had asked, but now the thought is hitting me full force. I question whether or not to change into something more presentable than hiking shorts and a green short-sleeved shirt with a V-shaped neckline. I was thinking about maybe changing into the flower dress I have in my closet real quick. I decide to veto that idea, however, as I still want to be practical and a dress may not be the most practical attire when camping. So I then just decide to keep what I'm wearing and hope it's okay. They're Inace's parents. They shouldn't be that bad. From what Inace's told me, they're very nice people, and if they're anything like him then they should be fine. I think in an attempt to calm myself. It works, and I go into the living room where I see Mom sitting there watching the news while doing yoga. She sees me and gets up. I notice something, however, that I've failed to notice for a while. She's gotten skinnier. I realize upon seeing her body in the yoga pants and shirt she has on. Over the months since I've started training with Obasan, I had noticed Mom eating less junk food like me and that she was eating healthier foods. She wasn't exactly fat before, but she had been starting to gain some weight from stress eating, and I had started to get worried. But when I got my quirk, it seemed as if a big weight had been lifted off of her back. She still seems to be carrying some stress, but that's probably due to being a single mother with a child that wants to one day help people in dangerous situations that could end up with her getting hurt. The yoga she's been doing probably also has something to do with her losing weight, as it's a physically demanding exercise that requires energy to do. She's also been drinking a proper amount of water, and water's proven to help people lose weight as it improves metabolism, and you can actually build up fat from water not being able to move in the body. So overall she's looking pretty good now, and she uses the same kind of products for hygiene as me, so her skin seems to be a lot more hydrated and smooth. Are you ready, Izumi? She asks me, which snaps me out of my thoughts. Oh yeah. I just need to grab my camping bag and my phone, then I can head out. I tell her as I grab my phone and go over to the camping bag. She nods and helps me put some of the straps on. Have a good time, sweetie. She tells me, a bit nervous, as if she senses something bad might happen. I smile at her and nod as I walk out the door and say goodbye. It takes me about 20 minutes to reach Inasa's house, and I wait outside the front door for someone to answer. It takes about 20 seconds before a tall woman with long black hair opens up the door. She's wearing hiking pants and a short-sleeved blue polo shirt. She blinks a few times before smiling and introducing herself. Hello. You must be Izumi. I'm Inasa's mother. It's nice to meet you, she says. I bow slightly as a sign of respect. Nice to meet you, Miss Yurashi. And yes, I'm Midoriya Izumi, I say as I come back up. She chuckles a bit, however I don't know why. No need to bow, my dear, you're a guest. Oh, I'm being rude. Come in, come in. She tells me kindly as she moves out the way. I nod and walk into the living area. It's a simple living room with a couch, a TV, and a few family photos of them going to different places. Nothing that interesting, which is fine. It is pretty big though, as is the whole house really, but that could just be me thinking that because I live in a small apartment. I walk into the kitchen followed by Inasa's mom. It's nothing special in the kitchen either. There's a stove, an island, a few chairs at the island if you want to eat there. There's also a sink, dishwasher, smoothie maker, a lavender plant that is starting to die. Nothing really interesting so far, but it's also a pretty big kitchen too. You can wait here if you'd like. I'm just waiting for the boys to put on their camping clothes. We already packed the car, so there's nothing else to really do other than wait for them. It shouldn't take too long though. She tells me cheerily as she sits down at the island. I think for a moment if I should sit next to her, or at the dining table in the next room over. I however just decided to walk over to the lavender plant that's wilting. She watches me curiously and pouts a bit at seeing the dying lavender plant, as it seems she probably tried hard to keep it alive. I get to the plant and send out a small line of green flames that touch it, and soon the lavender plant is looking good as new. I retract my green flames and take a moment to look at the plant before turning back around and walking over to Inasa's mom, where I sit down. So you have a plant, Quirk? She asks me after seeing how I healed the plant. I think about this for a moment, debating whether or not to go into a long explanation of how my quirk works. It's not something like that. I tell her, deciding it would be a bit of a hassle. She looks a little confused about what else it could be, but doesn't comment on it. You know, Inasa never did tell me how you two met. She says to me out of curiosity. I thought about this a moment and debated whether she would get upset Inasa didn't tell her about almost getting beat up. I however am saved when Inasa comes down the stairs in his hiking shorts and a blue t-shirt. He looks around and sees me sitting next to his mom. Hey Izumi, Inasa says to me as he steps off the stairs. Hey Inasa, I say as I get up off the chair. Is your father ready? His mother asks as she gets up. He nodded and they led me out to the garage where their car, Inasa said it was a Toyota hybrid, was waiting with the trunk open. Here, I'll put your bag in the trunk. Inasa's mom says as she grabs my bag and walks to the trunk. Did you go to your football training today, Inasa? I ask him. Yeah. They gave me a new schedule for when school starts up. Inasa tells me. They did the same at dance today. The teacher also gave me a sort of test to see how well I can help the other girls. It was an interesting day and it was actually pretty satisfying to help the other girls out. I tell Inasa. He nods and we chat for a few minutes while his mom prepares the car. I wonder where his dad is? What's he like? I wonder. A moment later I get my answer as the garage door opens and in comes a huge man with a big smile plastered on his face like Inasa's. Scratch that, because basically all of him looks like Inasa. Or I suppose the correct way to say it is that Inasa looks like him, as he's obviously where Inasa gets his features from. Standing next to each other, Inasa looks like a carbon copy of his dad. They're even wearing the same clothes, only different sizes. The only real distinction is that Inasa and his dad are at much different heights, as Inasa is still a child and his dad is a full-grown adult. Inasa's hair is also slightly darker than his dad's, but they both still have the same buzz cut. Hello. You must be Izumi, Inasa's dad says. I nod and give a polite bow like I did when meeting Inasa's mother. Hello, nice to meet you, Mr. Yurashi. I say politely as I come back up from my bow. No need to bow. You're a guest, he says kindly and a bit louder than needed. I see where he gets the loudness from, I think offhandedly. It's not bad, exactly, but to some other people it can come off as obnoxious rather than just excitement. Inasa often walks up to new people and starts talking to them, but the other person sometimes doesn't even get in a single word during their conversation. I often have to walk over to Inasa and distract him while I apologize to the person and explain that he isn't trying to be rude. From the look Ms. Yurashi is giving her husband, I can tell that she's probably used to his loud speaking and most likely has to also apologize often to people. Are you two ready to go? Inasa's dad asks as he puts what looks to be a fishing rod into the back. I snap out of my thoughts and nod as I tap the side of my shorts to make sure my phone is there. Inasa, you and Izumi will sit in the back, Ms. Yurashi says to Inasa. Me and him get into the back of the car and take a seat. After checking to make sure everyone's accounted for, Mr. Yurashi pushes a button that opens the garage's car door and pulls out into the street. The ride won't be too long as it's pretty close, so I just pull out my botany book and continue reading a page about a certain plant that I have my eyes on. Meanwhile, Inasa is rambling away at his father, who's rambling back just as fast. Inasa's mother, however, is trying to maintain her husband's focus and keep him from driving off the road with how much he's focusing on his conversation with Inasa. I decide to take pity on the poor woman who is trying to focus and guide her husband, so I put my book down and turn to Inasa. Hey Inasa. What activities are you most excited for? I say, trying to catch his attention. He then abruptly stops his conversation with his dad and turns to me with a big grin. Oh boy. I think as I know what that grin signifies. He then starts talking about all the activities he wants to do there and which one he's most excited about. When it comes to being the most excited about, I'm pretty sure he said every activity in the park. This lasts the entire drive down there, but I can tell by the grateful looks his mom sends me that she knows why I decided to focus his attention on me. Ever since the conversation with his son cut off, Mr. Urashi has been talking to his wife, so she's been able to keep his focus and give directions. We make it to the park in about 30 to 40 minutes, which isn't that bad considering we live in the city limits. After we get there, we grab our tents and look for a good spot. The forest acts as a park as well, so there's already trails that lead to different areas and places where you are allowed to set up tents. We eventually found a good spot to set up camp where there are a few people near us, but not too many people. We started setting up our tents and we decided that Inasa's parents would each have a tent. Inasa would have his own tent, and I would have my own tent. We then decided to build our tents where girls were on one side of the tree line and the boys were on the other. I had read the manual for how to set up my tent while we were looking for areas, so I didn't need any help with mine when Ms. Urashi offered to help. I had it up in about 10 minutes and walked over to see that Ms. Urashi was still setting up her tent, which was massive. I asked her where the boys' tents were on the other side, and she tells me that they were just around the bend in the trees. I walk over to see their progress and notice that they were failing miserably. Inasa's tent was set up all wrong and they couldn't even get it to stand up correctly. I watch as they try and salvage the mess they've made of the tent and try to take some stuff out and attempt to figure out the correct placement. My eye twitches that they couldn't manage a single tent while both the females had been doing theirs seamlessly. I pick up the manual for Inasa's tent and look it over as they still haven't noticed me standing there yet. I also couldn't help but notice that Mr. Urashi's tent hasn't been set up yet either. I sigh as I finish reading the manual and notice the two boys looking at the tent like a puzzle piece. I now see the error of where they went wrong and continue to watch as they struggle in amusement. About 5 minutes later, Ms. Urashi comes over to check on their progress as well. She sees me standing by the trees just watching with amusement dancing in my eyes. She then looks at the boys and sees why. She almost laughs, but manages to keep it in and join me by the trees. We watch in a comfortable silence as the boys struggle with the tent. I think we should ask the girls for some help, son. Inasa's father says after another 5 minutes of this. Inasa nods and puts down some of the stuff he was holding. You put the poles in backwards and you're not putting them in the right holes. I say simply as I step out of the trees along with Ms. Urashi. Inasa jumps as he's startled that I'm there. Mr. Urashi just looks like a deer caught in headlights at knowing we were watching them. How long have you two been there? Mr. Urashi asks us, a bit startled. I'm about to answer, but Ms. Urashi beats me to it. Long enough to know you were never a Boy Scout. Now let's see if we can get your tent put up while Izumi helps Inasa with the monstrosity you two have made. She says as she grabs his arm and pulls him over to make his tent. Back towards Inasa's tent and agree with her, calling it a monstrosity. Inasa helped me take all of this out and then do exactly as I tell you. Okay. I say to him as I continue to ponder how they could have messed up this bad. He blushes a bit in embarrassment and nods as he gets to work taking the poles and rods out of the tent. We then start to work on actually building the tent correctly, and we finish in about 10 minutes, if you don't count the 5 minutes we spent taking poles out. We walk over to see how Inasa's parents are doing and we see that they're close to being done. After they finished in about another 3 minutes, we headed back to the parking lot where the car is located to get our other stuff and walk back with it all. We then put our stuff in our tents and unpack our sleeping bags. We all meet in between our two camping areas where there's a bench and a grill. Okay everybody. Hot dogs or hamburgers? Mr. Urashi asks all of us. We decide on hamburgers and he starts up the grill to cook them. Well, he would have if it hadn't just sparked a bit, then went out. Inasa's parents look a little bit concerned and try again a few times only to come to the conclusion that it's broken. Of course we get the broken grill. Why can't anything ever just be easy? Inasa's dad says in an exasperated tone. His wife nods in agreement and tries to think of a solution to this predicament. We'll have to go and find somebody with a lighter. Or maybe we could drive down to the convenience store a few miles out that I saw on the way. Inasa's mom says. His dad nods and is about to turn around and leave to go ask around. No need. I got it. I say as I walk over to the coal-powered grill. If this was a gas-powered grill then this would be pretty dangerous, but a coal-powered one should be fine, I think as I hold out my hand to it. Mr. Yurashi looks a bit curious as he doesn't know what my quirk is. Ms. Yurashi doesn't seem to be confident with this idea as she saw earlier that I had a plant quirk. I hold out my hand and my golden flames appear which slither out to the coals, setting them alight. Both their eyes go big at seeing this. Mr. Yurashi's eyes go big because he didn't think I would have a fire quirk. I thought she'd have a plant quirk with how those flowers in her hair look to have grown like that. He thinks at seeing the golden flames start to go orange from cooling down to the temperature of normal flames in the coals. Ms. Yurashi is extremely confused about how I did that after seeing me heal plants earlier in the day. How did you do that? I saw you heal my lavender plant earlier today. How'd you go from a plant quirk to a fire quirk? Ms. Yurashi asks confused. I then go into the long explanation of how my quirk works and how I healed her plant earlier. They both then understand and they start cooking the hamburgers. While they do that I go to my camping bag in my tent and pull out some seeds. I then plant 2 different seeds and make them grow around the perimeter of our camping site. I planted eucalyptus and calendula in order to keep away bugs. I then head back and spread a few inside the barrier of the campsite just in case. I plant a few other flowers such as lavender and roses in order to give the area a nice smell. I make it back to the table and they're just about done cooking. Izumi, can you be a dear and set up the table please? Inasa's mom asks. I nod and start getting out the cups and plates for the table. I look around and notice that Inasa and his dad aren't there. Where'd Inasa and Mr. Yurashi go? I ask Ms. Yurashi. To get firewood in order to make a campfire. She tells me as she brings over the now cooked burgers and starts putting them on buns. I nod and bring out the condiments for the food. About 5 minutes later the boys came back with a few big sticks and branches that they would break down later. They put it down in a makeshift fire pit that's basically just a circle with a few big rocks making the perimeter. It looks to have a radius of about 3 feet so it's a decent size for us to sit around. They then walk over to us and sit down at the table and are about to grab some burgers. Wash your hands first. Inasa's mom says angrily at seeing their grimy hands covered in dirt. They look confused for a moment, but then see the bucket sitting off to the side where they'll wash off the dirt and dry their hands, as well as the hand sanitizer for after they clear their hands of the dirt. They get up and do as she says before coming back over and digging in. I look down at my burger and start eating. It's satisfying to just splurge as I haven't been eating too much meat lately as Obasan prefers I get my protein from plants rather than animal carcasses as she calls it. Ms. Yurashi comes over and starts to eat as well. By the end of the meal I've eaten only about 2 burgers and so has Ms. Yurashi. The boys are a whole other story. Inasa alone had eaten 4 burgers and his father ate 6 which I'm positive can't be good for his health. They had decided to cut the last one in half. I had thought that them using 3 packets of 5 burgers was a bit overkill, but apparently not. From the look on Ms. Yurashi's face, she's familiar with these eating habits and gives a slight chuckle at seeing them smiling happily. After we clean up, we head over to the fire pit where we set up our chairs around it. Inasa and his dad start breaking down the branches, as I light the wood they already have in there on fire. Inasa and his dad start talking about all the fun activities they're going to do tomorrow, as I talk to Inasa's mom about all the activities they're suggesting that we're not going to do. We eventually started roasting marshmallows on sticks that I had a tree freshly grow instead of the sticks Inasa and his dad were trying to use because well just ew that's disgusting, they were found on the ground. After roasting marshmallows we went back to our conversations. We eventually had a group conversation about what we would do and we cancelled a few of Inasa and his dad's ideas because number 1. Time, number 2, we're trying not to die. We eventually headed off to bed as it turns later into night and we put out the fire. I head off to my tent after saying goodnight to Inasa and his parents. I take out my flower crown and set it on fire after planting a few of the flowers outside my tent and making them grow so I can put them back into my hair in the morning. I then step into my tent and climb into my sleeping bag and head off to sleep with one thought. Tomorrow will be interesting, I think as I fall asleep. She has no idea. I woke up energized as always and looked around my room and noticed that for one, I wasn't in my room. Number two, that the space I'm in is a lot smaller than my room. I jolt up being confused where I am. What happened? Where am I? I think worriedly before seeing a camping bag. I'm an idiot. I think as I remember I'm on a camping trip. It's just weird waking up in a different place when you've only ever woken up in your room. I start to grab my change of clothes and my hygiene kit. I don't hear any rustling from outside, so I assume it's about 5 a.m. as that's the time I've gotten used to waking up at. We had all agreed to wake up at 5:30 to get ready, so I really don't know what to do for the next half hour. I think there's a natural hot spring not too far from here. I think as I pull out my map. We didn't exactly have anywhere to shower in order to get cleaned as the park doesn't have any bathhouses. Inesa, his mom, and his dad had been content with that, but I have a routine of cleanliness that I've been following for months, so I have other plans. The night prior during our conversation at the campfire, I had been looking over the map and found a hot spring. Normal people are warded away from going there as the heat would most likely give them burn marks, but I'm not an average person. Not only do I have an immunity to cold, but I also have an immunity to heat, which I suppose is a given considering I expel fires that are hot enough to melt most metals. I grab my products, which I'm debating whether or not I'll need soap considering the heat will kill any germs. I decided just to take my shampoo and my rose essential oils for after the bath, and my change of clothes, as well as my toothpaste and brush. I walk out of my tent and make the trek to the hot springs. Or I would have if I didn't realize that Inesa nor his parents would know where I am if I don't make it back before they wake up. I step back into my tent and take out a piece of paper and a pencil from my bag. I then write down where I'm going and why. I taped it to the front of my tent and walked off. It isn't as close as I thought and ends up taking about 20 minutes to walk to the hot springs, but that's fine. I just hope they see my note and don't freak out. The walk there was nice though, as I got to see some of the woods before the sun rises, and it's actually really pretty. I get to see some of the more nocturnal animals going into their homes in preparation for the day to come. When I get there, my eyes go wide at seeing the beautiful sight before me. There's a magnificent waterfall that hits the spring farther back, and the spring itself leaks over the side to create a second waterfall that flows into the river down below. The spring has a bowl shape and has separate pools of water that spill out and eventually go over the side. I stop admiring the pool and eventually take off my night clothes and step into a shallow pool of steaming water. I give a sigh of relief once I lay down in the pool and am fully submerged except for my face. I just sit there looking around at the beautiful waterfalls and forest down below. The water feels amazing on my skin as it seems to loosen up the muscles underneath. I pick up my shampoo and start washing out my hair. I'm pretty sure it'll be fine considering there are no chemicals in my shampoo and it doesn't produce that many bubbles. After washing my hair, I start scrubbing my face and body with my hands and the boiling water from a nearby pool. I just sat in the pool of water for a while contemplating the activities we decided on for later today. We had agreed on doing a hike through the woods, going to a set-up rock climbing area and rock climbing. We also agreed on whitewater rafting, which I'm a bit nervous about, but I've come up with a plan in case things go wrong. I'll just freeze the river. I think to myself confidently. Deep down I know that I wouldn't cover the whole river and would most likely end up freezing everyone else, but the idea of being able to freeze it helps me calm myself and give me a sense of security. I hate going into large bodies of water, so I'm pretty much dying inside even thinking about going down a big river. After that nightmare we agreed on cave exploration, but me and Ms. Yurashi made sure to pick the safest one. After that the adults agreed that we could head off to do what we wanted as long as we were safe and stayed within the parts of the forest we were allowed to go to. Some places were out of bounds and are too dangerous for most people to go to due to hazardous and unstable environments. Technically, me being in this hot spring is considered being in one of the hazardous areas, but I mean it's not like it's actually dangerous to me. However, when they told us they would let us go places by ourselves, I saw the look Ms. Yurashi had given me. Make sure he doesn't do something too stupid, is basically what she was trying to tell me. I give another sign knowing I'll have to watch and make sure Inesa doesn't do anything that could potentially be dangerous. I eventually finish my routine and apply some rose essential oil to my face from the small bottle of it that I brought with from my tent. I decided to check the time on my phone and see that it's 5. Well, I guess it's time to head back, I think, as I stand and grab my towel off to the side. I then grab my toothbrush and paste, then walk over to the bushes to brush my teeth. After that I turn around and walk back over to change into my clothes. I pick up my undergarments and am about to put them on when, "Hey Izumi, we were wondering if you were ready," Inesa said as he rounded a corner and poked out the trees. I yelped, and in an instant my body was covered in purple flames from the neck down. Inesa just blushes and turns around so fast I'm afraid he might get whiplash. Sorry Izumi," Inesa stutters out. I just try and quickly throw on my clothing. If she hadn't been so embarrassed, she would have noticed that she managed to produce flames from her entire body rather than just her hands and feet. After throwing on my clothes, I gingerly grab my stuff and walk over to where I'm behind Inesa. I then tap him on the shoulder, indicating that it's okay to turn around. He does, but doesn't look me in the eye as we stand there awkwardly. "Did you see anything?" I ask him nervously. "No," he says as he looks at me nervously. I look him straight in the eye to see if he's lying, but he's a terrible liar, so I know he was telling the truth. "Okay then, let's head back," I say as I begin walking towards where I know the campsite is at a rather fast pace. He starts walking and starts stepping in rhythm with me as we walk. We made it there in about 15 minutes this time, as we were walking pretty fast rather than a slow pace we both had been walking at before. By the time we get there, I see Inesa's parents getting to where we were eating dinner last night. "Oh Izumi, how was your bath?" I assume it was better than baby wipes, Inesa's mom says. She then looks at our faces and sees the look of lingering embarrassment on Inesa's face and the look of me trying to hide my own embarrassment. She seems to piece together what happened as she looks at our faces and gives a mischievous grin. She then walks over to me and leans down to my ear. "Did he get a peek, or did you cover up fast enough?" she asks as she tries not to laugh. She however does laugh upon backing up to see my face of mild horror and embarrassment at her figuring it out. Inesa just looks confused as he hadn't heard what she said to me. He remembers that he hasn't changed out of the clothes from yesterday and doesn't have his bag for today, so he quickly rushes off to go do that. Considering that I didn't want to stand around embarrassed while he does that, I walk over to my tent and grab my camping bag that has what I'll need for today. I then walk back over to where his parents are waiting and sit. Ms. Yurashi doesn't make any more comments about what happened and just sits there while we wait. Inesa comes back in about 5 more minutes and we stand and start our trek to the first activity. We make it to one of the more popular hiking trails in the forest and start our walk down it. It's pretty nice as we walk through the forest and down the trails all across the vast forest. Along the walk we got to see the waterfall that came from the pool I was in earlier from the ground level. It was even more breathtaking than before when I was in it, but I suppose I couldn't really see the front of it all that well. We had watched the waterfall and taken pictures of it and the river it led to for quite a while before moving on. We continue down the trail and get to see one of the more mountain-like areas of the forest, which allow you to see a vast majority of the forest. We took a ton of photos when we got to the top of it, and it was actually pretty cool being that high up and able to see such a vast area in all its glory. We could even see some of the forbidden areas of the park you're not allowed to go to for obvious safety reasons. Some of those reasons include unstable mountain ranges, caves that are known for stalactites almost impaling people, and wild animals in the woods. Overall, just not a good idea to go there. After taking a few more pictures on the mountain, we walk back down and continue down the trail. On the way we saw a few rivers that will later be going down on a rowboat. The water doesn't look too rough today, I think, upon seeing the calmly flowing river. I have an extreme fear of drowning. I wonder if it's a fire user thing because I've heard quite a few others say they have the same fear too. I really don't have to fear drowning that much because I could always just pull myself out of the water with my purple flames. Those flames don't seem to be affected by water in the least, which is pretty handy if you're ever caught in water. I still have my fear of drowning, however, even though I know I can swim, and I have my purple flames in case anything really bad happens. This is where my fear of large bodies of water comes from, especially moving water which can drag you away. I'm a bit nervous to be going down the river in a little boat with only one other person present, but I've learned to control my fear and anxiety pretty well from Mom and Obasan. It will be fine, Izumi. The water is calm and you can handle falling in. Everything will be just fine today. I say to myself. The water's the least of her worries. After passing by the rivers and lakes, we make it to the rock climbing area. We walk into a building where we put down our stuff and the adults find somebody to help find us a place to climb. Or well, Inasa's mom does. Inasa and his dad run off to one of the walls that's for people who want to climb without a cable to catch you. I waited for Ms. Yurashi to come back as I watched them scurry up the wall after putting on gloves to protect their hands from the rocks. A few minutes later, Ms. Yurashi comes back and says that one of the staff will be ready with a wall in a few minutes. She looks around and sees me staring at the boys who are pretty high up on the wall. Do you think that's safe? I ask, a bit worried at seeing them so high up. Inasa's gotten better at flying, but when he gets panicked, he often forgets he can fly and loses concentration. I don't even know what Inasa's dad's quirk is. I think as I start worrying if he falls as well. I actually don't know either of Inasa's parents' quirks. Does he get his wind manipulation from his mom or his dad? I think in realization. Don't worry. If anything bad happens, then his father can save him. Ms. Yurashi says to me without the slightest bit of hesitance. I'm a bit surprised by her confidence and my curiosity is piqued. What's Mr. Yurashi's quirk? I ask her. She looks down at me and smiles. He has a quirk called Tornado, which allows him to produce tornadoes from different parts of his body, and he can control their size and intensity at will. And if you're wondering about mine, it's an empathy-based quirk which allows me to read and alter someone's emotional state if I touch them. She tells me simply as she continues to watch them climb higher and higher. Mr. Yurashi's quirk sounds familiar, not probably just because it's so similar to Inasa's. I think after hearing what she said. Inasa's a bit behind his father, but not too much, and they've gotten pretty high up there. A few minutes pass before a person walks up to us and says that our wall is set up. We walk over to the assigned wall and put on our gloves and clip on our vests that hook onto the ropes that'll catch us if we fall. The wall itself doesn't look that hard to climb. It leads to the top of the cliff that hangs above this place, which is also where Inasa and his dad's wall leads to. There are platforms you reach as you go up, so they won't have to do it all at once without stopping, which is pretty good considering it would be pretty bad if someone passed out due to exhaustion from climbing and not being able to stop. Me and Ms. Yurashi start climbing up the wall after getting our harnesses hooked to the wire. We start climbing and she's ahead at first because she has longer legs being a full-grown adult. But my months of working out and running have helped my strength and endurance, so I get ahead of her within the first minute. We make it to the first tier of the climbing wall in about 2 minutes of climbing. The way it's set up is that there's 5 tiers or platforms, and the higher you go the harder they get per tier. It's so you can find how much you can go without having to quit. On the park's website it said that most people make it to tier 2 before quitting and walking back down. That's where we just got to, and we feel fine, so we unhook and rehook to continue up the cliffside. There aren't that many people today, so it's not that crowded, and we don't have to wait like you would on most weekends coming here. Once we finish rehooking to the wire, we start climbing again, and it gets a bit more difficult, but we manage. This wall is a bit higher, with the last tier being a height of about 30 feet. This one is about 43 feet. The tier system adds height and difficulty per tier, so I can't wait to see the 5th tier. This wall is a bit steeper and has a few less handholds than the first tier, which makes it harder for people with less reach. We make it to the top in around 5 minutes this time, which is a bit more exhausting than the previous one, so Ms. Yurashi is starting to sweat a little bit, but overall is okay to continue. We unhook and rehook, then start climbing again. This is the 3rd tier, and I look over to see how Inasa and his dad are doing. They're actually almost at the end, which is understandable because they got a head start. We continue climbing and can tell that it's noticeably harder than the first 2 as it's much steeper and at least 50 feet tall. That took 7 minutes this time, and I even was sweating a bit. Ms. Yurashi was definitely breathing a little heavier than before. Are you okay, Ms. Yurashi? Do you want to take a rest? I asked her seriously. I've taken to conserving my green flames for whenever I'm tired because I know I just have to build up my endurance and a little sweat never hurt anybody. No. I'll be fine for this next one. I'll take a rest when we get to 5 and you can get to the top a little before me. Okay. She says to me as she stands up after taking a few calming breaths. I nod and we re-hook to the next wire. We start climbing again and I make sure to keep an eye on Ms. Yorashi's breathing to check in case she might not be able to handle it. We eventually made it up the wall, which is now about 60 feet, which if this were indoors then I'm pretty sure this would be illegal. Actually, any of the tiers after the first 2 would be illegal, but the 4th and 5th ones especially. We eventually make it to the top of the wall and I hop up onto the top of it. Ms. Yorashi is pretty much panting and is pretty beat after that, so she just walks towards one of the benches that they have set up here. You don't have to wait on me. Go ahead, she says as she sits down to take a break. I nod and re-hook for the final climb to the top. I take a deep breath and grab the first hold. I then start climbing and this one is definitely the most difficult of the walls. For this one we have to climb at diagonal angles where you can see the massive height of the cliff, which is pretty terrifying to be hanging over. This one is about 70 feet tall, which is terrifying enough without even more of the height being added by the tiers before us. Eventually I make it to the top and my arms feel like noodles once I reach the top. From up here everything looks so tiny in comparison. Hey Izumi, I hear Inasa's voice say from beside me, sounding absolutely out of it. I turn to see him sweating profusely from the climb and panting as well. I look behind him and see Mr. Yorashi breathing heavily, but seems to be recovering pretty well from the climb. I myself feel exhausted and want a drink of water. I think as I make some white flames that create a small icicle that I can hold in my hands. I then bit off a piece and it melts in my mouth, becoming ice. Cold water. We wait a few minutes just trying to recover and take the trail leading down to the ground floor. We meet Ms. Yorashi down there and we walk to one of the food vendors in the park and order some lunch. I get some fries and a water bottle, then sit down. We all eat in silence as we recover from the climb up. After about a half an hour we start heading off to go white water rafting. Oh boy! I think solemnly at having to finally do this. We make it to one of the rivers and the adults rent 2 canoes for us for about an hour. Me and Ms. Yorashi get into a boat together and Inasa and his dad get into one as well. This way, Mr. Yorashi says as he and Inasa start paddling downstream. We start paddling after them at a slower pace as we don't see the point in rushing it when we're heading in the direction the water's carrying us. The whole experience was rather terrifying. The boat almost tipped over several times and Inasa and his dad's quick pace didn't help with me trying to take it slow and calm down as we tried to at least remain within 20 feet of them at all times. They actually did tip over because they were shaking the boat too much, which I can't say they didn't deserve because we had the canoes for an hour and it only takes 30 minutes to get to the lake area from here. They did manage to swim to shore with the canoe and didn't get pulled downstream, but we didn't stop to help them because they should be able to handle it themselves and we don't want to hop onto the banks and risk getting soaked for no reason. Me and Ms. Yorashi make it to the lake area where there's another canoe rental place and tons of people canoeing in the lake already. We make it to shore where we decide to wait for Inasa and his dad to get here. If anything bad did happen then he can just call us. I mean, this is exactly why we have waterproof bags after all. They get here about 5 minutes later and I help them dry off before we hop back into the canoes and start going around the lake. The boys keep trying to talk to people and we keep apologizing to the people that almost fell out their boats in fright of suddenly being moved into a conversation with the two. It was in complete synchronization when we apologized to the poor individuals in their boats, and whenever we did it I saw this look on Ms. Yorashi's face that has both a grin and a gleam of sorts in her eyes. Eventually our time with the canoes comes to an end and we head off to return them to the second rental place. We then walk out of the building and Ms. Yorashi pulls a map out of Mr. Yorashi's bag and looks it over. She's about to start heading off in the direction of caves we agreed on going to before stopping and looking at something closer. This says the caves are closed on Saturdays. I thought you said they would be open? Ms. Yorashi says in an annoyed tone to Mr. Yorashi. He looks a little nervous before looking at the map that says the times and dates that the caves are open. Sorry, I thought it said Sunday, he says nervously to her. She just sighs and rubs her temples before turning to us. Well, you two can go have fun because apparently our last activity is cancelled. Just make sure to be safe and don't go where you are not allowed to, okay Inasa? Ms. Yurashi says to us, but the last part is quite obviously shot at Inasa. Okay. Inasa says excitedly, not even noticing the warning was centered on him. She just sighs at his obliviousness and starts walking off with Mr. Yurashi being dragged behind her. I turn to Inasa to ask where he wants to go. Where do you think we should go, Inasa? I asked him. He thinks for a moment before smiling again. Let's go there, he says as he points to a part of the forest with massive trees that look to maybe be a 30-minute walk away. I nod and we start walking in that direction towards the trees he saw. We indeed make it there in about 30 minutes and are looking around at the monstrous trees all around us. Wow, these are so cool, Izumi. How tall are these trees? What types of trees are they? Inasa starts asking me. I just look at them trying to remember. It then comes to me what they are. I believe they're called redwood trees. I tell him as I continue to check them in order to see if I'm right. He just nods and starts bouncing up and down. He then starts using his whirlwinds and starts flying up trying to reach a branch. I just watch from the ground as he lands on one and starts looking around at what he can see. He comes back down and suggests we train because we weren't able to yesterday or today. I agree and we start practicing our moves we've been working on. His compressed air streams have gotten stronger and more pressurized over summer. He starts hitting the trees with them, which he probably couldn't do at the park we usually go to considering they'd most likely snap. I light my hair on fire and the ends glow a pretty green color from my flames. Maybe I'll try something different, I think, as my hair starts producing golden flames instead of green flames. Inasa starts looking at me and seems a bit tense at seeing my hair like this. Izumi, can you go back to the green please? He asks me, looking at the golden flames strangely. I'm a bit confused why, but I do it anyway and the tension seems to leave him almost instantly. Hey Inasa, why didn't you like it when my hair had the golden flames? I asked him. He seems to tense back up a bit before answering. It reminded me of Endeavor, he says while looking away and glaring as if he's looking right at him. I was always curious as to why he didn't like Endeavor, but now seems as good a time as ever to ask. Inasa, I always wanted to know why don't you like Endeavor? I asked him, wanting to find out. He pauses his glaring and seems to be debating whether it's a good idea. His eyes, Inasa says. I'm a little confused, but then he begins to elaborate on that statement. His eyes, they're so full of hate. I believe heroes should always have passion and have a drive to save those around them. He just wants power. Inasa says angrily. I'm a bit shocked because I had never really seen Inasa get angry. Not even when he was getting bullied the day I met him. People say he's a hero, but all he is a liar who just wants to be seen as better than all of the people around him. He isn't a real hero and I refuse to see him as such, Inasa says as his anger continues to grow. I'm staring wide-eyed at the level of hate and welled-up passion Inasa is showing about how he feels towards Endeavor. He isn't a real hero, Izumi. He's a hero with the heart of a villain, Inasa says before looking back at me. I nod and bit my lip at what Inasa's telling me. I turn my head away to think about this. We both go silent for a bit after that, letting that process and sink in. I don't think I want to meet Endeavor anymore. At least as long as he's like that, I think somberly. Inasa sighs, thinking he's gone a bit overboard with the rant. I'm sorry Izumi, let's just keep training. Inasa screams, which draws me back over to look at him worriedly. I see a guy who has a black hoodie on and a mask on holding a bat that looks to have just hit Inasa on the head. Hey, get away from him, I say, and as I'm about to run over, I feel something hit my head as well and then everything starts to go black. Where did they come from? I think as I slip into unconsciousness. I groan as I wake up. Where am I? I think as my head throbs and I can't see anything. Wherever I am, it seems to be damp and feels like there's a soft breeze, so I'm not too far from what's most likely an exit. I feel what's behind me and it feels like stone. The type of stone you would find in a cave. My senses are starting to take effect and I realize that I can't see because there is a blind fold over my eyes. I also now realize that my hands are bound and so are my legs. I feels like rope, so I'm not too worried about breaking free of them. I am worried about fighting off the people who kidnapped me though. Wait, not just me, Inesa. I start to panic at this because I don't know where he is. I start to try and feel around, but the restraints are making it difficult to do so. I start using my legs to feel around me, and when I feel to my left side I hit something soft which I'm pretty sure is Inesa, so I calm down. Hey Dad, are you awake? I hear a girl's voice say. I'm a bit startled. There's someone else there and look in their general direction. Is she one of the kidnappers? I think worriedly. Are you alright? The thugs look to have hit you guys pretty hard. She says to me with a slight amount of worry in her voice. Not a kidnapper, I think upon hearing genuine concern in her voice. I'm fine. I don't know about Inesa though. Are you tied up too? I say to her. Unfortunately yes, but I don't have the blindfold on like you. She says in annoyance. I just nod at her. Why did they take us? I asked her. To sell us. There's really no other reason to, unless one of you is rich. But that wouldn't explain why they took me. So I assume you two have good quirks. She says nonchalantly. I'm a bit surprised by how easily she said it, almost like it's normal for her. But who would want to buy us? We're just kids. I say to her. Well, I'm 13, so I'm not really much of kid, more of a teenager. But age doesn't matter to them. All they care about is how strong your quirk is, because then they can sell you at a higher price to people who can find us for you. She says in a way that makes it sound even worse. Do you know when they'll be back? How many of them are there? I ask her as I want to know as much detail as possible. She seems to think about this a moment before responding. There's about 10 of them. Their quirks consist mainly of emitter types. I think about 5 of them are gone right now and 5 are left here on watch at all times. We're still in the park if you're wondering. She says to me in a peppy schoolgirl kind of way, which is a complete 180 from her serious demeanor from before. I'll have to get this BFLD off, give me a moment. I say to her, how are you gonna do the dash? She stops talking as she sees purple flames come from my hair and push the BFLD away from my eyes. Once I open my eyes I can see a bit of a glare which gets me to close them a little bit in order to adjust to the light. After a few seconds I open them fully again and see that we're in a sort of alcove in a mountainside cave. We don't look to be too high up, maybe 20 feet away from the ground below. We're near the back of the cave, but I can clearly see the forest we were in just hours ago when they kidnapped us. It looks like we're in the restricted part of the forest. I say solemnly as I continue to try and see more. Yeah, I mean it's a smart idea. Hiding in a place where there aren't a lot of people. The park rangers don't really check here, so it's a decent hiding spot. Well, not short term that is. They'll probably be moving us soon too. I don't know to bit us off I guess. She says as if she didn't quite know how to phrase it. I then turned to her as I hadn't seen what she looked like yet. Oh. I think upon seeing her. She has blonde hair tied up into 2 buns at the sides of her head. There was still quite a few loose hairs though, and she looks to have short bangs over her forehead. She also has a schoolgirl outfit that's beige in color. It has an ascot and a blue dot cape sort of thing with it. Also a very short blue skirt, with dress shoes and knee-high black socks. Yeah, you're right about that. Do you think we could take the 5 of them? I ask her. She seems to debate this for a moment. Well, I don't know about you, but I know a bit of close-range combat, so I think I could probably take at least one of them on. Although if I had a weapon like a knife I could probably do more, but I don't, so probably just one. You seem pretty confident in your abilities, although I don't know what yours or your friend's quirks. Also, you might want to wake him up now that I'm thinking about it. She tells me and I nod. I then start to nudge Inesa, but he's pretty much out of it after the day we had, plus he got hit a lot harder than me. I managed to touch him and send him some green flames to re-energize him and heal the bump on his head from where he got hit on the head. He'll still be out of it for a while, but he should be up soon enough. I tell her. She nods and we go silent for a while. So what's your quirk? I ask her in order to brighten the mood. She looks up and starts moving her head to the side a little as if debating whether to tell me. Well, that IT won't be that good in a full-on fight, but if we have to trick them to escape then it'll come in handy. Until then, I'll keep the details to myself. What about your guys' quirks? She says to me. I have a fire quirk, to put it simply. It's a bit complicated, but I can basically control plants with my flames, move things with them, and freeze them. They're also very hot if I want them to be. I tell her. She nods as she seems impressed by its versatility. She then nods in Inasa's direction for me to explain his. Basically a really strong wind quirk. I tell her as I don't know whether he would be okay with me telling someone about his quirk in detail without permission. Well, I can see why they would want you guys then. She says cheerily in a way which I'm sure was meant to be a compliment, but it just makes me think about the situation we're in again. When did they take you? I ask her. About a week ago, I think. I had gone here as a camping trip with a program I'm in. We were just walking the trails when these guys knocked me out and dragged me all the way here. They probably had seen me practicing my quirk with a few of the girls and decided that I was a good catch. She tells me. I nod as it sounds pretty familiar to what they did to us. Ugh. I hear and turn to see Inasa waking up. I use my purple flames to untie my rope binds and pull his blindfold down. You could have untied us the whole time? The girl asks me. Oh, yet I should probably untie us if we're gonna escape. I think as I walk over to her and untie her. Sorry, I forgot. That's my fault. I tell her as I walk back over to check on Inasa. He starts opening his eyes and seems confused as to why I'm standing over him. Izumi, where are we? He asks me as he starts to look around. I start explaining the situation to him and he seems a bit worried and a bit excited at being in a real villain situation. Don't get too excited, Inasa. This is an actually dangerous situation and I don't know where our phones are, so we can't contact the authorities. I tell him seriously. He nods and I turn back towards the girl. You said you're good with weapons, right? I asked her. She nods confused. I then use my white flames and create 2 knives that I hand to her. She looks surprised but takes them. We then look towards the entrance due to hearing some noise coming from that direction. Shoot! They're coming over! The older girl says as she quickly sits down and holds the rope behind her back as she rests against the cave wall, so it seems like she's still tied up. We recreate what she does and watch as someone rounds a corner and walks towards us. He looks to be the one who knocked Inasa out with the baseball bat. He sees the BGMI hanging around me and Inasa's necks and makes a tisk sound as he turns his head back and yells something about not tying the BGMI properly. He then turns back to us and looks me and Inasa over and completely ignores the other girl. We know what the boy's quirk is, but we're having trouble pinning yours. What is it? He says simply and with little emotion behind it. I have a healing quirk. I tell him and he goes from basically emotionless to having a slight maniacal grin. Really? Well, that's great. I've been wanting a punching bag to practice on, but if you have a healing quirk then it should be fine if I use you instead, right? He says as he reaches out to grab me. My eyes go wide at that and I start trying to back away, but he grabs my arm and starts to pull me along. He doesn't drag me that far before he lets go and I hear a startled hitch in his breath and feel him start falling. I turn around and see the older girl holding the knife away from the now collapsed kidnapper, which gives the impression that she just used it. Is he? I start to ask her, horrified for the answer. He's not dead. I hit him with the handle. She tells me and I sigh in relief. Well, that I thought we would have more time before having to fight, but it seems the writer got time isn't on our side. She says a bit nervously. I nod and Inasa walks up looking frantic. Izumi, are you all right? He asks me, sounding nervous. I'm fine, Inasa. I tell him. He nods and we cautiously look around the corner to see the kidnapper's hideout. We see the other 4 people there just lying about. Okay, you know how I said I would only use my quirk if I had to? The older girl says. I nod and so does Inasa, even though he really doesn't, as he wasn't even conscious. She then walks over to the passed out guy and does something with her knife. She then brings it up to her and starts to transform. Me and Inasa stare wide-eyed now at seeing her looking exactly like the guy down to his clothes. Okay, so I'm going to go out there and distract them. You guys will quickly incapacitate them while they're looking away. Okay. She says cheerily at finally being able to escape. We nod and start getting ready to commence our half-baked idea. Oh, wait, before you go I wanted to ask you something. What's your name? I ask her. She blinks a few times and smiles. Toga Himiko, nice to meet ya. Now let's do this. Toga says cheerily. The girl, or I guess guy right now, starts to walk out and talk to the other people. Hey! Toga says in a stoic manner. They all turn to her and respond with the same kind of, hey. Did you tell those brats to shut up? And what's the girl's quirk? One of them asks. She has a healing quirk. Toga says simply. They start to grin at hearing this and I almost want to vomit. A healing quirk. That will catch a mighty fine price. Hero, work ain't paying enough anymore. I see why being a villain seems so satisfying. Ain't that right, guys? One of them says. They all start laughing at this. Me, Inesa, and Toga all stop at hearing this and go cold at hearing that these people were heroes. Not anymore. I think as I clench my fists, trying not to release a fire blast in anger. Calm down. Think to myself. I take a deep breath and unclench my fist. I then start to feel the breeze pick up a little bit and turn to see Inesa with a look of complete hate while looking around the corner. Not yet, Inesa. I whisper into his ear. He comes back to his senses and the wind stops. Toga continues to walk with a clenched jaw and hands tightly gripping the ice knives in her jacket pocket. She makes it to the opposite side of the wall and turns to face the kidnappers. Hey, can I tell you guys something? Toga says to them with fake cheeriness in her voice. They all turn to look at who they think is their comrade. I'm really going to enjoy this. Toga says with real cheeriness this time. They're confused as to what she's talking about, that is, until all hell breaks loose. After Toga said that, we started running straight at them head-on. I make a large block of ice that I send hurtling at one of the kidnappers, which makes contact and knocks him out. While at the same time Inesa sent a compressed air blast at one of the other kidnappers. The two still conscious quickly jump to their feet, but it's too late as I sent a wave of purple flames that knock into one, slamming him into the wall. Inesa sends another wind blast at the other guy, but he manages to dodge and turns around to Toga to most likely get her to fight, but comes face to face with a very angry 13-year-old. She punches him straight in the face and he falls back. She, however, isn't finished and just keeps punching him. You're what's wrong with so many heroes nowadays? All you want is money and power. You're what I hate. She screams at him as she keeps assaulting him. I run over to her and drag her off of him. I'm a bit worried she would start using the knife. Why are you dragging me away? He needs to be punished. She yells as she tries to break free of my grip, but I have enough common sense to use some purple flames to help me. Hurting them more than necessary isn't fixing the problem, it will only make it worse. Heroes don't try and hurt people, that's what villains are there for. I tell her as she squirms. After I say that, however, she stops and looks at me as if trying to figure out what I'm saying. What do you mean? If a hero is corrupt, then you should try and make sure they can't affect anyone else and continue with their lies. She says to me. I shake my head at her answer. Then we could just tie them up instead of beating them up. By going about handling heroes in the wrong like this, we only cause more damage. Let the authorities and the law handle them. We should focus more on trying to keep the next generation from being like them. I tell her in an attempt to explain. She stares at me wide-eyed and stops struggling entirely. I've never thought of it that way, Toga thinks as Izumi lets her go. They stand there awkwardly before they start grabbing rope and tying the kidnappers up. The entire time Toga is thinking of what young Izumi said. It's strange what a few simple words can do to change someone's life entirely. What should we do now? I ask after we finish tying them all up. We should probably leave. The others will probably be back soon. Toga says as she grabs what looks to be our bags sitting in a box. Hey, stop you demon kids. We hear an angry voice say outside the cave. We look and see it's the other 5 kidnappers that Toga mentioned. F##K. Toga screams as she drops the box with our stuff and pulls out her knives. I bring my hands forward getting ready to fire, and so does Inesa. However, we never have to, as a second later a strong gust of wind blasts all of them into a wall, knocking them out in an instant. We all just blink confused, and me and Toga turn to Inesa. How'd you do that? Toga asks him. I didn't. Inesa says confused. Hello, children. We hear an eerily familiar voice say from outside the cave. We all turn and go wide-eyed at seeing who's standing there. Oh my god! That's the number 5 hero, Cyclone. I basically scream to myself internally. He walks in followed by what looks to be park services and some police. What happened here? One of the police asks incredulously at the scene before him. The result of a kidnapping gone wrong. Well, wrong for the kidnappers, that is. Toga says from behind us. After that, the police take our statements and individual stories of how the event unfolded. The entire time I'm looking to the side where I see Cyclone standing there and I'm wondering how they found us. There's something familiar about him. I can't help but feel whenever looking at him. I don't figure it out until Inesa starts talking to him at his inhumanly fast pace and he managed to actually keep up. Interesting. I think after figuring it out. When everything's said and done, I walk over to Toga. Well, it was nice meeting you, Toga-chan. However, I wish it was under better circumstances. I say to her with a slight bow. It was nice to meet you as well, Toga says but doesn't know my name. It's Midoriya Izumi. I tell her. Right. It was nice to meet you, Izumi. She says as she's lead off by the police to be brought to the station in order to be picked up by her parents. I nod and walk back over to Inesa just before he's practically dragged away from his favorite hero who's telling him to keep training hard. I walk up to Cyclone when Inesa's out of hearing range. I'll see you at the camping site. Mr. Yurashi. I say simply before turning around and heading off, but not before seeing him flinch from being recognized. I knew his quirk was familiar before. I think as I remember my conversation with Ms. Yurashi earlier at the rock climbing wall. We made it back to the camping site and found Mr. and Ms. Yurashi sitting around the campfire. It was still sunny as we had only been knocked out for maybe 3 hours. Hey Mom. Hey Dad. Inesa said as he ran over to the camping fire. Hello Inesa and Izumi. Can you two start packing your bags and breaking down your tents? We decided to leave today rather than Sunday. Ms. Yurashi says as she points towards both hers and her husband's packed up tents. We nod and Inesa rushes off to break down his tent. Okay, how did you guys find us? I ask them as it had been bugging me the whole time. Ms. Yurashi just laughs a bit and pulls out her phone. You can never be too careful with that one. She says as she shows a map on her phone with a red dot that looks to be where Inesa is. My eyes go wide at the simple thing I overlooked. You tracked his phone. I say to them. She nods and chuckles at the simple but effective method. Oh, and I won't tell Inesa your little secret, Mr. Yurashi. I say before heading off to pack. I told you she'd figure it out. You owe me 2,000 yen, $20 for us Americans. I hear Ms. Yurashi say to her husband triumphantly before I'm out of ear's reach.